I stole someone else's reincarnation ticket. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 176, Hooking Up with Someone Else's Husband. Do you still have any shame? Li Yang dared to swear with his head that if the teacher gave him half of his regular score, he would never fail. His current subjects, the regular score is basically 30, 40. The one that failed was 40 regular score. Even if the teacher only gave 20 regular score, he only needed 67 points on the paper to pass 100%. Generally speaking, he didn't miss classes very often, and the teacher didn't call his name very often. In theory, the regular score should be at least 60%, and most teachers give 80%. In this way, as long as the paper can get 50 points, he will definitely pass. He didn't even get 50 points on the paper? It's nonsense. His paper was at least around 70 points, but now he failed, which means that the teacher didn't give enough regular score. Li Yang sent a message to Lei Yiming, asking him to help look at the score structure. He couldn't see it. A few minutes later, Lei Yiming sent a screenshot and said, Professor Chen said that you missed one of his classes, so some of your regular score was deducted. Li Yang took a look at the screenshot. The regular score was only 10 points, and his paper score was 75 points. It just corresponds to his total score of 55. Damn, even if I missed one of your classes, so many points would be deducted? Everyone else got 30 points, but I got 10? Thank you, Mr. Lei. I shouldn't have been absent that day. I embarrassed the class by failing this exam. I will try to pass the makeup exam. Li Yang felt that this was very strange. There are still 3 exam results that have not come out. If he fails all of them, it's okay. He won't be expelled this semester, but it's not certain for the next semester. Peking University is calculated based on 2 semesters, and the first semester of the freshman year and the first semester of the sophomore year are also considered one assessment year. Forget it, never mind. He will definitely pass the makeup exam if he has the ability. Make the questions difficult so that everyone who takes the makeup exam will fail. He must get this degree certificate, and even Jesus can't stop him, he said. Zhang Bangsha, who was standing by, asked, What's wrong? You looked unhappy just now. Li Yang smiled and said, It's okay. Someone wants to add some pressure to my studies, but Master Zhang should know that what we are least afraid of is any pressure in studying. Yes. It's just studying. For Master Li, it's like Zhang Fei eating meat bean sprouts. Why, it's a piece of cake. Li Yang likes to see the little arrogant look that Zhang Bangsha reveals from time to time. Soon, the two arrived at a hotel. A total of 4 rooms were booked, 1 for him and Zhang Bangsha, 1 for Zuning, and 1 for his parents. Even though he and Zhang Bangsha seem to be completely indifferent on weekdays, he must be careful in front of the parents. At the very least, he had to wait until Zhang Bangsha's parents came over. After all, even if they are engaged, the girl has to stay in a separate room when she goes to the man's house to show respect for the girl. Half an hour later, Li Liqin drove to the hotel and the 2 sides met. Li Yang was stunned when he saw his father wearing a flowered shirt and sunglasses. And his mother's wavy hair, all kinds of cosmetics, all stuck. Zhang Bangsha smiled and said, Uncle and Aunt, you are so fashionable. Li Liqin was embarrassed to hear this. He was forced. First, Wang Qiping decided to try makeup and try new things. And then it was inevitable to meet some people during the trip. Li Liqin was jealous and began to learn to make himself look better. I just came from Tianjin, and people there dress like this. Li Yang, how could he not know? Dad's excuse was too lame. But the current weather is really hot. They have traveled half of China in the past 4 months, first to the south, and then all the way from the west to the current northeast. It happened that he was on vacation, playing in Beijing for 2 days, and then going back to his hometown to rest. Dad, how did you play during this period? Li Liqin said, It's a matter of spending money. I must be happy. The fuel cost tens of thousands. That's perfect. Give me the car. I'll take it to the store in Beijing for maintenance. Free, of course. Li Liqin immediately had a smile on his face. Free is good. In fact, they have spent so much money in the past few months that they feel guilty. They have never been so extravagant in their lives. When they were working, they even slept under bridges. What about now? Hotels that cost 1 or 200 yuan are not worth it. In Zuning's words, there is no need to save money when traveling, otherwise people will be tired and in a bad mood. In every big city, they go to local very distinctive restaurants for dinner. Some are cheap and some are expensive. It is not uncommon to spend several thousand yuan for a meal. The problem is that there are only 3 of them. If there are more than 10 people, 3 or 5,000 yuan is not uncommon. He feels that he can't go back to this situation. How can he have the courage to carry his wrench to work on the construction site? I'm afraid he will have to eat his son's free meals for the rest of his life. Well, let's eat. After the 3 of them checked in, they simply rested in the room for a while. Li Yang and Zuning just chatted briefly. After all, in front of so many people. Jiang Bangsha talked a lot with Zuning, mostly about their experiences along the way, where's more fun, and where's more unique. Zuning also took videos and photos. Although Zuning is a novice, she is probably a natural photographer, and her photos and videos are quite good. At the same time, an article on Weibo was on the headlines. When others were still in college, this 19-year-old girl made more than 6 billion in a year. The article details Jiang Bangsha's experience in the past year, starting from getting the bonus for the college entrance examination, to selling the copyright of her own notebooks to obtain additional funds, and finally using leverage to expand her wealth. Finally, she began to enter private equity and earned a huge amount of wealth in just 1 year. Not only are there detailed content, but also photos of Jiang Bangsha. At this time, Weibo has not yet developed into a cesspool. No matter who sees this hot search, they feel that their worldview has been overturned. Li Yang certainly saw it, because someone would share it with him. Jiang Bangsha's phone has never stopped ringing since it rang, until she was forced to turn off the phone after sending a message to her parents. Although Jiang Bangsha's situation was popular before, with her low-key during this period, and no one knows how much money she has gradually calmed down. But now, it was mentioned again, and someone bought the hot search directly. It must have been bought. Now the #1 hot search costs about 1 million a day. It is unrealistic to want to be the #1 hot search with tap water. After turning off the phone, Jiang Bangsha came to Li Yang's room. Master Li, do you have an extra mobile phone number? Lend it to me. There are a lot of people calling me. Is it because of that hot search? Well, I don't know who made it. Why do you look unhappy? Shouldn't you be very happy? Li Yang felt that Jiang Bangsha needed some recognition, and she was like this before in school. Usually, she didn't dare to resist the little thoughts in the dormitory, but after the account was exposed, she was much more confident. Jiang Bangsha said helplessly, "This time is different from the last time. Last time, I had the confidence to resist the people around me, but this time makes me feel a little uneasy." She could sense that this hot search was definitely not well-intentioned, and she could see it from the continuous calls on her phone. Although someone sent her a message last time, it was far less violent than this time. It's normal. The last time, the spread was limited. This time, the whole country probably knows your name. If you ask me, you should accept this overwhelming wealth. If others are willing to give gifts, we should accept it. Come on, I'll give you a mobile phone number. You register an account and let me operate it in the future. We must take over this wave of traffic. Li Yang has a lot of mobile phone numbers, because now you don't need an ID card to apply for a mobile phone number. This kind of number will be out of print in the future. He has dozens of mobile phone numbers. After Jiang Bangsha handed the phone to Li Yang, he saw Li Yang pull out a bunch of mobile phone cards from his wallet, picked up one at random and put it in the phone. Turn on the phone and register an account. Li Yang even found a daily photo as his avatar. Jiang Bangsha was stunned. Master Li, are you really not afraid that I will be poached by others? Then I can't always guard against it like a thief, right? Besides, people spend money to buy press releases and hot searches. Don't they just want to praise you? Is it good for them to praise Jiang Bangsha? No. But they felt that it would not benefit Li Yang, so they did it. Am I being targeted? Can Master Li stop it? Even if I can't, I have to stop it. At this time, Li Yang had already started writing the manuscript. First, he stated his identity and responded to some questions from everyone. He modestly said that he was just lucky, and then explained that he only wanted to focus on studying in the future. He might try to become a singer or travel around in the future. Finally, he thanked the person who wrote the press release and bought a hot search, thanked the other party for allowing her to leave a trace on the internet, and promised that she would take this wave of traffic. After sending it out, Li Yang reposted it with her own Weibo certified account. Li Yang's Weibo account has more than 3 million fans. Jiang Bangsha only felt more at ease than ever before. She thought Li Yang would be unhappy. It was like she didn't like the comments in Li Yang's comment area that called him husband. Humph. They are worthy? She and Master Li are childhood sweethearts. Done. It depends on how many fans we can attract this time. Just like what Master Jiang said before, when we have more fans, we will cut their leaks. It is popular to sell meat floss pancakes in the esports circle now. He thinks Jiang Bangsha's account is suitable for selling fashion. Okay, cut them hard. Jiang Bangsha raised her hands in agreement. As for how to cut? I haven't thought about it yet. Li Liqin knows how to use Weibo. After all, he has learned a lot in the past 6 months and shared some travel daily life on Weibo. Wang Qiping naturally has an account as well. She is accepting the baptism of the internet. After seeing Jiang Bangsha's hot search, she said with some concern, Xia is really that good, this shouldn't be fake, right? I saw Yang Yang forwarded it, really? Let me see. After a moment, Wang Qiping said with a straight face, what is that kid doing? How can he forward such a thing? Xia is getting more and more famous, and more people are chasing her. Does this kid still have a chance? Li Liqin also frowned, because it is indeed the truth. The internet is so deep. Wang Qiping accidentally missed a car logo that day, and instantly attracted a lot of people to come and ask for support, calling her a rich woman. She was so scared that she quickly deleted it. Looking at the comment area of Jiang Bangsha, there are so many people calling her wife. They think Li Yang is careless. What if he is poached? If he is a little more cunning, he should take advantage of Jiang Bangsha's young age and marry her home first. The old couple must be very satisfied with Jiang Bangsha. The biggest impact of this hot search is that it makes the old couple a little worried. During the meal, he kept asking about Jiang Bangsha's well-being, fearing that this designated daughter-in-law would not want her son. For Bai Jingxun, this is good news. He knows that this is a compliment to Jiang Bangsha, which is a very powerful trick, because human nature cannot stand the test. Jiang Bangsha has everything she wants now, and there are so many people willing to be her dogs. Who can guarantee that she will not lose her original intention? Moreover, Li Yang has a lot of gossip about herself. Over time, can she not be unbalanced in her heart? Once they have it, the other party's goal will be achieved. Separate Jiang Bangsha from Li Yang. Even if Li Yang is strong, Jiang Bangsha is not bad. And Jiang Bangsha is obviously more suitable for cooperation, unlike Li Yang who is so aggressive. Bai Jingxun has never thought about cooperating with Jiang Bangsha, as long as he has Li Yang. And as long as Jiang Bangsha leaves Li Yang, there will be no obstacles between Li Yang and Bai Qing, so it is definitely a good thing for him. He thought so in his heart, but he still had to pretend to care and called Li Yang. Li Yang, the incident with Jiang Bangsha was most likely directed at you. The Sen family found me yesterday and wanted to cooperate with you, but I didn't agree. I guess they are the ones behind this. I was wondering why I failed the exam suddenly. I have given the Sen family enough face and didn't embarrass them directly. They really can't afford to lose, Bai Jingxun said. From your point of view, you are indeed generous enough. After I knew about the incident, I didn't feel like it was your work, Li Yang said helplessly. If the money was from the Sen family, I would definitely spend another 500 million, but who made that money not belong to the Sen family? I didn't want to sacrifice myself for a little money, so I just gave it. Well, that money really can't be taken. But the Sen family suffered a lot this time. And Sen Yiming was transferred away, huh? So soon, going to a small place to make room for others is one of the losses of the Sen family this time. As for how much money was lost, it's hard to say for the time being, but it will definitely not be less. It's not an exaggeration to say that the vitality is seriously damaged, Li Yang said with a smile. Actually, I like to play with people who can afford to lose, such as you, old man. Haha, I can't afford to lose. If I were 10 years younger, I probably wouldn't be able to lose either. The Sen family was seriously injured this time. If they don't have enough luck in the future, it will be difficult to recover. At least 70 or 80 years. This time span will delay many things. Li Yang said, in your circle, isn't there a popular saying that you should stand at attention when you are beaten? Yes, but you are not in the circle, otherwise they wouldn't dare to be so unscrupulous. But don't worry, I can still hold on for a few years. In the past few years, they can only pick on you within the rules at most, and dare not do anything blatantly. It's okay, it's okay. I hope they pick on me more, and then pull out one piece when there are more thorns, huh? Do you have a way to deal with it? In Bai Jingxun's view, these troubles are almost unsolvable, because the Sen family is not aimless, and they must have picked Li Yang's weak spot to attack. It seems that they are all trivial matters, but if they are brewed more, they will become big things. For example, if Li Yang fails a course, he may be expelled from the school because of a few courses. Without the identity of being a Peking University student, many things would become more difficult. Moreover, after failing a course, even if you pass the makeup exam, it would not be easy to become a selected student in the future. Let's talk about it later. Do you want to cooperate with me in a big one? For example, the one with Sen Yiming's father. You can't interfere there, not necessarily. How can you know it won't work if you don't try? Bai Jingxun had only one thought at this time. Li Yang was crazy. However, what if this guy did it? Then he would be the crazy one. After Li Yang hung up the phone, he received a message from Zuning. They had met for several hours today, and Zuning had always been very restrained. He walked over and opened the door. Zuning squeezed in like a kitten and closed the door at the first time. Then, he rubbed against Li Yang's arms, showing a relieved expression. Teacher Zuhi, I'm here to collect my debt. When Zuning said this, his hands did not stop moving. Li Yang asked, you don't know how much money Jiang Bangsha has now. With your relationship with her, it's easy to ask her for tens of millions of pocket money, Zuning said, then I might as well ask you. Although it's a bit tiring, you can give me hundreds of millions, huh? Zuning really likes money, but what Li Yang gave is enough. She likes the feeling of spending money, but she also knows how to be satisfied. Jiang Bangsha's money is her own, and Zuning is not her real relative, so why should she spend her money? Li Yang feels at ease to spend it. After all, she will pay it back when she has time. How can she pay Jiang Bangsha back after taking her money? The next morning, Zuning secretly left the two women and even took the things in the trash can and threw them in the trash can at the elevator entrance. Li Yang borrowed a 5-seater commercial vehicle from Songyu and took his family to various places in Beijing to check in. Although there were many people during the holidays, office workers were busy and it was not so crowded overall. Anyway, the thing that Beijing lacks the most at any time is people. Dinner was served at Ruai Pavilion. After all, in name, Liu Ruai owed Li Yang several favors. However, the so-called favors were all created by Li Yang himself. Just like when he panted to see Lei Yiming, even if he wanted to do something again, he would not let others feel at ease. He had wanted to talk to the Sen family for a long time, and he also planned to give 4 billion yuan at the beginning, but why not take the opportunity to make others owe him a favor? Just like when he heard that Jiang Bangsha wanted to donate money, the first thing he thought of was to donate to the school. If he donated, would he still fail this time? No matter how many connections the Sen family had, donating several hundred million to the school, once he failed the exam, the school would definitely find a way to make up for it. This was also the reason why he felt vulgar that day. He was vulgar to the extreme, and he only thought about pursuing his own interests in everything he did. Compared with Jiang Bangsha, his dirty soul might not be cleansed even with several tons of holy water. Liu Ruai seemed to be in a good mood. After coming here, he took the initiative to greet Li Yang's family, and greeted Li Liqin and others, speaking very politely. For Li Liqin and his friends, the environment here is really good, but it is so hidden. How can there be business on weekdays? After they went in, they found that the waiters coming and going were carrying plates in and out of the boxes. I have to say that Beijing people are still delicious, and they can find such hidden corners. After sitting down in the box, Zuning took the initiative to pick up the menu and introduce it to everyone. Wang Qiping next to him felt that Zuning's complexion was much better. Maybe she was too tired to be with them before. After all, the two of them didn't know how to do many things. They couldn't even understand the navigation before, and didn't know where there were attractions and how to buy tickets. When she arrived in Beijing, Li Yang arranged everything, so Zuning didn't need to worry about it, and her complexion recovered immediately. She felt it this evening. Ning Ning, didn't you say that you would go out again in August? How about we wait until September? After all, August is hot, so let's rest at home for 2 months. Zuning was stunned for a moment, then looked at Jiang Bangsha and asked, Xia, how long will you stay at home? Jiang Bangsha immediately said, that's not certain. You may come to school early, or you may go somewhere else to play. Oh, Oh, I thought you could stay until school starts, and then we can go out together." Li Yang didn't say anything, but took the menu from Zhu Ning's hand and looked at it silently. Zhu Ning was testing the time, and Jiang Bangsha didn't reply. He clearly told Jiang Bangsha that he would go back to Beijing after school starts, but Jiang Bangsha's answer this time was too ambiguous. He quickly ordered a few dishes. He had not seen the menu the 2 times he came before, so this was the first time. From time to time, the conversation between Zhu Ning and Jiang Bangsha could be heard from the side. But Li Yang pretended not to hear it. Anyway, he certainly could not express his opinion at this time. If he expressed his opinion, he would offend people, either Jiang Bangsha or Zhu Ning. Teacher Zhu was still working very hard. At this time, Wang Qiping said, "Yang Gang, if you have an appointment with Xia to go out and play, don't worry about us, we can do it ourselves." What do you mean? Didn't you have an appointment, Li Yang? Mom, you are talking about something else. Zhu Ning had already stepped on his foot. Of course, the other foot was not doing well either, as Jiang Bangsha's foot was staring at him. At this time, a curse suddenly came from outside. "You bitch, you are hooking up with someone else's husband. Do you still have any shame?" The voice was very penetrating, and even though the sound insulation of the box was very good, it still couldn't be blocked. "Everyone, come out and judge for yourself. Come and see what a vixen looks like. Sisters, come out and identify her. Who knows, maybe your men are having an affair with this vixen." Chapter 177. He thought it was Zhu Ning. Although she didn't know what happened outside, it was obvious that Wang Qiping's attention was diverted. After all, she knew there was gossip to eat just by listening to the sound. No one knows how fun gossip is. As long as it doesn't happen to you, eating other people's gossip can make you feel comfortable. Especially when she heard that many people outside seemed to be affected, the sound of opening the door of the box came intermittently. After a look, Wang Qiping was eager to try and pushed open the door of the box and looked at the yard. Li Yang naturally hurried to catch up. It seemed that a fight was about to break out outside, so as not to hurt his mother by mistake. In the small courtyard, I don't know when a lot of people had gathered. The conflict was about Liu Ruai on the scene and the young woman in her 30s facing her. The young woman looked good. Although she was a little older than Liu Ruai, who was in her early 20s, she was generally considered a beauty. The young woman who just spoke was the young woman, and the object of the scolding was undoubtedly Liu Ruai. Although Li Yang didn't know what the Sen family had promised Liu Ruai, he knew that Liu Ruai had an unclear relationship with Sen Yiming. In other words, this young woman is most likely Sen Yiming's wife? The mistress was greeted by the main wife. How exciting! Jiang Bangsha and Liu Ruai didn't know each other, they only knew each other's existence, but they had never communicated. She walked out and saw this scene, with only one thought in her mind. The mistress is the most hateful. Then, she suddenly thought of something and hurriedly denied herself. No, not hateful, Alice, people are really selfish. She glanced at Li Yang and found that Li Yang was watching with relish. On the field, Sen Yiming's wife saw that there were more people around, and she became more imposing. She pointed at Liu Ruai and said, "Liu Ruai, you let my husband divorce me and then marry you? Do you still have any shame? How can there be a cheap woman like you in the world? It's okay to be coquettish to others, don't you know that Sen Yiming is already married? Do you still have a little shame in your eyes? I came here today to let everyone see what you are." Liu Ruai's face was very ugly, because she couldn't refute what the other party said. She could feel that the way people around her looked at her had changed. After all, she had already lost miserably morally. Li Yang was finding it more and more interesting to eat melons. Looking at the situation, did the Sen family regret it? If they didn't regret it, they would naturally handle the matter. What's the point of having someone come and scold Liu Ruai? Liu Ruai would marry Sen Yiming sooner or later anyway. Did she want the whole world to know that Sen Yiming was a piece of trash? Did she have a mistress outside after marriage? Did she slap herself in the face? Therefore, the Sen family probably regretted it. Since it was inconvenient for Sen Yiming to come forward, they asked his wife to come forward instead. With such a commotion today, it was impossible for Liu Ruai to enter the Sen family. The Sen family would definitely find a bunch of excuses. This Sen family was really quick to kill the donkey after unloading the mill. They kept pulling Liu Ruai, not wanting to give her any benefits, and directly squeezed out the value of Liu Ruai. Li Yang was just a pure spectator. Whether Liu Ruai was wronged or not had nothing to do with him. The relationship between the two parties was just ordinary. At some point, Jiang Bangsha had come to him. He whispered, "Master Jiang, do you also like to watch the fun?" Jiang Bangsha also whispered, "Master Li, who do you think is right and who is wrong?" "Of course Liu Ruai is wrong," Jiang Bangsha said, "but isn't it because of true love? I've also heard about Sister Ruai. She doesn't lack anything and has never had anything to do with anyone else." When she met that Sen Yeming was not married yet, but after Sen Yeming got married, she should have left. At least she had already lost in terms of feelings, and now she has also lost her dignity. Does Master Li really think so? Li Yang was suddenly shocked when he heard this. Damn, I'm pretending to be a reasonable person. I'm even more shameless than Sen Yeming. No, it's all the fault of that bastard Sen Yeming. He is irresponsible. And since he did something wrong, he should have found a way to save it, instead of letting things develop to the brink of collapse. Now it hurts everyone. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Jiang Bangsha walking towards the courtyard. Jiang Bangsha came directly to Sen Yeming's wife and said, "Sister, you are right to be angry, but isn't the fault of this matter your husband? As far as I know, when Sister Ruai was dating your husband, you hadn't married your husband yet. If your husband still has contact with Sister Ruai after marriage, it can only be said that your husband's character is not good, or your husband is simply dissatisfied with you. You should tell your husband what I said today, accusing him of being shameless and accusing him of being a slut, instead of running to question a victim." Li Yang didn't expect Jiang Bangsha to suddenly get angry and take the initiative to get involved in this matter. After she finished saying these words, Sen Yeming's wife's face changed, and she gritted her teeth and said, "Aren't you Jiang Bangsha? You fool around with a man who has a girlfriend all day long. No wonder you can say such things. Aren't you the same kind of people as Liu Ruai, the mistress?" The immature Jiang Bangsha quickly fell into a passive position in the face of this situation. She stammered and couldn't speak for a while. Sen Yeming's wife said disdainfully, "There are too many cheap women like you in the world, so men are spoiled like this. It's really embarrassing for women. No matter how rich you are still a mistress despised by everyone." Liu Ruai didn't expect to implicate Jiang Bangsha, and whispered to Jiang Bangsha, "Xiao Jiang, this matter is my problem. Thank you for coming forward for me, but it's not necessary." She can scold as much as she wants. Liu Ruai gave Jiang Bangsha a way out. At this time, Wang Qiping couldn't help it, and was ready to rush in and have a good battle with the other party. Her ancestral craftsmanship has not been put to use for so many years. Isn't it just a quarrel? Li Yang quickly pulled her back, walked to Jiang Bangsha, and said to Sen Yeming's wife, "Auntie, I admire your ability to make up rumors. Let me correct the mistakes in your words. First of all, Jiang Bangsha and I have always been good friends. Recently, she agreed to be my girlfriend because of my constant pestering. What mistress? Even an old and ugly person like you doesn't want to be a mistress. Do you think Jiang Bangsha, a young and beautiful girl with a net worth of billions, is worth being a mistress?" The second point, also based on the first point, you said I was a cheap man. I think yes, because my first girlfriend was very rich, she was worth hundreds of millions, and she was willing to spend money on me. But later I found out that Jiang Bangsha had more money, so I broke up with her peacefully. I love money, and I have nothing to be embarrassed about if I want to be a gigolo. But don't make false accusations. Even now, Jiang Bangsha has maintained the most basic restraint between men and women with me. If it were you, you would have had hundreds of abortions, right? How dare you say that about others? Oh, you are infertile, that's normal. After all, you have been married to Sen Yeming for several years, and you haven't had a fart. It's normal for Sen Yeming to dump you. And there's a third point. Shut up. Sen Yeming's wife didn't expect Li Yang to be so poisonous, calling her aunt right away, and then saying that she was old and ugly, and attacking her infertility. Li Yang looked at the other person with a smile. What are you shouting about? Are you trying to make your voice loud? Li Yang, what kind of excuse is your fabrication? Is it convincing? Haha, fabrication? You know it's fabrication, right? When you're covering someone up, why don't you say it's fabrication? When you keep talking about bitches, where's your character? So when it happens to others, you're a saint, but when it happens to you, you're the other person's immoral, right? Is your last name Shuang? A single name, Bao? Also, you're so natural when you maliciously speculate about others, aren't you the kind of person? No wonder you just speak so freely. It turns out you're putting yourself in the shoes of others. Li Yang's words refuted every word of the other person, and the boomerang landed on herself. The woman's face turned pale with anger. Is it true that you checked into a hotel with Zhang Bangsha while you were in love? Do you believe me? I'll throw the records of your checking into a hotel and the timetable of your publicizing of your relationship in your face. After saying this, the woman felt much better, because Li Yang couldn't clear himself at all. A person who cannot clear himself of guilt has no right to challenge me. No matter what I say about today's matter, I will not lose. Li Yang still said with a smile, what's wrong with getting a room? I remember I specifically stated that I only got a room because of other things. Who doesn't know my family's ancestral massage techniques? Zhang Bangsha can earn so much money every day, and she also needs to relax. Do I have to go to the girls' dormitory to give her a massage? Also, you don't think that I can only pursue Zhang Bangsha because of my handsomeness? Are you as superficial as you, massage? How can you have the nerve to say such an excuse? What's wrong with that? You are not discriminating against your profession, are you? Also, others are making money, and I provide some help to the best of my ability. Is there anything wrong with that? I understand why Sen Yeming doesn't want you. It turns out that others work so hard outside, and you don't even give them a cup of hot water when they come home. Prepare for others, let alone me. No one on the street would want to marry someone like you. Do you think Zhang Bangsha is just like you, eating and sleeping all day? She uses her brain more frequently than you have in your entire life. There should be many people in various industries here, and they know very well how tired a body will be after using the brain, and even suffer from severe insomnia. If this situation cannot be improved for a long time, it will not only affect physical health, but also mental health. To be honest, I just caught up with Zhang Bangsha a few days ago with this trick. If anyone doesn't believe in my tricks, please pay to experience it. If my tricks don't work, it means that I was just talking nonsense. Who can verify it? After Li Yang finished speaking, he looked around. Everyone was eating melons and didn't want to get involved, but some of Li Yang's statements were still very convincing. How many people who can eat here don't make a living by their brains? They can all understand Zhang Bangsha's state. After all, they have all experienced it. The fatigue after overusing the brain can make people extremely weak and lose interest in doing anything. Li Yang continued to look at Sen Yeming's wife and said, also, you just said you would throw my hotel check-in records in my face, right? Do you know? You are breaking the law. Can you check my hotel check-in records? What position do you have now? What qualifications do you have to check my hotel check-in records? Just based on what you just said, I can sue you. You are just an ordinary person, and you want to check my hotel check-in records? Well, tell me the position of your family members, and I will see which is more important, the law or your family's position. This sentence directly confused Sen Yeming's wife, and even a panicked look appeared on her face. Can this matter be made a big deal? It's fine to check it privately, but to say it in person? Are you afraid that your elders are too comfortable in their positions? Li Yang continued to ask, why are you silent? Don't you dare to say it? What are you afraid of? Your family is so powerful, what else is there to be afraid of? I am just a commoner, at the foot of the imperial city, don't I have to listen to you old men? Li Yang's words were even more heartbreaking, and even some of the people recording the video were shocked. When it comes to covering up, who can beat Li Yang? Just based on what Li Yang said today, this matter cannot be easily resolved, and someone will always investigate. Even if it is not brought to the surface, there will definitely be no shortage of warnings in private. You can't even manage your own man, and you still have the confidence to question others. It seems that your family is the only one in the world who is right and everyone else is wrong. I think you and the Sen family are birds of a feather, but it doesn't matter. I, Li Yang, can't do anything else but love to teach people a lesson. Let them come, I will accept it. Li Yang felt that this incident today was intentional. Although the Sen family did not expect Zhang Bangsha to suddenly speak to Liu Rui, they must have known that Zhang Bangsha was in the store and deliberately came to the door. Even if Zhang Bangsha did not speak, I am afraid that they would lead to Zhang Bangsha. He did not doubt that the woman knew Zhang Bangsha, but it was impossible for her to be sure that the other person was Zhang Bangsha after meeting her once. There aren't many photos of Zhang Bangsha on the internet. Even those big stars who appear in front of the camera every day will be confused for the first time when they meet in person. They will wonder if it's the real person. Only those who have met each other can identify with each other at a glance. Those who have never met each other, no matter how familiar they look, can't have that kind of certainty. When the other party called Jiang Bangsha, she didn't show any hesitation, which means that she didn't feel strange psychologically. Li Yang's words pointed out the truth. Others didn't understand, but the woman did. She quickly led the topic to Liu Ruai and said, "Liu Ruai, don't think that you can be proud just because someone helped you today. I tell you, as long as I'm still here, you'll have to give up this idea. You want me to divorce, you don't deserve it." After that, she called the people around her and turned away. Her last sentence was to cover up her purpose. After all, it's too easy to control someone like Liu Ruai, and it's far less important than creating psychological conflicts for Jiang Bangsha. As a result, Jiang Bangsha was fine at first, but she was so angry that she couldn't speak. Afterwards, she would definitely question and deny her relationship with Li Yang. As a result, Li Yang watched her leave and said nothing. After all, it's okay to curse people. He can't hit people. No matter how much he curses, as long as he doesn't find fault with one side, it's not against the law. Disband, disband, let's eat. I treated you to play for free. Your meal is not in vain. If you feel bad, please pay more later, Li Yang said to the people around him with a smile, which was regarded as a conclusion of the matter. As for why Jiang Bangsha got angry, it doesn't matter. On the way back to the box, Jiang Bangsha came over and held Li Yang's hand. This was the first time. Before, as long as they were in front of their parents, the two of them absolutely had no physical contact, and they called each other by their real names. Wang Qiping was a little confused in her heart. Where did her son learn this skill of scolding people? Although this is an ancestral skill, isn't it passed down to girls and not boys? But she was still relieved, and said to Li Yang, "Yang Gang, you performed well. When you go out, you must not suffer any loss, otherwise others will think you are easy to bully." Yes, Mom taught you that. Li Liqin was confused, but seeing Jiang Bangsha and Li Yang holding hands together, it seemed pretty good. I just don't understand why days like this. Do young people like this kind of tune? Jiang Bangsha holding hands represents a lot of things. How to kiss in private, how to add time, it doesn't matter. Li Yang shook Jiang Bangsha's hand and said, "What were you thinking just now?" "Well, I was thinking about why I couldn't say such words. In fact, I regretted it after I stood up." Jiang Bangsha regretted it more than once, but every time it was Li Yang who made her change from regret to no regret. What's there to regret? We are friends with Liu Ruai after all. It's normal to stand up and say a few words for her. After all, it's not all her fault, but you didn't say that before. You said she was wrong. No, everyone knows that I, Li Yang, am the most loyal. Otherwise, how could I have so many friends? What about me? Am I wrong? Jiang Bangsha asked seriously. The reason why she was so angry was that she felt like she had also poached someone. She understood Liu Ruai better than anyone else. If you really like someone, sometimes you will go all out and even give up your principles. That's right, Master Jiang will never be wrong. If one day you are wrong, it's not you who is wrong, but the whole world. Jiang Bangsha, if there weren't so many people today, she really wanted to taste whether Master Li's mouth was smeared with honey. Tasted hard as a bystander, Zhu Ning didn't make any comments from beginning to end. She only saw Li Yang defending Jiang Bangsha from all angles. She actually had a little bit of I took the money, I shouldn't have such thoughts, I must not go against money. After all, she has no job anymore, so she will rely on Li Yang, the sponsor, for her retirement in the future. Fruit 7 will be released soon, and she now has money to pursue some of her favorite things. She could only envy him before. Well, she is so superficial. Superficial. But Li Yang, this foster brother, is really delicious. After everyone sat down, Wang Qiping began to express her opinions, saying that the woman looked like a husband killer. Obviously, she felt a little regretful that she couldn't play today. Of course, the point is that Li Yang and Jiang Bangsha publicly admitted their relationship and held hands in front of their parents. Li Liqin was ready to go home this time and have a good talk with Jiang Yaoting. Although they are not yet of marriageable age, engagement is always okay, right? The dishes were served soon, but Li Yang felt that the taste was not as good as last time. But others thought the dishes were good, so he didn't say anything. He comforted himself by saying that the quarrel just now was a bit heavy, which caused a slight difference in his taste. It can't be that the chef has changed, right? But the quarrel just now has nothing to do with the chef. The only person who was really affected was Liu Ruai. Did Liu Ruai look like someone who could cook? Liu Ruai didn't come out until the end of the meal, but she asked the waiter to bring a message, saying that she was grateful for Li Yang and Zhang Bangsha's help this time and would invite them to dinner later. Obviously, I am not in the mood today, and even feel awkward when meeting someone. Just after dinner, when I came to the courtyard, many people suddenly came over, handed over their business cards with a smile, and said, Mr. Zhang, it is fate that we meet today. My name is XXXX. I hope we can have the opportunity to cooperate in the future. Hello, Mr. Zhang, I am. Li Yang took the business card and exchanged a few polite words with the other party. Zhang Bangsha is undoubtedly a big shot, with billions of cash in his hands. Even the top few people on the domestic rich list may not be able to take it out easily. If you meet such a person, you will regret it for the rest of your life if you don't seize the opportunity. As for whether Zhang Bangsha is willing to get to know them in the future, it is not up to them to decide. They shamelessly handed over their business cards, and they would not regret it even if they thought about it at any time in the future. Li Yang held a stack of business cards and said with a smile, Mr. Zhang HHH evenly lick inside, Xia is really amazing now. Zhang Bangsha said a little embarrassedly, no, it was all taught by Li Yang. This kid knows nothing. Li Yang, do you want to check your own account? Although Zhang Bangsha earned the money with his own ability, it was definitely him who helped to keep the money. He still has due credit. In Li Liken's opinion, it would be great if Li Yang really had this ability. At least he would feel comfortable spending money to enjoy himself. With so much money, spending a few million is nothing. But even if Li Yang makes tens of millions a year now, compared with Zhang Bangsha, the gap is still too big. He feels that Zhang Yaoding may not agree. So he finds a chance to get Zhang Yaoding drunk. If he doesn't get drunk, he may not have the chance. After strolling around the night market in Beijing, the family returned to the hotel one after another. Li Yang was about to take a shower and go to bed when he heard the doorbell ring. He glanced at himself and walked over to open the door. He thought it was Zuning's, but after opening the door, he found it was Zhang Bangsha. The most important point is that he is not wearing anything now. Chapter 178. They are used to bullying others. Zhang Bangsha was stunned the moment she saw Li Yang. She came here just to chat with Li Yang. After all, Li Yang had sacrificed himself to save her face today. This feeling has always made her addicted. Li Yang hurried to the bathroom to get a bath towel, while Zhang Bangsha had already closed the door and waited for Li Yang to come out. After Li Yang came out, she looked Li Yang up and down. Master Li, what were you doing just now? Li Yang said without blushing. Nothing, I was getting ready to take a shower, and then I heard the doorbell, and I forgot I was not wearing any clothes. Forgot? Yes, Master Zhang saw my body. You have to be responsible, otherwise I won't be able to get married in the future. Don't worry, I will definitely be responsible for you in the future. Li Yang smiled with satisfaction when he heard this, and pulled Zhang Bangsha to sit down by the window, and asked, Master Zhang, is there anything you want to talk to me about? Nothing, I just thought of you being wrong today, and I want to see how I can comfort you. Haha. Master Zhang is still sympathetic. How do you want to comfort me? Well, how about waiting a few days? Li Yang immediately said, why does it have to wait a few days? There will be things to do in a few days. Today's things should be done today. Then go take a shower first. Okay, Zhang Bangsha smiled as she watched Li Yang go to the bathroom. She didn't care too much about the person he wanted to see naked. Because they would meet each other eventually. It was just like Xiang Yu told Li Yang that he would fly solo sooner or later. Li Yang could have been the wings of her life, so that she couldn't fly without him. But Li Yang made her a pair of wings of her own and lifted her up to fly. He didn't worry at all that she wouldn't come back after flying away. Zhang Bangsha was the same as Li Yang at this moment. She didn't know if she would become the background board of breakup next time, but she should have absolute trust in Li Yang because he wouldn't bully her. Of course, it was only psychologically and in life. Physically, she still had to bully him a little. This way, everyone would be fair. At night, Xiang Yu met Liu Ruai. Liu Ruai was in a very bad mood. The reason Xiang Yu found her was because he was worried that she would be hit too hard. After all, this matter was not a secret. Although the Sen family banned the relevant videos, it was not difficult for her to know the whole story. Liu Ruai looked at Xiang Yu and said in a lonely tone, Xiang Yu, what do you mean by the Sen family? I asked Sen Yeming and he said he didn't know. Xiang Yu said helplessly, my silly sister, The Sen family doesn't want to admit it at all. Haven't you reacted yet? What? Liu Rui's face turned pale. Xiang Yu explained, if the Sen family wanted to take responsibility, how could they let that woman come to trouble you? Isn't it slapping themselves in the face to say you in front of so many people? But the Sen family promised me that as long as I called Li Yang, they would. The Sen family values interests, but it is also because of me that Li Yang is willing to add 500 million. Xiang Yu didn't know the truth, but even if your face is worth 500 million, what can you do? For the Sen family, 500 million has been obtained, and you can't have 500 million face in front of Li Yang. In other words, your value has ended here. Li Yang came forward today. Entirely because of Jiang Bangsha, not because of you. You are just a byproduct. Liu Rui fell silent after hearing this. She couldn't accept this result. Because people can't be so shameless, Sen Yiming can't bully her like this. Xiang Yu suddenly asked, did you lend the money to Sen Yiming? Liu Rui hesitated for a while and nodded. She received more than 300 million yuan from One Liu Capital, and she transferred all of it to Sen Yiming as soon as it arrived. Xiang Yu was anxious. Hurry up and get the money back. The Sen family is ungrateful. It's okay for them to pay for you, after all, you like it, but money is the foundation of your future. Apart from that money, no one can let you rely on it. Seeing Liu Rui like this, Xiang Yu was directly angry. I will help you get it. Real money. If the Sen family dares to give you a penny less, I will make the Sen family lose face. Now Xiang Yu no longer cares about her status in any circle. Since Sen Yiming knelt, she is destined to have no friends in this circle in Beijing. It can be said that she paid the price for her impulsive behavior. But Liu Rui quickly grabbed her hand and said, no, wait a little longer, wait a few months. Sen Yiming is leaving soon. Do you think you can wait? While he's still in the capital, you should have some face. There is still a glimmer of hope to ask for money at this time. If you wait for Sen Yiming to leave, the Sen family can completely shirk and ask you to ask Sen Yiming for it. But when you move to a small place, Sen Yiming will not care so much about face. Anyway, Sen Yiming's life is ruined. He doesn't care about breaking the jar. That's 300 million. He is not worth that much money at all. Even if Liu Rui sues him, he has no money. What can he do? Xiang Yu was very anxious, but Liu Rui still held her hand and didn't let her leave. Let me be willful again. I have known him for almost 8 years. He said he would pay me back in half a year. I can't wait for half a year. Xiang Yu frowned. She knew very well what Liu Rui meant by this sentence. What's so good about being nostalgic for a bastard like Sen Yiming? He doesn't dare to show up, and can only hide behind him as a coward. Look at how Li Yang treats Jiang Bangsha. Although Li Yang is also a scumbag and has all kinds of gossips, he never backs down when it's his turn to do things, and never lets anyone around him suffer. Yeah, Liu Rui was deeply touched today. Li Yang said what he was like in order to save Jiang Bangsha's face. Those words, anyone else can't say. It is undoubtedly very happy to be Li Yang's girlfriend, but there is only one Li Yang in the world, and everyone walks a different path. So, don't be lucky, okay? Go and ask for money. No. Wait for half a year. Give me an explanation. Xiang Yu really couldn't persuade him, so he could only sigh. Among this group of sisters, only Song Yu has become a little smarter now. She knows that following Li Yang's business, although it is not very profitable, at least it is doing well, and slowly she has the ability to manage. Although most of the systems are customized by Li Yang. But the other few have always been like that, even if they made a lot of money this time. Xiumu started to spend money on jewelry with her sisters again, and she would show off that she spent several million today and ordered something worth tens of millions. Liu Rui is not very wasteful, but his lovesick brain has not changed at all. It's a pity for One Liu Capital. Without Jiang Bangsha, it is just a pool of mud and there is no need for it to exist. As for her, there is nothing to do now, except to find a way to acquire a certain fish. The current progress is not bad. In 2 days, I will put the last pressure on Shenji. If I don't hand over the shares, there will be no chance in the future. Jiang Bangsha sneaked away at 4:30 in the morning. When Li Yang was dazed, he heard the sound of the door closing, and then not long after, he heard the doorbell again. He thought Jiang Bangsha had dropped something, and when he opened the door with sleepy eyes, he found that it was Zuning. Teacher Zhu, you are not, Zuning said pitifully. Woo woo woo, I'm hungry and can't sleep. Zuning seemed to have no bones in his body. Li Yang suddenly came to his senses. Mom, Li Yang confessed to me. Then what? I promised him. We'll go back in a few days. Let Dad be mentally prepared then. The words Zhang Bangsha sent made Dao Ying depressed. Because this matter is very complicated, so complicated that she doesn't know how to accept it at all. Li Yang is very good. It has nothing to do with her family. After all, her family doesn't have much money. It's just that Zhang Bangsha suddenly made a lot of money, and her family didn't plan to take it. Recently, because of Zhang Bangsha's deeds, Zhang Yaoding has a faint sign of appreciation. After all, who made Zhang Bangsha have too much money? Even her side, the company gave a bonus. She has never given up on sorting out Li Yang's relationship, but the result is that she still hasn't figured it out. What is Li Yang's relationship with Bai Qing? What is his relationship with Zuning? Before, Li Yang and Zhang Bangsha had never confirmed their relationship, and she felt relieved, but it's different now. After staying in Beijing for 4 days, Li Yang began to arrange for the transportation of vehicles. A total of 2 vehicles were to be transported back. One was the Maybach that Li Liqin had driven for more than half a year, and the other was the Koenigsegg given by Zhang Bangsha. They drove back in a 5-seater commercial vehicle, which was borrowed from Songyu. The estimated time for the return trip was 12 days. After all, they had to stop by to climb Mount Tai. Zhang Bangsha's whereabouts seemed to be located by someone. From the time he entered some cities, someone would send flowers to the hotels he stayed in, and they were all sent by the official. Various invitations were like snowflakes, countless. On the way, Li Yang also met some people, all of whom were selected by him from the escape room franchise group. They didn't have much money, but he and Song Yu could pay, which was equivalent to finding a store manager. Basically, each store had to invest at least 500,000 yuan, and those store managers would personally take out 50,000 yuan and occupy 20% of the store shares. All accounts were managed by the head office, and the store managers only needed to operate the store well. He inspected a few along the way and talked to them for several hours. Zhang Bangsha's fans are increasing. In just a dozen days, the number has exceeded 4 million, and it is still rising. Of course, along with this hot topic, there are gossips about Li Yang. There are even some chat records of Li Yang's classmates, which are used to prove that Li Yang's image as a scumbag is definitely not fake. At the same time, Li Yang's last 3 courses grades are also out. There is no doubt that he failed the 2 courses he was absent from. The 3 courses add up to a total of 10 credits, and directly lowered his average score to only 63. According to the school's minimum requirement of 1.5 GPA, his average score must reach 65 to be qualified. July 16th, at night. Zhang Bangsha, Zuning and Li Yang set out to climb Mount Tai. Many people made the same choice as them, climbing the mountain at night, watching the sunrise at the top of the mountain, and then going down the mountain during the day. Li Liqin and Wang Qiping were in the hotel, and Li Yang didn't want to let the old couple toss. After all, other travel is fine, but climbing a mountain? Although the old couple are not old, they have suffered a lot, and only those who are bored are willing to suffer this kind of suffering. Except for Li Yang, who carried a school bag, Zhang Bangsha and Zuning were empty-handed. They originally planned to reach the summit in 7 hours. But they reached the summit in less than 4 hours. At that time, it was exactly 2 o'clock in the morning. Even in July, the top of the mountain was still very cold. The temperature was only 15 or 16 degrees during the day, and only 5 or 6 degrees at 2 o'clock in the morning. In addition, there was wind blowing on the top of the mountain all year round, so the 3 of them were wearing t-shirts. It was a bit tiring when climbing the mountain, but it was not a big deal, and I didn't feel cold. After reaching the top of the mountain, I soon felt the chill. On the way to Yuhuangding slowly, Zhang Bangsha shivered all over. Master Li, why don't we rent a military coat? It's okay, we'll go a little further, I'll bring some clothes. Really, Zhang Bangsha never dreamed that in the weather in July, she could be as cold as her grandson. Before that, she was completely unprepared. Zuning was prepared, but she only wore a long-sleeved shirt, which was obviously not very useful at this time. As for Li Yang, he has been here. He came here in early April in his previous life. When he reached the top of the mountain, he found that there was still snow on it, even though it was over 20 degrees outside. Yang Gang, did you really bring clothes? I didn't see you buy any, Zuning, who heard the words, also asked. I really did. Hang on for another 10 minutes, and then we'll find a place. Yes, after knowing that Li Yang brought clothes, Zhang Bangsha and Zhu Ning's pace quickened a lot. After about 10 minutes, they arrived at the place. Li Yang took off his backpack and took out a quilt from it. Zhang Bangsha, Zhu Ning, Li Yang smiled and said, "The quilt from the hotel. Anyway, the rooms are open. It's okay for me to bring one to climb the mountain. Come on, let's stand in a circle. This quilt can just wrap the three of us. I also brought a pillow, which I'll put in the middle, and we can even lie on it to rest for a while." At this time, Zhang Bangsha was full of admiration for Li Yang. How could he do such a shameful thing, and then act as if it was a matter of course? 3 people wrapped in quilts on the top of the mountain? Others would laugh to death if they saw them. It was dark, and the colorful lights on the road were so no one could recognize them. If they were recognized, she would definitely find a crack in the stone to crawl into. However, when Li Yang found a corner close to the stone wall and spread out the quilt, the surrounding wind could not blow in instantly. Li Yang wanted to use the whole tent at first, but found that it was convenient to bring a quilt. Anyway, the quilts in the hotel are not big, so it is no problem to stuff them into the backpack. Li Yang put the pillow on the stone wall. "Master Zhang, press the pillow with your head." Teacher Zhu, pull the quilt, then lean against the stone wall and press the edge of the quilt. Yes, I'll press it here too." Then, the world-famous painting appeared. The 3 of them had one pillow each, leaning against the wall, covered with a quilt. Zhang Bangsha felt that she was surrounded in the middle, and suddenly laughed. "It feels quite cozy. It feels like sleeping on the floor, just like when I was a kid and spent a New Year with a bunch of relatives. At that time, transportation was not so convenient, so we would basically stay at our grandparents' house for one night, and other relatives would come over, so there were not enough beds. Then, sleeping on the floor appeared. Sometimes more than a dozen relatives slept in one room, and a bunch of children ran around. Because the pillow was not long enough, Zhang Bangsha leaned her head on Li Yang's shoulder. She talked about her childhood and fell asleep while talking. Zhu Ning was like a listener, but she felt more like a light bulb. If she wasn't there, Li Yang and Zhang Bangsha would definitely be very romantic. Just after Zhang Bangsha fell asleep, Li Yang whispered, "Teacher Zhu, why don't you talk? I didn't have a childhood, so I just listened to you." Zhu Ning didn't miss her childhood at all, because it was a very painful age. An orphan with no one to take care of her, she was lucky enough to meet Zhang Yaoding, who paid her tuition and gave her more than 1,000 yuan in living expenses every year. Otherwise, she didn't know how humble she would live. Later, she went to normal college, which was not her favorite university, simply because at that time, graduates from normal colleges had teaching qualifications and could have stable jobs. She has never had the right to pursue happiness. Li Yang said, "I didn't have that when I was a child. Every Chinese New Year, my family would always quarrel over various trivial matters, and I would watch in fear. At that time, I thought those relatives would never die. I didn't understand why my parents had to be so tolerant and patient with those people. What about now? I still don't understand it, but I don't want them to die. If they die, where will my parents' sense of happiness come from?" Zhu Ning smiled and said, Why are you so narrow-minded? Now you are so powerful, you shouldn't take these trivial matters to heart." For me, family is no small matter. I just want to take good care of my family in my life and let them live happily and without pressure. What about you? My family will also take care of me, such as Teacher Zuhum? Am I considered a family member? Hey, you've already received several thousand yuan in compensation for changing your words. You're not going to admit it now, are you? Zhu Ning said with a smile, "Based on my understanding of you, I feel that you want to marry me off and take the opportunity to collect a betrothal gift. I can't bear to do that." Zhu Ning's heart skipped a beat when Li Yang said this. She quickly looked at Zhang Bangsha, who was still sleeping and didn't seem to be waking up. She felt that Li Yang was crazy for saying this in front of Zhang Bangsha. "Shut up. I want to sleep for a while, don't disturb me." She didn't dare to talk anymore. But when she heard that sentence just now, her heart suddenly warmed up a lot. She could indeed feel the kindness of Li Liqin and Wang Qiping to her, but for so long, her soul still had no place to return. There is still a big gap between a goddaughter and a biological daughter. For example, when they were having dinner in Beijing before, she wanted Li Yang to leave later, while Wang Qiping just wanted Li Yang to spend more time with Zhang Bangsha. There is definitely no right or wrong in this matter, but everyone's position is clear. She is also a sensitive person, not only sensitive to others, but also sensitive to herself. She tried her best to behave herself around Li Yang, because she didn't want Li Yang to suffer any loss because of her, and she also wanted to feel at ease taking the money. The surroundings became quiet, and people passing by would take a look, and then have a look of sudden enlightenment, as if they had made arrangements for the next climb of Mount Tai. Jiang Bangsha turned over, and felt a little uncomfortable leaning against the stone wall, so she just lay on Li Yang. However, in this way, she overlapped with Li Yang, which meant that there was no obstacle between Li Yang and Zuning. Unconsciously, the east was turning pale, and a touch of red began to brew from the horizon. More and more people were on the top of the mountain. There were even many people looking for a location and setting up cameras. The light also woke Jiang Bangsha up, and as for Zuning, she didn't fall asleep at all, she was just pretending to sleep. At 5:30, a red sun slowly rose from the horizon. Looking from a high place, I felt that the world was under my feet. For Li Yang, it felt even worse. Jiang Bangsha slept for more than 2 hours and was in excellent spirits. She took Li Yang to take a lot of photos, and Zuning also took the initiative to take a photo of the two of them. Li Yang made a gesture of sending out energy, and through the posture of holding the yuan, he held the entire sun in his palm. Jiang Bangsha felt that this photo was particularly handsome, and so did Zuning. Because this guy is their son. No matter how cold it is, he can warm people's hearts. The way down the mountain was very painful. Because climbing the mountain was too tiring, the Achilles tendon had a certain degree of fatigue. Going down the mountain, the whole weight was pressed on the legs, and every step of the stairs would feel severe pain in the calf. However, it took a lot less time. In less than 2 hours, the three of them arrived at the foot of the mountain. The hotel was very close, and Li Liqin came to pick them up. The group had breakfast and continued to go to the hotel. They had to make up for their sleep and continue to rush home tomorrow. They had only walked 1/3 of this journey, but there was nothing planned for the remaining 2/3. Except for staying at Li Yang's place once or twice, the rest of the time would be spent on rushing on the road. After breakfast, Jiang Bangsha came to Li Yang's room and began to screen photos. After about an hour, the two went back to take a shower. But after taking a shower, Jiang Bangsha sneaked over again. "Master Li, I want to sleep with you." Li Yang lifted the quilt. Come on, it's specially reserved for you." Jiang Bangsha smiled and got into the quilt. When Li Yang lay down, she stretched out her hands and hugged Li Yang's neck. Just like in the early morning. "Master Li, did you fail the exam again?" "Li Yang, you have to bring up something that is not relevant," Jiang Bangsha said. "In fact, some people think that we are easy to bully. They are used to bullying others, right? Huh? Why do you suddenly say these things?" "Well, Master Li, can you recommend a stock to me? What are you going to do?" "Did you see the scene of thousands of stocks hitting the limit recently?" "I saw it, but I think it's also an opportunity, but you still have to learn." "I don't want to learn anymore. I want to do public offerings. I want those people to not think we are easy to bully." Chapter 179 There is an assassin. Li Yang knew why he was forced to fail the exam. It was nothing more than to prevent him from taking the path of a selected student. To him, the disgust was greater than the practical significance. After all, he himself had no intention of taking that path. With a stain on him, he was just sending himself to work. Facing Jiang Bangsha's decision, Li Yang joked, "Your parents will kill me if that happens. They really want you to graduate from Peking University." Jiang Bangsha pressed against Li Yang's chest, and when he raised his head, it just happened to touch Li Yang's chin. "Will you be happy if you graduate from Peking University? What do you think happiness is?" "If Master Li is happy, I will be happy. After all, you will definitely not make me sad, right? I am quite happy now." "Master Jiang has had a second growth spurt." Jiang Bangsha hurriedly lowered his head, as if blood could drip from his face, and he stammered, "Yeah, real estate, China Merchants Bank." Okay. It seemed to confirm the lyrics. This journey home, stopping and starting along the way, is more like a fulfillment, with parents and lovers. Until Li Yang received a call from Xiang Yu, and agreed to meet in Jiangbei. Xiang Yu, who has graduated, has completely left his status as a college student. Chen Ji has agreed to transfer 75% of his shares in Maoyu and leave Maoyu completely. The price of this share is 600 million. The price is very real and there is no pressure on the price. First, the shares went into the hands of the two brothers of the Zhao family, and then they were transferred to Xiang Yu. Now, Xiang Yu wants to sell part of it to Li Yang. After all, the price of 600 million is still quite stressful for her. Li Yang came alone and met Zhang Yu at the headquarters of Maoyu. Congratulations, Mr. Zhao, you have swallowed Maoyu in one bite. From now on, you are an internet tycoon. After entering, Li Yang said with a smile. Maoyu now has more than 40 million registered users and nearly 5 million daily active users, which is a very powerful data. However, the expenditure cost of the live broadcast platform is also high, including the cost of anchors, bandwidth costs, and server costs. Maoyu is definitely not profitable. It is very limited to rely on the consumption of people watching the live broadcast. Even a super anchor like Li Yang can't get as much as the signing fee for the gifts he received, and the gap is even very large. Of course, Maoyu must have made money by signing Li Yang, at least attracting millions of users. According to the current cost of attracting users, millions of users are worth tens of millions. The current average customer price is not particularly exaggerated, between 5 and 15 yuan, and in a few years the average customer price may even exceed 50. Traffic is king. In a sense, Chen Ji is definitely a genius. From 2014 to 2017, he mastered the password of internet traffic, but after 2017, the internet trend changed and he failed to keep up. Later, he forced the listing and obtained good financial reports through various lotteries in a short period of time, pushing the company's market value to more than $6 billion, and then it was gone. Chen Ji is a very conceited person. He has always refused to admit defeat. Even if the market value of Maoyu is less than $200 million, he still does not think he has failed. He always holds a large number of shares in his hands, trying to turn things around. But unfortunately, he has no chance to turn things around because he was rewarded with a pair of rose gold bracelets. Zhang Yu said helplessly, I have been here for 2 days, and I found that my personal strength can't eat Maoyu at all. The live broadcast company is really burning money. Are you interested in investing? As they talked, the two entered the office. At present, the entire platform is still operating normally, but after Chen Ji was gone, many projects were stopped. Li Yang asked, aren't you very optimistic about this piece of cake? With your strength, it shouldn't be a problem to borrow some money, right? Why do you want to share the cake with me? Zhang Yu smiled and said, do you want to hear the truth or a lie? You can tell it as you like. I think you will be interested. After all, you didn't stop me at the beginning. From my understanding of you, it shows that the live broadcast industry has great potential. At that time, Zhang Yu and Li Yang had no conflicts. If it was a recent decision, she could understand if Li Yang didn't remind her. Well, you said you only took 300 million yuan at the beginning, and I thought it would be okay if you lost it all. Now you have taken out 600 million yuan. I think the risk is still a bit high, and the live broadcast industry currently has no particularly good means of monetization. Then I will give you 40% of the shares, and you just give me 300 million yuan. How about it? Zhang Yu gave a suggestion that would be a loss if she got it. After all, the chips she got from Chen Ji were equivalent to a valuation of 800 million yuan for a certain fish. Transferring to Li Yang is equivalent to a valuation of only 750 million yuan. Can you take a look at the financial situation? The finances are a mess. There's no money in the account, and we can't afford the signing fees for many anchors. According to the current contract, there is at least a 50 million yuan gap in the signing fee, and the monthly bandwidth server fee is 26 million yuan. Zhang Yu found out the financial situation as soon as he came to the company. Including the cost of attracting traffic, at least 500 million yuan will be spent a year. Last year, the revenue of a certain fish was only 330 million yuan. Those gifts and rewards must be distributed at least 50%. Many big anchors have a high share ratio, and the company takes even less. The money that actually belongs to the parent company is only a little more than 100 million yuan, which clearly shows that the loss is close to 400 million yuan every year. Li Yang said helplessly, then you still have to sell the shares to me, but I dare not take them if you sell them to me. If you get them, you will go bankrupt. Go to the market for financing. You raise $30 million in the A round, right? When you start the B round, I will introduce you to some rich friends. Really, there is no doubt that Zhang Yu is very tempted. Financing means that the company will have a cash flow and can continue to do many things. Li Yang said, but my friend wants more. He wants no less than 30% for the first time, and he wants the right to lead the next few rounds. Li Yang didn't plan to ask for a lot of chips right away, as that would only kill the entire platform. It would be best to increase it gradually, and then take control after 4 rounds. Otherwise, he would just be playing by himself, and few people would be willing to accompany him. At present, Maoyu has only 1 round of financing, and this cake needs to be bigger. The A round of financing was $30 million from Sequoia Capital. They must have reached a lead investment agreement with Chen Ji, but Chen Ji is not the boss now. If they are willing to sell their shares, Li Yang doesn't mind taking over. Then what do you think is a suitable valuation for the B round? 1.2 billion. Why did you start a business at a loss? With a valuation of 1.2 billion, 30% of the shares will cost 360 million. I just said I would give you 40%, and I only want 300 million, but you didn't agree. Xiangyu felt that Li Yang was a little strange. Li Yang smiled and said, the purpose of doing business is to make money, not to kill the company. Financing is good for the company, so I will definitely choose this path. When investing in a company, one will not only focus on the tens of millions or hundreds of millions of costs and profits. If that is the case, it is better to buy bank stocks directly to get dividends. Strange, this guy, who had to be plucked several times inside and out for his birthday, suddenly became generous. For Li Yang, doing business must be different from usual. On weekdays, he just jokes and gets some small red envelopes to adjust his life. Doing business must be treated strictly. If you think about taking advantage of others, it will be difficult for the company to go far. He didn't do business in his previous life, but he was an employee. He knew very well that if he hired one less employee to save money, the loss to the company would be far greater than the loss of one employee. There are too many places to deal with on the live broadcast platform, and there are also many troubles. He can't just give Xiangyu some benefits and pick up the ready-made ones directly. Even if he knows some operational ideas, it may not be as good as others. Will you have dinner with me later? I'll introduce you to some friends from Jiangbei. Okay, I'm unfamiliar with Jiangbei, and I might have to stay here permanently. When Li Yang called Zhang Dashan out for dinner, Zhang Bangsha also came to Jiangbei University. As a top university very close to her hometown, Zhang Bangsha has always wanted to come here to visit. Of course, the main reason was that she accepted the other party's invitation. Then, after a round of shopping, she had a meal at the school and donated 40 million. This news made the headlines in a very short time. After all, Zhang Bangsha spent more than 2 million to buy this hot searched press release, which was leaked to the media by her. Otherwise, the money would not have been given to Jiangbei University, and even if Jiangbei University promoted it, the strength would be very limited. In the afternoon, he went to Jiangbei University of Science and Technology again and donated 40 million. Li Yang learned about this after dinner, and he knew that Zhang Bangsha did it on purpose. After dinner, he returned to the hotel. After all, there was nothing to talk about with Xiangyu, and there was no need to talk about anything else except work. Although Xiangyu wanted to join the Green Water Group during the meal, he did not agree. Green Water Group does not need Xiangyu. This meal is to tell Zhang Dashan that the shares of Green Water Group in their hands can either be sold off and run away, and it is estimated that they can cash out about 100 million or 200 million? Don't even think about it. Or come to Green Water Group as a shareholder, and he will personally handle it. In a few days, the stocks held by the small shareholders of Green Water Group will be auctioned in Jiangcheng, and Bai Qing has enough strength to take them all. After returning to the hotel, Li Yang did not talk to Zhang Bangsha about the donation, but Zhang Bangsha took out an invitation with a smile and said, Master Li, accompany me to Jiangbei Normal University tomorrow, ready to donate a little more. Well, prepare to donate another 20 million, after all, my father graduated from that school. Okay. Li Yang did not expect Zhang Bangsha to do what he said, and his counterattack was so violent. Deliberately buying hot searches is a protest against his failure to pass the exam. Of course, it is not to blame Jingda for anything. After all, Jingda is very complicated internally, and Li Yang skipped classes first. But in this matter, Zhang Bangsha doesn't care about right or wrong. At night, Li Yang asked again, do you really not want to study? In fact, I think it's the same to do what you want to do after graduation. There are graduation matters after graduation. What matters? Yeah, you'll know when the time comes. Although she can graduate next year, Li Yang has to wait for another 2 years, so graduation is just right. Can you convince your parents? Sure. But if they want to go to Peking University and Tsinghua University in the future, Master Li will help them. For Zhang Bangsha, academic studies have indeed become a burden for her. After all, Zhang Bangsha is different from him. He simply wants to experience college life. After all, he didn't experience it in his previous life. He is for sentiment, and sentiment is something that cannot be measured by value. You should convince them first. If you can't convince them, you can't convince me. Of course, the most important thing is you. 10 days ago, Song Xiaoli followed Liu Yuhang to Jiangbei to play for a few days. After that, he went back. Liu Yuhang sent him off personally. Liu Yuhang had just returned home and was about to talk to his father about something when he suddenly found a bunch of people at home. He knew many of them, all of whom were his father's friends. When he arrived at the door and was about to say hello, he heard one of the uncles say, "Old Liu, it's not that we're pressing you, it's just that we all have families to support and we need money." Another person chimed in, who said it wasn't. "If we had more money, with our connections, we wouldn't be so anxious to ask for it." Liu Hangshan didn't notice Liu Yuhang coming back, and his face was full of worry. "Old brothers, give me some more time. I will definitely find a way to deal with the money issue." Liu Hangshan made excuses to continue to delay. Most people don't want to break up, but there are always people who can't stand it and say directly, "Liu Hangshan, how many times have you told us? A month ago you said you would find a way, what about now? You promised us solemnly before that we didn't come to ask for money during the time when your son brought his girlfriend back, right? We gave you enough face. Our money didn't come from the wind, we lent it to you because of trust, but now we are unable to make ends meet, and every time you come to you, you use this excuse. You lost money yourself, do you want us to pay for it? We know your situation better than anyone else. The only valuable thing you have is the shares of Fuguan Group. And you have pledged 1 billion yuan. And now the 1 billion yuan is gone. After your position was liquidated, you also lost more than 100 million yuan in funds from the financing company, and you must pay this money back. You used your connections to pressure the financing company, but how many days can you hold it back? You should first find a way to pay back the money of our group of friends. If something really happens in the future, we will definitely help you with our previous relationship. If you cut off our relationship, who can help you in the future? Count on the bank? The bank will only pay attention to you if you have something in your hand. If you don't have anything in your hand, they will not approve a loan of 10,000 yuan. Everyone present knew that Liu Hangshan was completely screwed this time. The money in his hand was not enough to pay off his debts. The most important thing was the more than 100 million yuan in funds from the financing company, plus the 300 million yuan from their group of friends. These 400 million yuan were what Liu Hangshan had to take out no matter what. The interest on the bank was still okay and could be slowed down, but the annual interest far exceeded his income, which was also a bottomless pit. In general, no matter how you look at it, Liu Hangshan has no chance to turn over. They take advantage of the fact that Liu Hangshan still has some chips in his hand and get their money first, otherwise they will not be able to get it in the future. Liu Yuhang, who had just entered the door, heard these words and his brain crashed instantly. He shouted, "Dad!" Liu Hangshan realized that Liu Yuhang didn't know when he came back. Thinking of his son's appearance a few days ago, Song Xiaoli came to Jiangbei to live for a few days and didn't come home once. And his son hasn't dealt with Song Xiaoli for so long. If Song Xiaoli was dealt with, these people wouldn't push too hard. After all, even if there is no money, there are still strong connections. You go back to the room first, I'll find you later, Liu Hangshan said with a cold face. Liu Yuhang was very panicked. He was stunned when he heard those words just now. No matter what happened at home, there shouldn't be so many debt collectors, right? Those people have a strong relationship with his father. If it was hundreds of millions, even tens of millions, it wouldn't be like this. Did his father lose money in stock trading? But didn't my dad say that he had cleared all his positions at the end of June? That was a bull market. Although the market fell back to more than 4,000 points at the end of June, even if he didn't make money, he wouldn't lose money, right? He was in a state of confusion. Liu Hangshan downstairs wanted to say a few more words with a thick face, but someone said directly, "Lao Liu, we really have no other choice. We will give you 2 more days. If you still can't do it, then we can only, in this matter, they all have IOUs in their hands, and they will win the lawsuit. Once Liu Hangshan loses the lawsuit and is labeled as a dishonest person, the bank's 1 billion will be instantly pressed on him. Moreover, the shares of Fuguan Group in his hands will be auctioned at the first time, and he can't decide how much money he can get. He must believe that the money is more than 1 billion, but others don't think so. After all the debt collectors had left, Liu Hangshan came upstairs. After seeing Liu Hang, he asked, "Did you handle songs Li?" Liu Hang stammered. She said she was busy with the interview for the selected students in November and wanted to wait until next year to talk about feelings. After hearing this, Liu Hangshan yelled, "Then what's the use of me having you? You can't even handle a little girl. All the money you've spent on dogs over the years." He used to think that Liu Yuhang was his pride and was very powerful. Now he suddenly realized that this son was stupid to death. Song Xiaoli was obviously hanging him, wanting to see what kind of chips the Liu family could come up with. Doesn't Liu Yuhang know how to draw big cakes? Didn't I teach him specifically? Liu Yuhang said aggrievedly, "Dad, I really said all the words you taught me, but Song Xiaoli just kept insisting, and I had no way." Liu Hangshan slowly calmed down, knowing that it was useless to say anything at this time. Song Xiaoli couldn't be handled for the time being, so he had to think of another way. He sighed, "Yu Hang, I don't want to hide this from you. There were some problems in the stock market. I lost more than 600 million in the stock market. The liquidation came too quickly, and I didn't have time to react. Zhang Bangsha's position didn't make any money at all. As soon as I entered Donkey immediately began to fall. Dad, more than 600 million, our family should be able to bear it, right? His family has more than 1 billion assets. Even if they lost more than 600 million, it can only be said to be a serious injury, and it would not fall into this situation today." Liu Hangshan said with a cold face, "Isn't it all because of your little thing? If you and Xiao Niansheng didn't want to deal with Li Yang, would I spend 1 billion to buy shares of Lushu Group? 1 billion, now it's all in my hands, and I can't sell it even if I want to." Liu Yuhang shuddered with fear. His father lost another 1 billion on Lushu Group? Would that mean a total loss of more than 1.6 billion? It's over. The whole family is over. He was at a loss. Liu Hangshan gritted his teeth and said, "There is only one way to solve this problem now, and this method can only be done by you." "What method?" Liu Yuhang was dumbfounded when he heard that more than 1 billion yuan was lost. What can he do? Where can he earn more than 1 billion yuan? Liu Hangshan said, "Zhang Bangsha. Zhang Bangsha is very rich now. You go to her, even kneel down and beg her to lend my family some money. As long as you can survive this period of time, I can find a way to get money from Fuguan Group." Zhang Bangsha was too fierce. He donated 80 million in one day yesterday. At the age of 19, there are only a few people like him with billions of cash flow. There are some news about young people in their 20s who became rich overnight in foreign countries, but it is impossible to verify whether it is true or not. Zhang Bangsha's wealth is absolutely real. Liu Yuhang doesn't dare to see Zhang Bangsha now. When he sees Zhang Bangsha, he will think of the embarrassing things in school before. The most important point is that Li Yang is now with Zhang Bangsha. "Dad, Li Yang is with Zhang Bangsha now. Li Yang has a weird temper. If I go to Zhang Bangsha, I will humiliate myself." But after hearing this, Liu Hangshan said sternly, "Even if you are asked to be a dog, you have to lie down and bark twice. Humiliating yourself is shit. As long as you are willing to lend money, you don't need any face or dignity. I tell you, this is the only way. Otherwise, I have calculated that even if our family sells all the houses and cars and the whole family sleeps on the street, we still owe hundreds of millions of debts, the kind that we can't pay off in our lifetime. As long as there is a way, Liu Hangshan wants to retain a little dignity. But during this period of time, he calculated many times over and over again. Even if he hit the asset price very high, he still couldn't pay back the money. Zhang Bangsha is at Jiangbei Normal University now. You can drive over there. I have connections at Jiangbei Normal University that can allow you to meet Zhang Bangsha. Even if you die, you must seize the opportunity. Do you hear me? At Jiangbei Normal University, Li Yang accompanied Zhang Bangsha to visit the campus, and a group of school leaders followed him. They were all waiting for Zhang Bangsha to spend money. Zhang Bangsha talked to others about her father's school experience at Jiangbei Normal University. Li Yang could tell that a lot of her talk was nonsense, and even awkward. However, no one around refuted her. No matter what she said, they all nodded in agreement, or even helped to answer the conversation. Zhang Bangsha certainly knew that she was talking nonsense, or she was deliberately talking nonsense. She walked to a random place, pointed to a stone pier, and made up a story for her father to express her father's fate with Jiangbei Normal University. Even if the stone pier was newly built and had never existed before. As they were walking around, a figure appeared nearby. The moment he saw Jiang Bangsha, Liu Yuheng ran over. After all, he could only pretend to meet by chance. The next second, Li Yang stopped in front of Jiang Bangsha and said to the people around him, "Stop the person in front, there is an assassin." Chapter 180, Isn't this a bit of bullying? Li Yang's performance was a bit exaggerated, but in the current environment, the more exaggerated, the more useful. After all, those people from Jiangbei Normal University didn't know Liu Yuheng. Seeing Liu Yuheng, a stranger, running towards this side, even if he was not the so-called assassin, what should Jiang Bangsha do if he was frightened? Jiang Bangsha can't be regarded as a 19-year-old girl. She is worth more than 6 billion yuan in cash. This year's Forbes, the people who will definitely be on the list are probably around 300. The cash in her hand can be used as leverage. As long as she pulls the lever a little, it is possible to rush into the top 50. In the overall situation, the money in Jiang Bangsha's hands may not be of much use, and it may not even be as good as a company worth billions like Fuguang Group. But the normal university does not need to consider the overall situation. What they want is cash. So, without anyone saying anything, someone immediately rushed over and pressed Liu Yuheng to the ground. Don't look at their age, they are not very flexible and fast, and even have big bellies. But at this moment, everyone took advantage of their own advantages perfectly, and Liu Yuheng was pinned to the ground like a pig to be slaughtered. Jiang Bangsha hid behind Li Yang, and when she heard the voice from the other side, "Junior sister, it's me, Liu Yuheng." At this time, she showed her sight and took a look. Then she hurriedly said, "Teachers, this is my classmate, not a bad person." Li Yang also said with sudden realization at this time, "It turned out to be Senior, I made a mistake, it's my fault that I played too many games recently, my eyes are a little blurry, I didn't see clearly, sorry." After speaking, Li Yang walked over and took the initiative to pull Liu Yuheng up from the ground. At this time, Jiang Bangsha was explaining to the people around him. When they heard that it was Jiang Bangsha's senior at Beijing University, several teachers also showed embarrassed expressions. Someone took the initiative to apologize to Liu Yuheng, that's all. After all, it's okay to save face, no one will think that they really did something wrong. Jiang Bangsha came over at this time with an apologetic look on her face and said, "Senior, I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention there before. Are you okay?" At this time, Liu Yuheng had some scratches on his body. After all, it was summer and everyone was wearing very thin clothes. I don't know which teacher pressed his head to the ground, causing a scratch on his face. As for the rest, only he knew. At this time, he smiled and said, it's okay. I was a little reckless. I should have called my junior sister in advance, what a stupid phone call. If he had called, he probably wouldn't have seen Jiang Bangsha. His relationship with Jiang Bangsha was very stiff. Since that confession, he sent a message to Jiang Bangsha, but she never replied. In the past, she would at least reply to him a few words. At this time, Li Yang said, "That's right, we are old acquaintances with the senior. Is it necessary for the senior to come to us specially? You said a word and we rushed over." Liu Yuheng only felt disgusted at this time. "Li Yang, this bastard, how could you be so hypocritical? When you scolded people in school, did you think I was your senior? If he can get in touch with him, and if it works, he will come in? Can you, Li Yang, give me a chance to contact Jiang Bangsha?" Yes. My question. I came here this time because I want to ask a favor from my junior sister. I hope she can help me." Jiang Bangsha glanced around and said, "Senior, how about you wait for me here for a while? I will come to you after I finish talking to the school leaders and teachers. I will treat you to a meal then, I will treat you. I will go to the school gate to reserve a seat now, and then wait here. Junior sister, you must come over later, okay?" Jiang Bangsha agreed. Then, Jiang Bangsha left with the teachers and leaders of Jiangbei Normal University. Half an hour later, Jiang Bangsha expressed his intention to donate money and to establish a scholarship at Jiangbei Normal University, called the Yaoding Scholarship, with an annual amount of 500,000 yuan. After saying goodbye to the school leaders, Jiang Bangsha whispered to Li Yang, "Master Li, what do you think Liu Yuheng came to me for?" Li Yang said, "What else can he do? His family is in financial difficulty, So he wants to borrow money shamelessly. Zhang Bangsha suddenly laughed. I knew you must have done something behind the scenes again. She only knew that Liu Hangshan was cheated of 1 billion yuan by Li Yang and Lushu Group. 1 billion yuan is indeed a lot of money, and for the Liu family, it is a serious loss of vitality. But Liu Yuhang's performance today was obviously exaggerated, and I'm afraid it's not as simple as a serious loss of vitality. How could he lower his face to find me unless he was desperate? He was so embarrassed, but he didn't care at all. Li Yang retorted, what do you mean I did it? His father doesn't have that ability, and he can't play the stock market and lost money. What does it have to do with me? I didn't force him to trade stocks. In fact, after Li Yang knew that Liu Hangshan was trading stocks, he could have predicted today. Most people who use stock trading as a way to turn their fortunes around will fail, unless they are really good at it. He doesn't believe that Liu Hangshan is a genius. Yes, I have wronged Master Li. You are a good person. So what does Master Li want me to do? He didn't look for me, and although Liu Yuhang framed me, he was still good to you. Even if you don't need it, you still owe him a favor. If you want to help, just help. Don't consider my thoughts. Oh, then I want to ask you one thing. Are you going to take over Green Water Group in the near future? Li Yang asked in surprise. How did you know? Zhang Bangsha smiled and said, I guessed. She did guess, but she was not sure before. But after Li Yang told her about real estate a few days ago, she was sure. The value of Green Water Group lies in real estate. It can even be said to be worth a lot of money. Of course, the most important point is that she knows that Li Yang will not let Green Water Group disappear just like that. Li Yang, ha, Master Zhang is amazing, Zhang Bangsha said. How much is Master Li going to take? I'm not going to take much, maybe I'll wait for the fixed increase. I don't know much about these things. After all, I'm still a student. He doesn't have the ability to manage a large group yet, but there are still many professors in the management school who are working hard, and he has been summarizing. The management schools of top universities are very good. The MBA class of Peking University Guangzhou has always been very popular, and many business leaders have come here for further studies. Then I understand. No matter what decision I make later, Master Li, don't be angry, don't worry, I'm definitely not angry. I can't wait to help my senior. Liu Yuhang was waiting anxiously. This time he came here, he had to borrow at least 400 million from Zhang Bangsha to help his family alleviate the problem. His father will be responsible for the 1 billion from the bank. Of course, it would be best if he could borrow more. After seeing Li Yang and Zhang Bangsha, he ran over immediately. Junior, I've already reserved a table. Do you want to go over now? Li Yang said, I'm sorry to have asked you to pay for it. No, I treated you last time when we went to Jiangcheng. This time when we came to Jiangbei, it should be me who treats you. In theory, Zhang Bangsha's willingness to eat means that she is very willing to help. Soon, the three of them came to the restaurant. Liu Yuhang pulled out a chair and said, Junior, please sit down. I have only ordered the signature dishes of this restaurant for now. I need you to add other dishes. Zhang Bangsha said, it's okay. The signature dishes are enough. There are only 3 of us and we can't eat too much. Senior, you should sit down first. Before the dishes are served, please tell me what happened and how I can help. She can now basically take the initiative in any scene. This is the benefit that money brings her. In the past, she didn't dare to say that she was as humble as a lackey, but at least she was cautious and afraid of saying the wrong thing at a party. Just like before on campus, she was right even if she was wrong. She took the initiative to bring up this topic, which was simply too good for Liu Yuhang. After Liu Yuhang sat down, he immediately said, Junior sister, it's like this. My family has some unexpected situations and now there are some problems with a capital chain. I want to borrow some money from you. But don't worry, my family can pay interest. Zhang Bangsha first glanced at Li Yang, and found that Li Yang was busy looking at the menu, so he asked, how much do you want to borrow, senior? These 400 million, Liu Yuhang didn't expect it to be so simple. But on second thought, it was reasonable. Zhang Bangsha is rich now, and borrowing a few hundred million is really not a big deal for her. After staying in Jiangbei for 2 days, although I don't know how much I donated today, I donated 80 million yesterday, which is a big deal. Zhang Bangsha said, 400 million is indeed not a lot. When Liu Yuhang heard this, he only hated himself for speaking too quickly just now. He didn't expect Jiang Bangsha to agree so readily. Subconsciously, a crazy idea emerged in his mind. Schoolmate, I just said 1 billion. Jiang Bangsha smiled slightly. 1 billion, yes, my family will pay it back as soon as possible, and it won't delay you from doing other things. Liu Yuheng breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing Jiang Bangsha's look, 1 billion was acceptable. Jiang Bangsha said, Senior, can you tell me what's going on? How can your family have such a big funding gap? Before borrowing money, I always have to figure out the situation. After all, 1 billion is not a small amount. Liu Yuheng nodded and said, it should be. Liu Yuheng began to talk about what happened at home, the investment loss of 1 billion, and his father's stock trading loss of more than 600 million. Of course, he would definitely not say that the investment loss of 1 billion was due to Lushu Group. Fortunately, Jiang Bangsha did not ask too many details. After listening, Jiang Bangsha said, Senior, I understand. That is to say, your family now owes a total of 3 sums of money. The first is from your father's friends, the second is from the capital allocation company, and the third is the interest from the bank. Yes, Liu Yuheng confirmed. His family can't pay back any of these 3 sums of money. The family's assets have been sold for tens of millions before. If they continue to sell, they can at most get 100 million. If there is 400 million, first take care of the money from Liu Hengsheng's friends and the money from the capital allocation company, and don't let them sue. The bank will be fine. It's nothing more than 80 million interest a year. If Jiang Bangsha is willing to borrow 1 billion, with Jiang Bangsha's generosity, he may not even ask for interest. In that case, his family will be completely safe and will be able to recover in a few years. Jiang Bangsha asked again, can you tell me what the investment that lost 1 billion is? Liu Yuheng hesitated. Just now, he thought Jiang Bangsha didn't care about these things. It's the Green Water Group. My dad heard something about the Green Water Group and didn't want it to collapse, so he spent 1 billion to buy Green Water Group stocks. He didn't expect that all of them are now trapped. He found a reason to stand on the moral high ground. Jiang Bangsha, oh, so that's how it is. How many Green Water Group stocks do you still have? This is still 10%. It was originally 12%, but during this period, Liu Hengsheng sold some of it. Strictly speaking, it must be a violation of regulations, but he put it under several identity information to avoid a situation of holding up placards. Jiang Bangsha has collected enough information. He smiled and said, how about this, Senior, sell me your family's 10% of Green Water Group stocks, and I can give you 200 million. Liu Yuheng immediately asked, then the other 800 million is considered a loan from my family. Green Water Group stocks are now worth only 100 million. If you really want to sell them, the secondary market cash is estimated to be less than 60 million. So he was very satisfied that Jiang Bangsha could offer a price of 200 million. As a result, Jiang Bangsha said, no. For the other 800 million, I want 40% of the shares of Fuguang Group. What? This? Liu Yuheng was shocked. He had never thought that Jiang Bangsha actually wanted Fuguang Group. This is the foundation of his family's livelihood. Without Fuguang Group, what else does his family have? He hurriedly found an excuse and said, Junior sister, the shares of Fuguang Group are now pledged to the bank, and at least more than 1 billion are needed to release the pledge. Jiang Bangsha, I know, I can help to release the pledge. Just go to the bank to trade directly. Liu Yuheng was anxious. Junior sister, can't you lend me some money? 1 billion is not enough. 400 million is also fine. Jiang Bangsha smiled and said, Senior, you have asked for 1 billion. I will definitely find a way to help you get it together. The shares of Lushu Group can be sold, but Fuguang Group, Senior, Lushu Group is not worth that much money. I am willing to buy it at a premium of 1 or 2 times, and I must make up for it somewhere else. Liu Yuheng was speechless. It was the first time that he found Jiang Bangsha so strange. Her seemingly harmless expression suddenly became cold. She was smiling throughout the whole process, but every word she said emphasized her status. Li Yang did not speak the whole time. In fact, when Jiang Bangsha said that she wanted the shares of Fuguang Group, he was also stunned. Master Jiang actually wanted to intercept his things. Originally, Fuguang Group was already in his pocket, but he was prepared to spend 1 billion to 1.2 billion to take over the shares in Liu Hengsheng's hands. Jiang Bangsha was so ruthless. On the surface, she gave the shares of Lushu Group a premium, but in fact, She was very aggressive in lowering the price of the shares of Fuguan Group. There are many benefits to lowering the price of Fuguan Group. As long as the price is lowered, it means that the deal has been completed, and it means that the market recognizes this price. In the future, it can raise funds and gradually regain absolute control. If the price is too high, the cost of subsequent financing will be even greater. Before the dishes were served, Liu Yuhang found an excuse to go out and make a phone call. "How is it? Did you borrow money?" Liu Hangshan asked the moment the phone was connected. Liu Yuhang said, "Dad, Zhang Bangsha wants the shares of Lushu Group in our hands, and, how much will she pay for Lushu Group?" Liu Hangshan took over before Liu Yuhang finished speaking. The shares of Lushu Group were useless in his hands. 200 million, sell it to her, Liu Hangshan said without hesitation. He already had 200 million, what else did he want? Liu Yuhang said, "Dad, but she also wants the shares of Fuguan Group, 40%, and the asking price is 800 million. These two are put together, a total of 1 billion. As soon as these words came out, Liu Hangshan on the other end of the phone stopped talking. How much is Fuguan Group worth? The annual revenue is more than 1 billion, and the net profit is around 80 million. Liu Hangshan can take about 40 million from the company every year through high wages, dividends, and some other operations. He has never thought about expanding Fuguan Group. The cost of expansion is too high, and it is enough now. It can't be compared with the previous Lushu Group. After all, the profit of Lushu Group is too high, and it is difficult for technology companies to have that profit. According to the valuation given by the market, the value of Fuguan Group is between 3 billion and 5 billion. It's okay to say 3 billion, or even 5 billion. The value of his shares was originally more than 1.2 billion, but the bank would not give the full price as collateral. Just like a mortgage, the price minus the down payment is the price that the bank can accept. A house worth 1 million, with a 30% down payment, and a loan of 700,000 from the bank means that the bank recognizes that your house is worth 700,000, not 1 million. The same is true for company shares. You may be lucky and sell it at a high price. Or you may be unlucky and sell it at a lower price. It all depends on demand. Dad, Liu Yuhang shouted. Liu Hangshan said, "Doesn't she just want Fuguan Group? Give it to her. Tell me the location, and I'll go over and talk to her in person." 800 million? That's impossible. Zhang Bangsha suddenly wanted shares of Fuguan Group, which means there is demand. For people with demand, there must be another price. 800 million is the price after the extreme decline. The shares in his hands can be sold for more than 900 million at the worst. Even 1.2 billion is considered a normal price. Li Yang didn't say a word. Even after Liu Yuhang left, he just took the menu and asked Zhang Bangsha if she liked a certain dish. Anyway, he would not easily refute Zhang Bangsha's decision, except for emotional matters. He wanted Fuguan Group, but he didn't have to. After a while, Liu Yuhang came back and said, "Junior sister, I can't make the decision about Fuguan Group. How about letting my dad come and talk to you?" At this time, Liu Yuhang was not as flattering as before. After all, he wanted to borrow money before, but now it's a deal. Zhang Bangsha's words about the company meant that he would not lend him money. This is also fine. He retained his dignity and talked about business in an open and above-board manner. "Okay, then we'll wait for Uncle Liu to come." About 20 minutes later, before the dishes were served, Liu Hangshan rushed over. After entering the box, Liu Hangshan greeted the two with a smile. "Hello, two classmates." "Hello, Uncle Liu." "Hello, Mr. Liu." Zhang Bangsha was still quite sincere, but Li Yang was more perfunctory. Liu Hangshan said, "You're welcome, you're welcome. You are all Yuhang's classmates, just call me uncle." Li Yang said, "For those of us who trade stocks, calling uncle is not auspicious. After all, A shares are recognized as the largest casino, and we are all gambling." Liu Hangshan, Zhang Bangsha. Liu Hangshan was embarrassed, that's all. But he could only hold on. He smiled and sat down, and arranged for the dishes. "Let's eat first." And when they were almost done, Liu Hangshan said, "Classmate Zhang, I just heard from Yuhang that you are interested in Fuguan Group." "Not really. I just heard that Mr. Liu has encountered some financial problems recently, so I wanted to see if I could help." Liu Hangshan didn't expect Zhang Bangsha to change his mind so quickly. It seems that there is no hope to play the emotional card. He said, "It's like this. Fuguan Group mainly engages in food processing, and also involves some real estate business, mainly in Jiangbei. The annual revenue is more than 1 billion yuan, and the market valuation is around 5 billion yuan. What he meant was that 800 million yuan was too low. Although the data he said was a bit high. Zhang Bangsha said, Mr. Liu, although Fuguang Group is not listed, I also know some of the specifics. You said that Fuguang Group is worth 5 billion yuan, I agree, and I even think that after my operation, it is no problem to be worth 10 billion yuan. You have 40% of the shares, and the 800 million yuan I gave is indeed a bit low, but it is also a normal price. If you sell it to others at a higher price, I will definitely be happy for you. To put it bluntly, whether it is worth 5 billion yuan is not up to you, but depends on how much the market is willing to give. The bank only dares to give a valuation of 2.5 billion yuan at most. How dare Liu Zhangsheng say 5 billion yuan? Liu Zhangsheng sighed. Fuguang Group has been in my hands for more than 10 years. If it weren't for something happening at home this time, I would never think of selling it anyway. Even if I want to sell it, I will definitely find a suitable buyer and sell it to Xiao Jiang. I will feel relieved and it will be an explanation to Fuguang Group. I believe you will definitely do better than me. Zhang Bangsha smiled and said, thank you for your recognition. Now that you have said this, I can't be too stingy. I will add an additional 100 million or 900 million. What do you think? Liu Zhangsheng said, Fuguang Group's performance is very stable, and the market is also very stable. There has been no fluctuation for 5 or 6 consecutive years, and the probability of fluctuations in the future is not high. Zhang Bangsha smiled slightly, but you can't wait, can't you? If you can wait, I can wait for a while and participate in the auction. Maybe 800 million or even 600 million can be won. Liu Zhangsheng frowned. Zhang Bangsha, the little girl, said the coldest words in the gentlest voice, Xiao Jiang, isn't this a bit bullying? Hey, yes. Chapter 181 I remember all the grievances that Master Li suffered. No one thought Zhang Bangsha was sharp, mainly because Li Yang was too sharp next to him. No matter how unique a person is, with Li Yang's aura around him, they are all like good kids. In the eyes of everyone around him, Li Yang is a heretic. Because everything Li Yang does is very absolute, so absolute that there is almost no room for negotiation. Such a person is very unpopular in reality. Everyone needs a margin of error in life, but you don't give it at all. But after hearing what Zhang Bangsha said, Liu Zhangsheng realized that Zhang Bangsha was a sharper person than Li Yang. He was just joking, hoping that Zhang Bangsha would give a normal price. Not to mention 2 billion, at least 1.2 billion should be given, right? For Zhang Bangsha, less than 1.2 billion is bullying the Liu family. Then, Zhang Bangsha admitted it. Yes, these two words were very cold. In the past, who dared to slap Liu Zhangsheng in the face like this? Even if the king came, he would not give face. But now, he endured it. He said with a smile, Xiao Jiang, you are joking. However, Zhang Bangsha said seriously, I am not joking. Originally, I only wanted to give 800 million, but when I first went to college, my senior helped me a lot. For his sake, I am willing to give 900 million. This is also the highest price I can offer. Mr. Liu feels that the price is not appropriate, you can go to someone else. As for your belief that Fuguang Group is worth 5 billion, even if I saw this, I would not take it. After saying this, Zhang Bangsha looked at Li Yang with a proud look in his eyes. It was as if he was saying that from now on, only we can bully others, and no one else can bully us. Li Yang said with a smile, Senior, you made a lot of money from this meal. You made 100 million from a meal. Mr. Liu? Why don't you go back and think about it? We will go back tomorrow morning. Just contact us when you have considered it. After saying this, he left his business card on the table. Liu Zhangsheng certainly could not make a decision immediately. After all, Fuguang Group was the last bargaining chip in his hand, and he would fight for it no matter what. He pulled Zhang Bangsha out of the restaurant, and said as he walked, Master Zhang, this price must have given Liu Zhangsheng a headache. Zhang Bangsha whispered, was I very fierce just now? No, I was very cute. Actually, I didn't perform well. Zhang Bangsha was reflecting on herself. After Zhang Bangsha and Li Yang left, only Liu Zhangsheng and his son were left in the box. The current situation was undoubtedly the worst outcome for Liu Zhangsheng. His last hope was shattered. Glancing at Liu Hang, he said unhappily, are you not having a good attitude? Why did Zhang Bangsha deliberately embarrass us? Liu Yuhang was anxious and said, "Dad, I will go to her now and kneel down to her, okay?" If Jiang Bangsha was very angry at the beginning, he would do whatever he was told to do. But Jiang Bangsha showed no signs of being angry at all, and neither did Li Yang. He couldn't just kneel down for no reason, right? He didn't know why Jiang Bangsha suddenly said those words. Liu Hangshan sighed, "Forget it, since they have made it clear that they want to handle things impartially, there is no need to get involved. But you should try to communicate with Jiang Bangsha again and ask if 1.2 billion is okay, Dad. Even if Fuguan Group is sold for 1.2 billion, it is not enough for our family, it's just barely enough. For Liu Hangshan, if he can cash out 1.2 billion from Fuguan Group, he can pay off all debts, and then he can keep the assets of nearly 100 million. With these, Liu Yuhang can graduate from Peking University smoothly, marry Song Xiali, and slowly come back. It would be difficult to get less than 1.2 billion. The price offered by Jiang Bangsha really made it difficult for him to make a decision. He actually had the ability to sell the shares of Fuguan Group for 1 billion, but the money would take a long time to arrive. In addition, Jiang Bangsha was willing to pay 200 million to buy 10% of the shares of Lushu Group, which added up to 1.1 billion. And the shares of Lushu Group could not be sold for even 100 million. To some extent, Jiang Bangsha offered him a price of 1 billion, but it is absolutely impossible for others to offer 1 billion at Fuguan Group and 100 million at Lushu Group. However, 1,100 million is not enough, it is really not enough. He will still owe more than 300 million. Even if he sells all his property, he will still have more than 200 million in debt. These debts are enough to make his family unable to turn over a new leaf for the rest of his life. Back home, Liu Yuhang was calling Li Yang, holding the business card that Li Yang left before he left. However, it was Jiang Bangsha who answered the phone. Li Yang didn't care about the matter at all. He just acted as Jiang Bangsha's agent and screened the information. At 2 p.m., Liu Yuhang finished communicating with Liu Hangshan and said, "Dad, Jiang Bangsha insisted on giving only 900 million yuan, plus the money from Lushu Group, 1.1 billion yuan, and only before tomorrow morning, otherwise she will go back." Liu Hangshan asked, "Didn't you hint that someone was willing to pay 1.2 billion yuan? Didn't you exaggerate the potential of Fuguan Group? I've said it before, Jiang Bangsha wants us to sell it to someone else." Liu Yuhang also couldn't accept this situation. He also knew that the current price was not enough for the Liu family to pay off their debts. Liu Hangshan had been thinking about this for more than an hour. Sell it to her. After he finished speaking, Liu Yuhang next to him was shocked. "Dad, 1.1 billion yuan in total is not enough for my family to pay off their debts. Without Fuguan Group, our family, Liu Hangshan would not accept it if he had any way. He needed money now, at least 400 million yuan. And no one was willing to give him this 400 million yuan. Moreover, all the chips in his hand were locked up, and there was no way to cash them out flexibly. Yuhang, come with me later. I will sell all the houses, cars and jewelry at home and put them all in your account. As for the debts, I will take all of them. It's just a few 100 million debts. It won't crush her family." Liu Yuhang was even more confused. Liu Hangshan continued, "I will leave you at least 100 million. You must make good use of this money. After you deal with Song Xiali, you can start a new business with the help of her family." Although all this was caused by Liu Yuhang, he did not scold Liu Yuhang because Liu Yuhang had become his last straw. If Liu Yuhang is saved, there is still hope. He can become a dishonest person and a deadbeat. But as long as Liu Yuhang still has chips in his hand, he can turn the tables at any time. "Master Li," the Liu family agreed to sell. "Will you go with me tomorrow morning?" Li Yang wondered. This old guy is really ruthless. He is willing to sell for 900 million. I thought they would take 1 billion no matter what. I can only admire Jiang Bangsha for being ruthless enough. He has an attitude that he wants Liu Hangshan to die, and the amount he gave is just right. If he gave 800 million, Liu Hangshan might not sell it. Jiang Bangsha smiled and said, "In this way, they still have at least 300 million in foreign debts, and the cash in the Fuguan Group's permanent account does not exceed 200 million. I estimate that he can find a way to cash out 100 million by himself." Li Yang, he took back his previous judgment. Jiang Bangsha had calculated all the money on Liu Hangshan. Liu Hangshan could indeed empty the money of Fuguan Group before leaving, but that also meant that he would never have hope of turning over in his life. However, he soon asked, What if Liu Zhengsheng makes a desperate move and chooses to abandon the general to save the car, and transfers part of the assets to Liu Yuheng? Anyway, as long as he takes on the debt alone, it will not affect Liu Yuheng, Zhang Bangsha said nonchalantly. He has no chance. Did Master Li find out that Xiao Niansheng had disappeared from Peking University? Li Yang, of course he knows why Xiao Niansheng disappeared. It was Xiao Niansheng who took on all the money laundering. Zhang Bangsha continued, Xiao Niansheng's father, Xiao Xianlong, is a small shareholder of Fuguang Group and holds 3% of the shares of Fuguang Group. It's useless for me to hold Fuguang Group, but as long as I become a major shareholder, I can support Xiao Xianlong to become the chairman of Fuguang Group. Li Yang looked at Zhang Bangsha with a strange look. It turned out that Zhang Bangsha not only planned to kill Liu Zhengsheng, but also did not intend to let Liu Yuheng go. Why did Zhang Bangsha support Xiao Xianlong to become the chairman? There must be an exchange of interests. What interests in Xiao Xianlong are worthy of Zhang Bangsha's attention? Zhang Bangsha smiled and took Li Yang's hand. I remember all the grievances that Master Li suffered. I didn't have the ability before, but now I will start to collect the debts one by one. Li Yang took a deep breath. You won't plot against me in the future, right? I am a simple and honest person. Yes, Master Li is the most honest. Everyone knows that you are an honest young man, then it's a deal. If I make a mistake in the future, just tell me directly, don't plot against me, otherwise I'm afraid I will be lost without knowing what's going on. No, Master Li won't be wrong. If there is a mistake, it must be that I didn't do it well. That's good. Li Yang felt a little relieved. He knew that there could be no good people who could make money in the stock market. If she was given a chance, she could kill the other party. What he thought of, Zhang Bangsha must have thought of before. Therefore, as long as Liu Zhengsheng sold Fuguang Group, the Liu family would be completely gone. No matter what, it would be a dead end. Zhang Bangsha basically spent an extra 100 million yuan and sent a death warrant to the Liu family. Not to mention Liu Zhengsheng. Even Li Yang thought at first that Zhang Bangsha guessed that he wanted to take over Fuguang Group and intercepted it in advance to save him some money. As a result, Zhang Bangsha's purpose was to. At present, it is the best choice for Liu Zhengsheng to pay back the money honestly, become a deadbeat, and drag his son into the water. The father and son pay back the money together. Because in that case, Zhang Bangsha will not target Liu Yuheng, and there is no point in targeting him. If Liu Zhengsheng still attempts to turn over and secretly reserves resources for Liu Yuheng, then Liu Yuheng will be even worse. It's worse than being a deadbeat. Just go in and step on the sewing machine honestly. Let's talk about a machine. The next morning, at the bank, Zhang Bangsha first took out 1 billion yuan to help Liu Zhengsheng release the pledged shares. Then the two parties conducted the transaction under the supervision of the notary. The two share transactions took less than an hour. The official website of Lifshu Group was updated simultaneously. Zhang Bangsha bought Lifshu Group stocks from 3 people and officially raised the placard. Zhang Bangsha's placard directly led to a large amount of funds pouring in from the off market, and Lifshu Group's stock price rose to the daily limit. This was the first time that Lifshu Group's stock price rose to the daily limit since December last year. If it doesn't rise again, the market value will fall below 1 billion. Zhang Dasheng's shareholders were all confused. What happened? They have always hoped to sell their stocks at a low price, but Zhang Bangsha raised the placard? Yesterday, Baiqing repurchased the stocks held by small shareholders, and the market didn't react at all. Today, Zhang Bangsha raised the placard and the stock price rose to the daily limit immediately? Excluding the 18% of the shares in their hands, Lifshu Group's chips in the market are actually not much, only 7%. After all, Baiqing now holds 45%, Jiancheng County government holds 20%, and Zhang Bangsha holds 10%. Selling now? Selling shit. Selling now is simply losing money. Lifshu Group will definitely rise sharply for several days in the future. But he didn't understand why Li Yang didn't want to buy their stocks before. Didn't he know that Zhang Bangsha was going to raise the placard? Even if he didn't know before, he must have known before Zhang Bangsha raised the placard, right? If he contacted me to buy stocks at that time, I would definitely agree. Now, the stocks they hold are about to exceed 200 million. He immediately called Li Yang. Mr. Li, this is Zhang Dasheng. It's like this. I have a question, Mr. Li. Did you know that Zhang Bangsha raised the placard for Lifshu Group? You knew yesterday? I understand. Thank you, Mr. Lee. Are you free at noon? Let's have a meal together. Okay, I'll arrange a seat right away. Zhang Dashan hung up the phone, called his own restaurant, and reserved the best box. Li Yang will come to eat with Zhang Bangsha later. Li Yang has made it very clear that he knew Zhang Bangsha was going to raise the placard for Lushu Group, but he didn't want to covet the chips in their hands. He admired Li Yang's vision, because the market was saying that Lushu Group would at least double. If he doesn't double it, will he be worthy of Zhang Bangsha's reputation? That's at least 200 million in profit, and Li Yang said no. Not to mention treating you to a meal, he would welcome you to come to his restaurant every day. Not to mention the opportunity to meet Zhang Bangsha, who has the highest flow in the current financial market. Everyone knows that Zhang Bangsha is the god of wealth. There are too many people who want to say a word to Zhang Bangsha. At the same time, Liu Zhengshan, who had 100 million in his hand, returned home. Yesterday, he had mortgaged all his belongings through other channels and put them in the account of Gengchen. Only Liu Yuheng could use it. It was Liu Yuheng's own money. Before signing the contract, he went to Fuguang Group once and borrowed 120 million in cash from Fuguang Group's account. Now he has 220 million in his hand, which is an explanation to the creditors. The capital allocation must be paid in full, and he is only going to pay off 2 other creditors. Those 2 people are loyal. They know that if he pays them back at all costs, they will definitely help a little if there is anything in the future. Yuheng, go first. Don't come back if you have nothing to do in Beijing. Remember, you must seize every opportunity. You have no room for mistakes, Liu Yuheng said on the spot. Dad, don't worry, I will definitely turn things around. Chapter 182 Admission Notice. Because Zhang Bangsha took over Fuguang Group, the trip back home was delayed. Before they knew it, it was already late July, and there was only 1 month left before school started. After having dinner with Li Yang, Zhang Dashan contacted another group of shareholders of Lushu Group and asked them if they had any plans to sell their shares. If they did, Li Yang would take them. After all, at this point, if they still wanted to sell, then they would not have a basis for cooperation. Trust is always the premise of cooperation, and Li Yang has shown his sincerity. The day after Zhang Bangsha raised the placard, the 2 came to Fuguang Group together, attended the board of directors of Fuguang Group, and announced some things. Fuguang Group is still relatively stable. Even if Zhang Bangsha doesn't care about anything, it will operate as it should. Moreover, Zhang Bangsha had just become a major shareholder, and he was not in a hurry to take back other people's rights immediately. He just exchanged contact information, such as getting familiar with each other, and taking a look at the company's financial situation. The financial situation must be very poor. After all, Liu Zhengshan borrowed a sum of money before leaving. After Zhang Bangsha found out about this, she immediately arranged for the company to collect the debt. If Liu Zhengshan didn't pay, she would sue him directly. This matter, if it's serious, Liu Zhengshan could be sent to jail for a few years. After leaving, Zhang Bangsha said, Master Li guessed it right. Liu Zhengshan really intends to sacrifice himself. I didn't consider it comprehensively. I need to learn more from Master Li in the future. Li Yang, that's bullshit. When I met Xiao Xianlong today, Zhang Bangsha even talked about his relationship with him. After all, Xiao Niansheng is indeed their schoolmate. It's just that Xiao Xianlong didn't make a decision and just chatted for a few words. Zhang Bangsha's so-called incomplete consideration is like meeting an opponent. Li Yang wants to defeat the opponent, while Zhang Bangsha is much simpler. She wants the opponent to die. In fact, Fuguang Group is pretty good. I've eaten their food and it tastes good. Fuguang Group mainly processes cooked food, such as chicken feet, duck necks, braised beef, chicken legs, duck legs, and pork jerky. The taste is not bad after years of training, and it has a large number of fixed consumer users. Then I will transfer Fuguang Group to Master Li. Zhang Bangsha knew very well that Li Yang must have planned whatever he was planning. However, Li Yang waved his hand and said, forget it. I won't use it for the time being. I will enter the market after the next round of financing, which will also facilitate Master Zhang to complete absolute control at that time. Zhang Bangsha only has 40% of the shares in her hands now. If everyone else unites, she still can't make big decisions on the company. In the past, Liu Zhengshan had people in the company, and although many chips were not in his hands, they were almost the same as if they were in his hands. For example, The 3% of the shares in Zhao Xianlong's hands have always been given to Liu Zhengxin to exercise rights. Jiang Bangsha is not necessarily the case. It is not so easy to raise funds. At that time, the equity will be diluted, and it is estimated that most shareholders will not agree. In general, now is not a good time. Li Yang planned to get it at the beginning, but he was not prepared to do anything immediately. The food processing industry will definitely be a good industry in the next few years, although it is also very competitive. But the top can eat a lot of dividends. The most important point is that this is an industry, and the upstream and downstream industrial chains cover a wide range of people. Why is Liu Zhengxin so crazy? Just because his company directly supports nearly 2,000 employees, it indirectly supports even more. The core of the economy is the circulation of funds, and the circulation of funds requires products that consumers are willing to pay for. Jiang Bangsha immediately said, "Okay, when the time comes, the shareholders will hand it over to me, and they will definitely be very happy to raise funds." Li Yang, Jiang Bangsha has said this, if the shareholders of Fuguang Group dare to resist, it is estimated that there will be no good end. After having lunch in Jiangbei, the family can finally go home. After driving for 4 hours, they arrived at the gate of the community. Jiang Yaoding and Dao Ying were waiting at the gate early. After getting off the car, Jiang Bangsha said goodbye to Li Yang's family and returned to the arms of her parents. In the past 10 days, Jiang Yaoding and his family were still very worried. After all, it was reassuring for the child to be in their own home. Outsiders are outsiders after all. Especially Dao Ying, after hearing that Li Yang confessed to Jiang Bangsha, she has been very anxious during this period. It's just that Jiang Bangsha has been outside, so she can't say anything. The next day after Jiang Bangsha returned home, she went to Jiang Bangsha's bedroom with a plate of fruit. She smiled and said to Jiang Bangsha, "Xia, haven't you stopped trading stocks? Why are you still watching the market?" She wanted to find some topics first and then bring them to Li Yang. As a result, Jiang Bangsha said, "Mom, I just want to tell you something. I'm going to drop out of school to do public offerings." Dao Ying's face changed instantly. "What? You want to drop out of school?" Jiang Bangsha said seriously. "Yes, no. 4 consecutive no's showed Dao Ying's attitude. She hurriedly sat next to Jiang Bangsha and said, "Xia, we know you are very capable and now you have strong capital. But you are only 19 years old, and your primary goal is still to study. Studying is a process of building a foundation. Can't you consider work after you graduate?" She was really scared and didn't understand why Jiang Bangsha had such a crazy idea. Was he bewitched? She couldn't make malicious assumptions about Jiang Bangsha, so she could only make malicious assumptions about others. But I think studying is meaningless. I have proved that I am qualified enough to study in Peking University. I can also learn university knowledge slowly. In the end, it is just a diploma. I don't need that diploma." Dao Ying said, "Yes, we all know this. But by the same token, you don't need to work with your current worth. Why do you give up the easy life in college and choose a busy and stressful job?" She almost said that she was deceived by others. Jiang Bangsha, "Because I think work is very interesting." "Mom, have you seen the interview with Li Yang last year?" "Ah. What interview?" "It's the interview after he won the world championship. He said that life is a process of constant challenges. He challenged the top scorer in the college entrance examination, challenged the world champion of the game, and challenged making money." Dao Ying really didn't see that interview. After all, she had no interest in games. Besides, Li Yang was not her son. She only cared about her son and Jiang Bangsha. "What do you mean? I can't be too much worse than Li Yang when I'm dating him, right? So I'm going to challenge myself and see how far I can go with a public offering." Hearing this, Dao Ying knew that she didn't need to hide it anymore, and asked directly, "Did Li Yang ask you to do this?" Jiang Bangsha said seriously, "Yes, but no. He didn't ask me to do this, but after I told him, he didn't object. If he objected, then I would definitely not do it. After all, I believe in him at all times. The reason I want to do this is that I don't want to be left too far behind him. If I waste time in school, I may not have the chance to keep up with him in the future." "You're exaggerating. As far as the current situation is concerned, you should stop and wait for Li Yang." Jiang Bangsha smiled and said, "Mom, you don't know the situation. He is much better than me. If it weren't for him, I would probably lose all the money I earned this year." If Li Yang hadn't taken on the matter of the Sen family, Jiang Bangsha thought that she would choose to give up her interests under various circumstances. After all, she and Xiangnu were in the same group at the beginning, and Xiangnu's decision was also related to her. After all, she did not refuse the funds. She would be very cowardly when she owed someone a favor. This time, facing the Liu family, she offered a price of 200 million for the shares of Green Water Group, which gave her a psychological advantage. With a psychological advantage, she is not afraid of anyone and does not give face to anyone. Dao Ying was not clear about the situation of the two accounts in Li Yang's hands, because he had not used the financing funds after the new year. Without using the funds, she had no right to monitor the other party's account. Of course, if she really wanted to get the authority, she would definitely get it, but her professional ethics were there. Dao Ying said, "It doesn't matter even if you lose money. Your family can support you anyway, but then Li Yang won't confess to me." Dao Ying, what kind of logic is this? So Li Yang is just interested in your money, right? Is such a love meaningful? She said patiently, "Xia, feelings can't be measured by money. If Li Yang is with you because of money, then he will separate from you because of money in the future. After all, no one in the world dares to say that he has the most money, and people's appetite is endless." "Yes, but I just like him, what can I do?" Jiang Bangsha threw out an unanswerable question. In fact, she has many reasons to bring up, but it's meaningless. She just likes him, the kind that will love him until death. She won't say how many times Li Yang has saved her life. After all, the pits that her family set for her were not intentional, but she was too sensitive. Those pits are not pits at all for others. In the past year of college, she has also encountered many pits. She was plotted against by her roommates and Liu Yuheng and others, and it was all Li Yang who pulled her from behind. Well, when your dad comes back, you can talk to him about this. He will definitely not agree to your dropping out of school. Even if you play in school, you have to spend the remaining 3 years, then I will talk to my dad later, and hope he will agree. It doesn't matter if he doesn't agree. I am an adult and can make my own decisions for my own life. The subtext is, I am just notifying you, no matter what you say, my decision will not change. Dao Ying suddenly lost her mind and even forgot what she wanted to do in the first place. After all, no matter how big the matter is, it is not as important as Jiang Bangsha's dropping out of school. After Dao Ying left, Jiang Bangsha ate fruit while sending a message to Li Yang. "Master Li, do you want to play basketball? Call Wu Daoya. That bastard just broke up and has been in a bad mood recently. He doesn't like to answer anyone. I will call him in 2 days. What is Master Li busy with?" "I am reading a script. The Starry Sky secret room is about to expand, and many scripts need my review." Li Yang was indeed reading a script, but the one he was reading was written by Bai Qing. "No one is home today. My parents went back to their hometown. They want to go see their eldest uncle and third uncle. After all, the family has been traveling outside. After Li Lifa and his brother were discharged from the hospital, they have not visited them. Zhu Ning must go with them. After all, Li Likan might drink a little and need a driver. Li Yang simply doesn't want to go. At this time, he is at Bai Qing's residence. Although the Bai family's villa has been taken back before, Bai Qing has never lived there. She just placed the Bai family's ancestral hall there. Li Yang just came in today and found that Bai Qing had prepared a script for him here. Enrollment notice synopsis. Xiao Yang is a high school student. His grades are very poor, but he wants to go to college. So he came to a famous school district house and found an enrollment notice in the house based on clues. At this time, Li Yang is looking for clues. There are a total of 4 clues, each of which corresponds to a password number of the safe in front of him. The key clue to the enrollment notice is in the password box, and he must open the password box. Please turn off your cell phone, otherwise there will be a big horror. Li Yang followed the rules, told Jiang Bangsha, and immediately installed his cell phone. This time, Bai Qing was well prepared, so the scene was well built. It was not mainly horror, but it also had some elements. And this house is much bigger than the one in Beijing. From the first clue, when he was looking for the key, he encountered many traps. And each trap was quite complicated. In order to get the first digit of the password, he consumed his t-shirt. In order to get the second digit of the password, he consumed his shorts. In order to get the third digit of the password, he consumed the fourth digit of the password. He really had nothing to consume, so he could only throw his cell phone in. In the end, the password box was unlocked successfully. There was a key in the password box. This key was the key to get the admission notice. At least he thought so. And in the whole house, there was only one door that was locked. That was the bedroom. He walked over, took the key, and inserted it into the bedroom door. As he expected, the bedroom door was opened smoothly. The bedroom was not decorated much, but there was a big box on the bed. At this time, a recording was played. Congratulations to the player for finding the key and successfully obtaining the admission letter. Please enroll as soon as possible. Li Yang, the key is the admission letter? Where to enroll? Isn't this script too rough? I thought Li Yang walked to the bed and suddenly found that there was something wrong with the big box on the bed. Because there was a hole on the box. Of course, there must be more than one hole. After all, there were Bai Qing's legs on both sides. Bai Qing hooked the edge of the box with her toes, as if maintaining some posture. Please enroll as soon as possible. In that instant, Li Yang understood. This script has a wrong word. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 183 Someone else offended him. How charming is Bai Qing. A soft moan is the sound of nature. It has been almost 3 months since I last saw Bai Qing. After Bai Qing came back, she also did a lot of things. For example, Lushu Group, for example, meeting with Yi Baicheng, and chatting about the progress of the review and some results. Bai Qing's figure, in his opinion, is unparalleled. At this time, her blushing cheeks are pressed against his chest. With a gentle rub, he can feel the tenderness of her face. Huh? Are you hungry, husband? Li Yang said with a smile. I want to eat even if I'm not hungry. After all, the dishes cooked by Bai Qing are really quite good, with a true chef style, and there must be better than those cooked by his mother. But now, he just wants to hug Bai Qing and enjoy it. Master Jiang's figure is also very good, but it is one size smaller after all. Then I get up and cook for my husband. Okay, no, wait a little longer, I haven't had enough. I have been with Zuning more recently, and the feeling of sneaking around is very exciting. But the feeling of being with Bai Qing openly is more satisfying. For Bai Qing, the same sense of satisfaction is very strong. She knew better than anyone that Zhang Bangsha no longer had any competitiveness for her. The fact that Li Yang admitted his relationship with her last time would become a luxury in the future. Li Yang might marry Zhang Bangsha someday, and she would undoubtedly be a loser. Husband, I've made up my mind to go back to work at Lushu Group. In the past, being a singer was her dream, and playing games was her hobby. But now, her hobby is Li Yang, and everything else seems insignificant. What's the point of singing? Even if she has several popular songs now and can earn in nearly 10 million yuan a year, if she works harder and takes on some commercial activities, her income may double. But it's meaningless. If Zhang Bangsha's money is deposited in the bank, the interest will kill her hard-earned income in seconds. If you don't like something, you can grit your teeth and stick to it. If you don't know how to manage something, you can learn it. Li Yang asked, do you have a solution to the current problems of Lushu Group? Bai Qing hesitated and said, I'll learn. No, it's actually very simple. Go to Yi Baicheng and use the conditions I discussed before to get land in several nearby counties. The business of Lushu Group will remain unchanged, but real estate business will be added. I will find a person in charge of real estate for Lushu Group. Just remember one thing, when negotiating conditions with Yi Baicheng, you have to be tough. Li Yang didn't tell Bai Qing about the company's management in detail. On the one hand, he was also learning, and on the other hand, it didn't help the current situation. Under the premise of knowing the future information clearly, any management method is only secondary. The most important thing is funds. With the money in place, everything is easy to talk about. Isn't the company out of money? Even if you get the land, you can't develop it. If you don't have money, you can go for a private placement. Now you have the final say in the company, and no one can refute you. I'll take care of the funds for the private placement. The company's export business may lose money. Do you want to cut it down? No, keep the export share. Exports have indeed not been doing well in the past few years, but it will be fine in a few years. Keeping the export channel doesn't matter if it loses money for 2 years. After all, in a few years, the market value of electric blankets will soar to more than 6 billion, and the price-earnings ratio will be more than 100. Investors still think it is cheap. Moreover, Zhang Dasheng and his team have enjoyed the benefits brought by the share price of Greenwater Group. They can't just do nothing, right? It is also their job to help get some overseas orders, so the export business will not necessarily lose money. Bai Qing asked again, then our real estate is mainly selling houses. Selling houses only makes a few dollars. The main thing is to sell goods. First, I will get the land and prepare the project map later. Consumption is the core of the economy. Selling houses is a one-time deal. Moreover, Greenwater Group is different from other real estate companies, and the profit margin is very small. Other real estate companies start to borrow money to build houses after getting the land, and obtain funds through pre-sales to continue to get land, continue to borrow money, and continue to pre-sell. After the leverage of the entire real estate company has been pulled to the extreme. All large-scale real estate companies are basically in debt of tens of billions or hundreds of billions. Even if Greenwater Group has obtained all the land in the 9 nearby counties, the scale of real estate is actually very ordinary, which is far behind the scale of tens of billions or hundreds of billions of others. Bai Qing asked in confusion, selling goods, yes. The core is actually the shopping mall. In the future, many shopping malls will go bankrupt, but the closure of those shopping malls has little to do with the environment. It is purely because some capital has a black heart. The more famous Wanda, not to mention the high rent, is quite chaotic in management, and there is no assessment system for merchants. Such a large shopping mall, there are a lot of cheating merchants, and consumers are inexplicably made the scapegoat. Even with their black-hearted thinking, they are still the benchmark in the industry. It is conceivable how rotten the entire industry is. Li Yang has eaten too many meals in those shopping malls. Anyway, every time it is like opening a blind box, consumers can only passively accept it. This is the reason why commercial real estate is getting worse and worse. No one is willing to pay for such a shopping mall. Similarly, Donglei is not cheap, but every day after get off work, the goods in the entire mall can be emptied. Because they let consumers know where their money is spent. What about other shopping malls? Going in and spending thousands of yuan for no reason feels like being made the scapegoat. The shopping mall always stands on the side of the merchants unconditionally and perfunctorily treats consumers. Indeed, it is not wrong to stand on the side of the merchants, but consumers will vote for themselves, and your mall should be closed down. What Li Yang wants to do is the model of a certain Donglei, and he is not doing it for money. In a few years, when there is a big deflation in the country, economic liquidity will be the killer. As long as he can make money flow, he can always take the initiative, and he will be invincible no matter how the market changes. The Shu Group naturally has this foundation, and the officials and the people in the nearby county have a certain degree of trust. As long as it is implemented, it is not difficult to put up a sign. For Li Yang, this is a huge opportunity and a long-term goal. He will invest a lot of money for it. This is the clearest collision between money and power. But it is not because of how much money is in hand, but how much money can be made to flow. If you miss this point, it will be very difficult to do it later. The little money in Li Yang's hand is not enough to pay for it. He actually doesn't have much money in his hand. Before, he didn't think about doing these, he just wanted to save some money to live on. But after the Sen family started to make trouble, he reflected for several days. Finally, he made a decision. He still had to make himself stronger. Pure money, anyone dares to step on you, although it doesn't hurt, but it's really disgusting. Anyway, Zhang Bangsha will support him, and Master Jiang will not see him suffer. Even if all the investments fail and he is heavily in debt, he can still live in Master Jiang's big villa and drive Master Jiang's luxury car. If there is really no one to support him, then he will return to China next week. The Greenwater Group project is one of his investments, but it is not the most core one. He plans to wait for the Sen family to use some tricks before talking about the core. This time, he plans to completely kill the Sen family and label himself as "Don't get close to me." Bai Qing couldn't understand it. But she knew that what Li Yang said must be right. That afternoon, she and Li Yang met Yi Bingcheng, and the two sides talked for more than an hour. Yi Bingcheng is busy now, but he promised again what he had promised before. He also knew that this promotion was purely luck. Li Yang was determined to avenge Bai Qing, and Bai Qing also made a desperate bet, and the biggest benefit fell on him. Just like practicing, overnight, he was spared 3 or even 5 years of hard practice. It was a stroke of luck. Zhang Yaoding didn't go out all day. He had been chatting with Zhang Bangsha for a day, But Jiang Bangsha's attitude showed no signs of loosening. He was on the verge of getting angry. Jiang Bangsha acted very calmly, and even had the leisure to watch the video over there. Xia, it's been a day. I'm tired of saying what I should say, Dad. I'm tired of hearing it too. Then what do you think? If you have any requests for your family, just say it. In short, I don't agree with your decision to drop out of school. In Jiang Yaoding's opinion, Jiang Bangsha was just being stubborn this time. Who would choose to drop out of Peking University on their own initiative? Jiang Bangsha is fully capable of studying at Peking University. Besides, Jiang Bangsha now has everything she needs, so she should study without distraction. Jiang Bangsha said helplessly, I don't have any demands on my family. It's good as it is now. I just have demands on myself. I hope to do something more meaningful instead of wasting my most energetic years in college. How is going to college a waste? This is a process that must be experienced in life, but I don't have anything I want to experience. I've had a relationship, passed the exams, and studied in the classroom for a long time. College life has no appeal to me at all, Jiang Yaoding said angrily. I think you're just arrogant. You think you have money, and the whole person starts to swell. You rely on your talent to earn that money, and you start to look down on others. At this time, you should have studied harder so that you can keep your wealth. As a result, you actually want to drop out of school? Do you still know how much you are worth? This is the first time he criticized Jiang Bangsha. No matter what happened before, he was patient. Today, his patience was really worn out. Dao Ying, who was standing by, hurriedly stopped Jiang Yaoding and said to Jiang Bangsha, Xia, is Li Yang going to drop out of school too? No, he will definitely finish college. Jiang Yaoding got even angrier when he heard this. Was it that bastard Li Yang who persuaded you to drop out of school? I'm going to go find him now. After saying this, he made a gesture to leave. He thought Jiang Bangsha would stop him, but when he reached the door, he found that Jiang Bangsha didn't react at all. He couldn't help but look back and found that Jiang Bangsha didn't care at all. How could he really find trouble with Li Yang? Not to mention that the matter has not been confirmed yet, so there is no need to accuse Li Yang for no reason. Even if it is confirmed that it was really Li Yang who persuaded them, they can only educate their daughter and find a way to make her change her mind. It was Dao Ying who noticed his embarrassment and hurried over to hold his hand, persuading him, Yaoding, the matter has not been clarified yet. It's not too late to find Li Yang after it is clarified. These words were considered to give Jiang Yaoding a way out. He came back and continued to ask, Xia, your reasons can convince me. Give me a reason that can convince me. This time, Jiang Bangsha was serious. After all, they had been talking for a whole day, and the acceptance of each other had been reduced a lot. If she had told the real reason at the beginning, her parents would definitely not agree. Just like a business negotiation, if you show your bottom price right away, you will definitely suffer a loss, and there is a high probability that you will not be able to negotiate successfully in the end. Then I will tell you the truth. There are 2 reasons in total. The first reason is that I basically didn't attend classes in my sophomore year, and I have missed a lot of homework, and I am too lazy to make up for it. The second reason is that Li Yang is in trouble now, and I want to help him. Jiang Yaoding automatically ignored the first reason. Falling behind in study? It doesn't matter, I can make up for it slowly later. The second reason, we understand the relationship between you and Li Yang. If you want to help him, we have no objection. You can even lend him all your money, or even give it to him as a gift. You have decided to do public offerings. How can you help him? Public offerings only make some commissions throughout the year. Even if you invest all your money, how much money can you make in the current stock market crash? Aren't the tens of billions in your hands enough to help Li Yang? Jiang Bangsha explained, Li Yang is not short of money, but he lacks a helper. A helper does not have to be rich, but he must have the ability to control money. Dad, you should know more about this than me. Is it because of your ability and talent that you have been promoted recently? My mother went abroad illegally, which is a stain that you can never wash away in your life. Jiang Yaoding was speechless. Of course he knew why he was promoted, because of Jiang Bangsha. At this time, Jiang Bangsha, no matter where he was in the country, was considered to have both fame and strength. The so-called success of one person brings prosperity to all the chickens and dogs, although it sounds a bit harsh, but at this time he is the dog who has benefited from his daughter's glory. Because Jiang Bangsha is so outstanding, the organization can ignore the stains on him. Even if Jiang Bangsha did not give a penny of benefit at this time, It is enough for Jiang Bangsha to have money, and having money gives him enough room for imagination. Zhang Yaoding asked, what trouble did Li Yang encounter? He wanted to see if he could help, and take the opportunity to make his daughter give up the idea of dropping out of school. Well, they are all small troubles. If he has a father-in-law who has the final say in Beijing, those small troubles will naturally disappear. Otherwise, you can try harder, Zhang Yaoding, try harder. It's hard to say whether he can get out of this county in his life. Have the final say in Beijing? He has that ability, so why waste a day here? Did he offend someone? Jiang Bangsha said with a firm look in his eyes. No, someone else offended him. Chapter 184. It's because someone is carrying the burden and moving forward. Zhang Yaoding had only one feeling, what a jerk. He found that Jiang Bangsha was very strange at this time, and even suspected that she was not his daughter. How could she say such arrogant words? Do these words match her personality? She must have been assimilated with Li Yang. Behind Li Yang's humble appearance, there is a proud soul, and Jiang Bangsha has not learned the essence yet, and puts the pride on the surface. That night, Zhang Yaoding and Dao Ying were chatting on the bed. Zhang Yaoding said boredly, Xia has changed too much now, she is very strange. Dao Ying said, I will talk to her tomorrow. She has not said some things, such as there must be a relationship between Zuning and Li Yang, and it is unusual. She didn't tell Zhang Yaoding, because it would be bad for everyone after she said it. Anything else to say? Talk about some little girl topics. I was young too, so I can still understand some girls' thoughts. After hearing this, Zhang Yaoding thought of his own emotional experience. He married Jiang Bangsha's mother because he coveted her appearance and never considered her life and personality. Although Jiang Bangsha's goal is different from hers, the process is no different. How can she be so devoted to Li Yang? Obviously, Li Yang had exposed his love affair before, and even went to check into a hotel with other women. Can such a guy really stay together for a lifetime? Li Yang is not so focused on love. The next morning, Dao Ying wanted to talk to Jiang Bangsha, but found that Jiang Bangsha was dressed very formally, as if she was going out. She came over and asked, Xia, are you going out? Well, the Green Water Group is holding a board meeting today. I'll go over to see it. Will Li Yang drive you later? Dao Ying asked with a smile. No, he's been busy recently. I'm going to take a taxi. Dao Ying's eyes lit up, and she immediately said, how about I ask Ningning to take you? She's a very good driver now. In fact, she can drive herself. Her work doesn't matter, and she doesn't care if it's a little earlier or later. It's just that she wants to tell Jiang Bangsha something today. Is Li Yang busy? What could he be up to? He must have gone on a date with Zuning. She didn't need to explain it too clearly, she just needed to make Jiang Bangsha aware of it. When Zuning couldn't be found later, Jiang Bangsha would naturally realize the connection between Zuning and Li Yang. After all, everyone knew that Zuning didn't have a job now. It would be abnormal if she didn't give Jiang Bangsha this favor. Jiang Bangsha thought for a while and said, it's not good to trouble Sister Ning, right, Dao Ying, what's wrong with that? Ningning is like a real sister to you. She has always wanted to improve her relationship with you. Jiang Bangsha thought for a while and said, okay, I'll call Sister Ning, soon. Jiang Bangsha got through. Dao Ying was listening nearby. When she heard Jiang Bangsha asking about Zuning's situation, she didn't seem very optimistic. After hanging up the phone, she immediately asked, Xia, what's wrong? Ningning is not convenient now. Well, she is not at home, Dao Ying immediately said. Doesn't she have nothing to do? How can it be such a coincidence that Li Yang is busy and she is busy too? Jiang Bangsha smiled and said, who knows, I'd better take a taxi. No, since they are not here, I will drive you. It doesn't matter if you go to work earlier or later. Thank you, Mom. Jiang Bangsha happily took Dao Ying out. As for whether Li Yang is with Zuning, she doesn't have to think about it at all, definitely not. She sent a message to Li Yang early in the morning. Li Yang said that he would be busy these days and had no time to send her. She knew that Li Yang must be really busy. She knew Li Yang too well. Even if this guy is not wearing clothes, he will say that he is idle and free. There are only a few people on the board of directors of Lushu Group. On the Jiangbei side, Zhang Dasheng is the representative, and then there is the county government, Jiang Bangsha. Jiang Bangsha was just a listener at first. When she heard that the goal of Lushu Group in the next few years was real estate, she knew that it must be the direction set by Li Yang. Real estate is always the core of the economy and the best way to make funds work quickly. There is no shortage of money in the country. On the contrary, there is too much money. In terms of individuals, there are poor and rich people. In the overall situation, if wealth is not distributed with the help of real estate, the entire economy will be very difficult. Real estate involves too many people, and too many people grab income from real estate and consume it. Although the current housing prices are not low, real estate will definitely not be abandoned before finding other anchors. Later, Bai Qing talked about the situation of acquiring land, and Zhang Bangsha began to frown. She waited until Bai Qing finished speaking before she asked, "Boss Bai, from what you said, the scale of Lufshu Group's real estate is limited to 9 nearby counties, right? From a financial perspective, this model is abnormal. It cannot pull up leverage and drags down funds. At present, Lufshu Group can only rely on fixed increase to raise funds, and the maximum fixed increase is only 30%, even if the stock price of Lufshu Group has risen during this period, or even in the future. Calculating his market value of 3 billion, even if the capital increases as high as possible, it is only 900 million yuan. What can 900 million yuan do? It is necessary to use this 900 million yuan to increase leverage, and the first to bear the brunt should be the big cities. Even if the cost of acquiring land in small counties is almost zero, which is equivalent to the previous favor of Green Water Group, it is difficult to get much loan for those lands. Yes, after all, the company has never been involved in the real estate industry before, and this time it is just a test. If we can do all the 9 nearby counties well, the scale will be quite considerable, Zhang Bangsha asked. According to Mr. Bai, Green Water Group is not going to involve real estate in big cities in the future. There is no such plan for the time being. Bai Qing felt a little guilty when facing Zhang Bangsha. This was also the first time the two met. From the beginning, they didn't say anything, just polite self-introductions. From the moment Zhang Bangsha opened her mouth, she understood how much difference there was between this person with billions of cash and ordinary people. People simply looked down on Green Water Group's plan, and the disgust in their words was almost written on their faces. Maybe she didn't dislike Green Water Group? But she shouldn't know about what happened between her and Li Yang, right? In the end, Zhang Bangsha didn't say anything else, and it could be seen that Bai Qing didn't understand much. When the board of directors was over, Zhang Bangsha rejected Bai Qing's invitation for lunch, and walked slowly back to the community. After returning home, she carefully reviewed it and found that Green Water Group would still follow the old path. But this plan was obviously written by Li Yang. How could Li Yang do such a thing? Thinking about it, she suddenly realized something. That is, greed for money is just Li Yang's disguise? In fact, he is a person with a big pattern? As far as Green Water Group is concerned, only engaging in real estate in small counties is not only hopeless, but also will lock up funds, unless there is a steady stream of funds willing to enter the market in the future. Zhang Yu called. Xia, the change of 1 Liu capital to public offering has been approved and is going through the process. Zhang Bangsha was surprised. So fast, Li Yang could fail an exam, so how could she start a company so smoothly? 1 Liu capital changed from private equity to public offering, and it was too easy to get stuck. It is 100 times easier than Li Yang failing a course because of absence. And it was approved so quickly? Sister Zhang Yu, it seems that you have put in a lot of effort. Maybe Zhang Yu used some connections? Zhang Yu said, no, it was just a regular application. I didn't expect it to be so fast. Oh, it's okay as long as it passes. Zhang Bangsha understood that since it was not Zhang Yu who was helping, it must be Li Yang. Li Yang did nothing but help her draw the fire away. Everyone went to target Li Yang. For example, last time on Liu Rui's side, someone deliberately provoked a conflict between herself and Li Yang. The source of all this was Li Yang's angry attack on Bo Yang on 1 Liu capital. Originally, she was wrong about that matter, and Zhang Yu is also wrong. Then suddenly, after Li Yang took over, things changed. There is a saying, if you live an easy life, someone is carrying the burden for you. After talking with Zhang Yu, she called Li Yang. Master Li, what are you busy with? Li Yang replied, I'm in Jiangbei, just got off the train. Ah, you went to Jiangbei? It seems that there is a big project waiting for you. Of course, is car manufacturing a big project? Zhang Bangsha was shocked. What? Master Li is amazing. You are going to be the second Boss Jia. The concept of car manufacturing is very popular now, and Boss Jia is a well-deserved leader. The sentence, Suffocating for dreams has attracted countless investors. Fun. Take back this sentence quickly. Brother has nothing to do with him. Li Yang, who was far away in Jiangbei, was shocked when he heard this. It is true that Bostia is now thriving. From October last year to June, the market value of Leshy has soared from 50 billion to 170 billion. However, the timeline is too long, and Li Yang has a better target, so he did not participate. But there is no doubt that Bostia is thriving this year. He proposed to build a car last year and has already started to take action. But that was just an excuse for him to cash out conveniently. This year, when the market value of Leshy was at its highest, he cashed out another 2.6 billion. In this year, he cashed out a total of 20 billion. Not counting the 2.2 billion his sister cashed out. This money was nominally for him to invest in his dream of building a car, but in fact it was converted into his luxury cars and villas in the United States. Li Yang wanted to play for real. Zhang Bangsha didn't know this, and said with a smile, yes, Master Li is much better than him, but building a car is really expensive. Yes, don't you have it? If I don't have money in the future, you must finance me. Wrong. It must be. Zhang Bangsha patted his chest to promise, and then his chest hurt. He didn't take it lightly, not as gentle as Master Li. Let's not talk about it for now. Someone invited me to dinner. Let's talk after dinner. I want to start before the new year. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Bangsha looked up some information, and she didn't come out of the bedroom until Dao Ying called her to eat. Today, Li Yang said he wanted to build a car, which scared her. This is really not a simple matter. In the current automobile market, domestically produced cars are basically low-end. Even so, the most common cars on the streets are joint venture imported cars. There are too many bigwigs who want to build cars, so there will be many lessons from the past. Building cars is not just about having money. Otherwise, Bostia would not let the richest man in China invest in him if he just said something. The richest man must be richer than him. Bostia can only be regarded as an internet upstart, and his foundation has not yet been established. But the richest man is willing to pay for his dream of building cars, because building cars requires not only money, but also dreams and feelings. She doesn't know how much money Li Yang has, but even if he has 10 billion, it is not that easy. It is easy to build a car, but it is difficult to sell it. In the domestic market, several car companies are born every year, but most people may not have heard of them, and eventually lose tens of billions or even hundreds of billions and leave in embarrassment. It's not that she doesn't believe that Li Yang can succeed, but she feels that she has to work hard to make money next, otherwise when Li Yang's capital chain has problems, there may not be anyone willing to help him. After all, he has a physique that even exams have to be messed up by others. During the meal, Dao Ying asked, Xia, I'm not free this afternoon. Do you want me to take you to visit Ningning? I just asked Ningning, she's in Li Yang's hometown. Okay, Zhang Bangsha knew what Dao Ying was thinking. After all, Dao Ying wasn't the kind of person who was good at lying, and it was obvious. Jiangbei. Li Yang was sitting and chatting with a man in his 30s. The man's name was Yan Shenping, 36 years old, and he was a deputy in Jiangbei. The two chatted about everything, including the division of the North and South regions and the dividing line between the Yangtze River and the Yellow River. Li Yang didn't know shit, but he could talk, and even if he was wrong, he didn't blush at all. In short, after chatting for more than an hour, he came to a conclusion. The other party was most likely a liberal arts student. From climate to geography, the topic was finally brought to Jiangbei. Jiangbei is undoubtedly a big city with convenient transportation. Whether it is land, water or air routes, it is among the best in the country. In terms of transportation conditions, there are indeed few cities in the country that are better than Jiangbei. After chatting for a while, Yan Shenping said, I heard that Mr. Li wants to make an investment. I wonder what specific project he wants to invest in. He didn't know much about Li Yang. But he knew that Li Yang had money and was willing to invest. It's just that he didn't want any investment. After all, he needed something that he could show off. It's best not to squeeze the living space of local enterprises in Jiangbei, otherwise it would be a bit useless for him. For example, Li Yang came to invest in a food company. The food processing companies in Jiangbei are already competitive enough, and there is no extra market for Li Yang. Such an investment is a burden to him. It's related to cars. Li Yang took a sip of tea and said. Yan Shenping said calmly, Yeah, this is good. He was not surprised, because domestic auto parts manufacturers are also very competitive, but in Jiangbei, it is also useful, it's just whether they can do it. If they can do it, then it can barely help him. What he likes most is either a certain high-end position or enough mid- and low-end positions. High-end positions are basically internet technology, and mid- and low-end positions are electronics factories. Li Yang thought for a while and asked, "Brother Yan, I have something to do here, and I hope Jiangbei can help." Yan Shengping said, "Of course, serving every entrepreneur in Jiangbei is what we should do. We will do our best to help the corresponding enterprises solve the corresponding difficulties, so that everyone can cooperate and win-win. There is only one condition that I need to solve here. I want to get a piece of land of no less than 300 acres in Jiangbei, even if it is a little bit off." Yan Shengping asked, "Does Mr. Li want to build a factory?" "Yes, to be honest with Mr. Li, it is really difficult to find a land of 300 acres in Jiangbei for a while. Mr. Li insists on such a large scale. I want to find a way." He certainly won't say it to the end, even if he heard Li Yang's request and suspected that Li Yang was here to cheat the land. 300 acres, this is Jiangbei, not a small county. In June, Jiangbei auctioned about 1,000 acres of land, with an average transaction price of 1.8 million per acre. Li Yang asked for 300 acres. Even if he was given a more remote location, the cost would not be less than 1 million per acre, which adds up to 300 million. At present, Li Yang does not have the foundation to give him 300 million right away. Li Yang smiled and nodded, "Okay, I'm not in a hurry. If there is nothing in Jiangbei, I will go to Zhongzhou or Luoyang to have a look, but Luoyang may have some competition with me, and the competitive pressure in Jiangbei is less." Yan Shengping was stunned. There are so many auto-related companies in Jiangbei, especially various companies producing spare parts, second only to Zhongzhou, but more than Luoyang. He didn't care whether Li Yang's words were intentional, because both sides had the right to negotiate conditions. What aspects of automobiles does Mr. Li want to invest in? Complete vehicle manufacturing, huh? Let me ask, how much money do you plan to invest? Li Yang answered without thinking, "The first batch of funds is around 4 billion. It's because the funds are not too much, so I can't afford the land, so I can only borrow from Jiangbei shamelessly." Yan Shengping realized that what Li Yang just said was not a deliberate attempt to manipulate him, but a serious bargaining chip. 4 billion, complete vehicle manufacturing, a truly great life. Land worth 300 million yuan is nothing. What he is worried about now is whether Li Yang has the ability to do this well. At the very least, he has to persist for a few years. He was in high spirits and asked, "Mr. Li, do you want to build a car?" Although this sentence is a bit redundant, he still has to ask. After all, the whole car manufacturing is to do OEM for others. But who needs OEM? Even if there is, they will not find Li Yang, who has no background in the automobile manufacturing industry. "Yes, then Mr. Li, do you want to acquire a car company with a foundation?" Li Yang smiled and said, "No, I focus on new energy vehicles here, which is quite different from traditional car companies. I can do research and development by myself." Li Yang didn't plan to do everything by himself. Although doing it by himself can save costs and is not easy to be stuck, it is a waste of time. What he wants to do is to integrate the domestic new energy vehicle industry chain. To put it bluntly, it is to be an assembly plant. After having a certain foundation, he will develop some things by himself. China was determined to integrate the new energy vehicle industry chain in 2018, and for this purpose, Shanghai spent tens of billions to introduce Tesla. The reason why a foreign company was given the task of integrating the core of the industrial chain is that there are too many domestic car companies, and no one is suitable for this role. If it is given to this company, the others will be unbalanced. Foreign monks are good at chanting, and if it is given to outsiders, everyone will feel balanced. It's human nature. If there hadn't been 18 years of integration of the new energy industry chain, domestic new energy vehicles would not have flourished and become the mainstay industry. New energy vehicles themselves are a very important development direction. It's not that electric vehicles are so good, but electric vehicles will definitely be the only direction in the next 20 years. He strives to build a car within 2 years, preferably a car with very good performance. As for money, he is not very worried, just to support the early stage, that is, the first year. 4 billion a year is enough to spend. The three most important parts of electric vehicles are motors, electronic controls, and batteries. These are all top-notch in China. As for intelligent algorithms, he plans to set up a laboratory himself. After all, that is his specialty. Of course, there must be a team related to automobiles. Just find a headhunter to recruit people. There are many people working in the domestic automobile industry. In China, the last thing lacks is talent. Even in the most niche industries, you can find people who are proficient. New energy vehicles. Yan Xiangping narrowed his eyes. This is a new track. Although Tesla delivered the first batch of electric vehicles in China 3 years ago, the production volume was pitifully small, and its reputation in the market was greater than its strength. To put it bluntly, electric vehicles are not very good, with a range of only 200 to 300 kilometers. However, this industry chain is quite large. Even if Li Yang fails, as long as he can persist for 3 to 5 years, the promotion to the economy is extremely obvious. Moreover, Boss Jia, who is in the limelight recently, is building electric vehicles, but he has placed his company abroad. After all, in the development direction of new energy vehicles, China and the United States are completely consistent, and both have a large number of support policies. But there is no need to be happy now, because Li Yang wants to build a car. Not only technical and management issues, but also many other troubles around him, which may lead to problems. He is willing to cooperate with Li Yang, but the premise is that he does not take risks beyond principles. He said, Mr. Li, although this is the first time we meet, we are also friends. Although I should agree without hesitation for 4 billion, I still want to remind Mr. Li that this matter may not go smoothly. Li Yang smiled and said, everything depends on human efforts. If you don't do it, you will never succeed. If you make a mistake, haha, I can afford it. After all, the whole world knows that my girlfriend is rich. Li Yang will not take Yan Xiangping's so-called concern seriously. The two of them have not reached that point yet. Yan Xiangping's so-called concern is nothing more than not wanting his investment money to go down the drain without any effect. Chapter 185. My wife made me lose all 4 billion. Bai Jingxun soon found out about Li Yang 4 billion, car manufacturing. These two keywords represent a lot of things. Yan Xiangping has made a profit. As long as Li Yang does not encounter any accidents and persists for more than 2 years, it will be a big benefit for Yan Xiangping. Yan Xiangping called to inquire about the situation in Beijing and see how far Li Yang and the Sen family have come. This is the only variable. If there is no such variable, Yan Xiangping can prepare a banquet now. In general, Yan Xiangping has no chance to take advantage by lying down. He must help with something real. Anyway, Li Yang's sincerity is quite sufficient. Regardless of whether he can do it well or not, since he dares to say 4 billion, he will definitely lose all the money before leaving. No one thinks that Li Yang can do it. Whether it is a traditional car company or a new energy car company, it is essentially not an industry that can be played casually. The right time, right place and right people are indispensable, and Li Yang currently has none of them. Maybe Li Yang wants to resist the Sen family? If he learns from that Boss Jia and tosses out some tricks, the Sen family will definitely not dare to play for real. Now many bigwigs want to get to know Boss Jia and get investment. The wealthy bigwigs in China have absolute face no matter where they go. Of course, it's essentially about interests. Li Yang's identity as an internet celebrity and a professional player is indeed a bit too low. Maybe he has a certain appeal, but he doesn't have the ability to control wealth. In this world, there are two kinds of people who are the most powerful. One is the one who can control people, and the other is the one who can control wealth. Even though Li Yang has a lot of money, he is still far from controlling wealth. Making cars should be his first attempt. Whether it fails or succeeds, it's always a good thing. Li Yang contacted a headhunting company in Jiangbei and asked them to help contact some bigwigs and teams in the car manufacturing industry. There is an old car company in Jiangbei, Dongfeng. They also formed a joint venture with a car company in Benzi, which is the so-called Dongban. Yan Xiangping has already agreed to give him land, and then he just needs to follow the process step by step. Anyway, it's not a matter of one day or one night. But marketing has to start. He opened his Weibo, thought about it, and wrote a small essay. He quickly came up with the title of the article, My Wife Made Me Lose All 4 Billion Yuan. Anyone who has dated a rich woman should know that rich women have money. I am lucky to be Zhang Bangshi's boyfriend. But I am also unfortunate because she gave me 4 billion yuan and asked me to lose it. I was stunned when I heard it at the time. I just wanted to study hard and make some money from live streaming. But my wife said that I must lose all the 4 billion yuan, Otherwise we won't get married. According to her, if I don't know how to lose money, she will have no motivation to make money in the future, and then I won't be a qualified boyfriend. A qualified boyfriend should make his girlfriend better, and if I don't pay her back, she's going to lie down and be a salted fish, and that kind of life is boring. According to my idea, isn't it easy to lose money? I cover all the numbers of the double color ball every day, and the stable loss is more than 10 million, 4 billion is just. But she put forward several rules to me, and I must not violate those rules. I must lose all the 4 billion within 2 years to pass the test. There are 4 rules. First, all expenses must be legal and cannot be given to others. Second, within 2 years, the 4 billion cannot be used to purchase any property for yourself, such as buying a house, a car, or luxury goods. Third, hiring others must be reasonable under market standards and prices must not be driven up beyond the highest market standards. Fourth, she has the power to intervene at any time. All I need to do is to lose all the 4 billion within 2 years and make sure there is not a penny left. Then she will give me another 10 billion in pocket money 2 years later. I thought hard for 3 days and 3 nights and found that it would be really difficult for me to lose all the money. I can use it to invest in stocks. What if I make a profit? After all, she can intervene at any time. As we all know, she is the god of stocks. It is not allowed to use it to buy a house or a car, but you can rent a house. But renting a house is not allowed. Houses are only worth a few dollars. I can't rent a city. That would be disrupting the market and not in compliance with regulations. Donate it? She is donating money like crazy. She doesn't need me in the next 2 years. Finally, I thought about it and decided to start a business. With my business less thinking, starting a business is bound to lose money. But in ordinary industries, it is still difficult to lose 4 billion. After my selection, I decided to build a car. Building a car is always losing money. As we all know, 30 to 50 billion in the car manufacturing industry is not a lot of money. 4 billion, she may have to pay some of it. Anyway, according to her requirements, the more she loses, the better. I plan to pay her 10 billion to teach her a lesson. Okay, that's what I want to talk about today. Now the whole network is collecting car brand names, logos, and exterior designs. Interested friends are welcome to submit. I will announce the submission website tomorrow. Once adopted, the company will spend 5 million to buy out the brand name and logo. The exterior design will cost between 1 million and 20 million depending on the degree of adoption. Published. Li Yang did not buy the trending search, but this eye-catching title, almost the moment it was released, began to spread like a virus. Damn, jealous. 4 billion. This bastard is so lucky. Li Yang, didn't you have a girlfriend before? A comment was pushed to the top of the hot comments. Li Yang replied, you also said it was a girlfriend. It's normal to break up. This is also the first time that Li Yang responded positively to the previous things. After all, the last time he only mentioned it in Ruai Pavilion, it didn't spread. Mr. Li, please invest in me. It's really a waste to use 4 billion to build cars. Can you make money by investing? Of course, then I won't invest. I have to lose money. No, I was wrong. I will definitely lose money. Damn, you are still playing with things that lose money. Are you going to die? Li Yang worked overtime to make a website by himself. It's very simple, mainly for submission. You must upload files to submit, and then ask a few people to help screen them, and send reliable files to yourself. There are a lot of monsters and ghosts in the online collection, and there are a lot of illegal pictures. So Li Yang didn't let him send a private message. Anyway, he wouldn't read it. No one knows whether what Li Yang said is true or false. But it can be reflected from the side that Zhang Bangsha is really rich. It is said on the internet that he made more than 6 billion in this round of bull market, and no one knows the details. Moreover, Zhang Bangsha has donated a lot during this period. It's okay for Zhang Bei, but they are all one-time donations. It's mainly her hometown Jiangcheng, which has been on the hot search in the past 2 days, and all the donations are not one-time. For example, scholarships were set up for more than 30 middle schools in Jiangcheng, and 9 high schools also set up special grants. This kind of annual expenditure is the big head. A gymnasium was also donated to Jiangcheng, and cash was distributed to the lonely elderly and poor households in Jiangcheng. Although it only costs 10 or 20 million a year, it is actually a huge expense in the long run. Those top rich people don't dare to play like this. At most, Those people go to the universities where they are located to set up some scholarships. After all, college students have higher utilization value. Li Yang went back after staying in Jiangbei for 4 days. The fact that he had to pay 4 billion yuan was on the hot search for 3 consecutive days, and the number of people participating in the discussion reached more than 20 million. He originally had more than 3 million fans, but after this marketing, the number of fans directly exceeded 5 million. Of course, he still couldn't catch up with Zhang Bangsha. Zhang Bangsha's fans exceeded 4 million in the few days when he registered his account, and now he is heading for 10 million. As soon as he got home, he was dragged by Zhang Bangsha to Shai Mansion. The two of them bought a house here. They looked at the house and found it simple. They must be dissatisfied. Zhang Bangsha has already contacted the decoration company to come and determine the decoration plan on the spot. Li Yang never bought a house in his previous life, but he also knows a little about decoration. For example, floor heating is definitely the most cost-effective thing, otherwise it can freeze people to death in the winter, and the comfort level cannot be supported by air conditioning and warm air alone. After all, there is no heating business in the county town. In the past winter, it was all based on righteousness. Zhang Bangsha prefers cold colors, so Li Yang naturally listens to her choice. After choosing the board material, they didn't need to worry about the next thing. Li Yang would arrange for his parents to watch it when they were free. Anyway, they would not go out for the next 2 months. During the meal, Zhang Bangsha said with a smile, "Master Li, no wonder you are from the School of Management. This marketing is worth at least 1 billion. She didn't find anything Li Yang did strange. After all, this guy was born to be very capable. Now there is no sign of him making cars, but the whole network already knows about it, and the popularity is directly maxed out. He only verbally promised a little money, but in fact, not a penny has been spent. I am afraid that even an advertisement worth 1 billion yuan would not have this kind of popularity." Li Yang sighed and said, "I have no choice. I have done an in-depth investigation in the past few days and found that making cars is more difficult than I imagined. Maybe 10 billion is just the starting point." Really, Zhang Bangsha didn't believe it. Would Li Yang not investigate clearly before doing something? "Yes, it's not because you compare me with Boss Jia. I knew it was because of this. I was wrong at the time. Master Li must be 100 times better than Boss Jia. Bah. Take that back. I wouldn't mind being 10,000 times better than him." Okay, by the way, the company's qualifications have been approved and we are designing fun products. Does Master Li have any suggestions? Li Yang asked. "Do you have a QDII quota?" QDII is a financial product that invests in the international market. Because it requires foreign exchange, it requires special approval for the quota. There is no limit on normal domestic funds. It's okay to put 100 billion or 1 trillion in a fund as long as it can be operated. However, the QDII fund quota is quite limited. Even for those top financial companies, the quota is generally only 200 to 300 million US dollars, and there are very few that exceed 1 billion US dollars. Zhang Bangsha whispered, "I'm afraid I'm too busy to handle this. What's the big deal? Just pick whatever you want and buy whatever you want, but I don't understand the international market. Let me satisfy my cravings later, and I'll give you some wealth codes." Okay, Zhang Bangsha nodded quickly. She originally wanted Li Yang to give her some directions. After all, she really wanted to make money in the foreign market, so she asked Zhang Yu to get her a quota of 200 million US dollars. It's not that she doesn't understand. She has studied a lot recently and is still confident. It's just that no matter what, as long as Li Yang is involved, her confidence will be fully raised. It's like many people have to burn incense before doing anything, and before she does anything, she comes to Li Yang to pray. It just so happens that no one is at Li Yang's house in the afternoon. She accompanied Dao Ying to Li Yang's hometown a few days ago. When she only saw Zhu Ning but not Li Yang, she obviously found that Dao Ying's expression was very interesting. Zhang Bangsha doesn't care, but it's not time to care yet. "Master Li, when can you let me satisfy my craving, you little slut?" No, in fact, Li Yang has been waiting for Zhang Bangsha. Although this will never get boring for a lifetime, people are definitely greedy. After Li Yang announced the car, Zhang Yu was the most nervous. Because she was worried that Li Yang had no money and could not invest in a certain fish. The current situation of a certain fish is that Chen Ji cashed out and left. The other two shareholders protested several times, because Sequoia Capital had the lead investment rights in the last financing, but now the lead investment rights are gone. Xiang Yu directly asked the other party to go to Chen Ji, and if he didn't want to, he could buy back the shares in his hands. Of course, the other party didn't want to, and there was no premium, which was equivalent to investing in vain for half a year without earning a percentage. Xiang Yu couldn't afford the premium either. The premium was 10 or 20 million, and the other party didn't want it. The premium was 100 or 200 million, which was a huge loss for itself. The current live broadcast platform is too expensive, and the profit margin is quite limited. It wasn't until the B round of a certain fish officially started in mid-August that Xiang Yu called Li Yang. Li Yang, where are you? Do you want to come to Jiangbei? I'm in Jiangbei, and I just registered a company, automobile manufacturing company. Yes, it's called Jiang, very internet style. It's originally an internet car company. The reason why Li Yang came up with this name is because of a game equipment. This game equipment called Jiang not only increases the movement speed, but also increases the blood volume. It means that the car is fast and has thick blood, focusing on performance and safety. The current game has not come out yet, and the equipment is nowhere to be seen. He knew why Xiang Yu called. A certain fish is going to raise funds. After all, now, if there is no external capital entering the market, Xiang Yu will have to invest money herself. She dare not invest all her funds in one project. The risk is too great. So she asked, "Are you going to raise funds?" "Yes, then let's do as we said before. I'll go there tomorrow." "Really? How about I transfer another share to you privately?" "According to what we said before, you're at a disadvantage." The two had a brief chat before. The B round was going to raise the market value of a certain fish to 1.2 billion, and Li Yang had to pay 360 million, accounting for 30%. If Li Yang didn't take the lion's share, she wouldn't feel at ease. She thought she knew Li Yang very well. Li Yang was a very greedy guy. If he didn't want to take the lion's share, it meant that he didn't want to put his mind on it at all. And as long as he accepted her favor, the two might be able to repair their relationship. No, just do it this way. Business is business. Let's not talk about anything else. Okay then, see you tomorrow. Okay. Li Yang hung up the phone, and Zuning beside him entangled with him like a little water snake. Zuning came here secretly. After all, Li Yang had not been at home much during this period, and he didn't have time to call him to the apartment. "Teacher Zhu, how many days are you going to stay in Jiangbei?" "Yeah, I'll go back tomorrow." "When will you go back? How about staying a few more days?" "I may have to stay for about a week." He will rent an office building and recruit a team. At least before school starts, the framework should be built. At the same time, the office system should be built. It's still too early to start making cars seriously. Even if it starts, it's basically done by hand. Zuning was very tempted, but soon said, "Forget it. It's easy to be discovered if you stay too long." Li Yang was surprised. Zuning was timid? Is she that kind of person? A few days ago, when her parents were at home, she wanted to sneak into her room in the middle of the night. When chatting, she clearly felt that she had some uncontrollable impulses. If there's any opportunity, she will definitely not want to miss it. At least now is a better opportunity than before, right? There's no one else around her, it's just that she needs to find an excuse. The next second, Li Yang hugged her and said, "Teacher Zhu, I want you to stay with me for a few more days." Hong Zuning heard Li Yang say this seriously again, and felt a little tipsy. She really likes this guy, every pore of him. It's just that Dao Ying found her. Although it wasn't said very obviously, Dao Ying kept asking about her boyfriend, and also talked about Li Yang and Zhang Bengsha. Originally, all of this could be fooled, but Dao Ying finally said, "Is your boyfriend in Beijing? I saw that your account IP address stayed in Beijing for a long time." She could tell from this sentence that Dao Ying knew about her and Li Yang. Although she was unwilling, she would have to face this matter sooner or later. Dao Ying saved some face for her. After all, if Dao Ying had to choose between her and her 10,000 times, she would stand on Zhang Bengsha's side. No one would stand on her side, including Li Yang. Without a father or a mother, and a waist, she was born not to have those things. Love itself is a luxury for her. "Yang Gang, I want to leave," Li Yang asked. "What if I miss Teacher Zhu in the future?" Zuning said hesitantly, "If you want to, tell me and I'll come to find you." Then Teacher Zhu, "Have you thought about how to live in the future?" "I haven't thought about it. I'm a stupid person and I don't have any opinions. Only you don't despise me. I feel that I will definitely be bullied by others after I leave you. Chapter 186. A Soft-Hearted God. The board of directors of a certain fish. Li Yang negotiated on behalf of Gangchang Convolution Company. In the end, he won 30% of the shares of a certain fish, paying $360 million. After reaching a financing agreement, the equity of a certain fish changed. Xiangnu's shareholding changed from 75% to 52.5%, and Hongshan's shareholding changed from 20% to 14%. Another shareholder of a certain fish changed from 5% to 3.5%. Because the valuation of $1.2 billion was considered very high, they did not have the right to lead the investment. If they wanted more chips, they could only continue to increase the price on the valuation of $1.2 billion. That would be completely cost-effective. For a certain fish, getting $360 million would not be a problem, at least to get through this year. Xiangnu wanted to make money, and money could give her a sense of security. After things were confirmed, Xiangnu invited Li Yang to dinner, and said during the meal, "Does Wanliu Capital want to raise funds? At present, all the shares of Wanliu Capital are under the name of Jiang Bangsha. It is impossible for Xiangnu not to participate," but Li Yang did not give her a chance. She asked tentatively. Not for the time being." Xiangnu continued to ask, "Then can I entrust a sum of money to Wanliu Capital?" Li Yang smiled and said, "You can go and talk to Jiang Bangsha, as long as she is willing to accept the entrustment. Well, okay. Do you have any good suggestions for the operation of the live broadcast platform? After all, you are now a major shareholder of the company." Chenji's operation ideas were very good before. Li Yang did not want to change the current situation. Some fish was just a small move. Xiangnu took out a key and said, "I bought 2 houses in Jiangbei. You will stay in Jiangbei recently. Go to my other house first, so as not to be stared at by people every day in the hotel." Li Yang took the key and said, "You are still thoughtful. Don't ask Jiang Bangsha about Wanliu Capital. She will not accept any funds. Other funds are too stressful for her. Focus on the live broadcast platform. If there is any financial pressure in the future, you can tell me." Li Yang will definitely not let Xiangnu suffer losses when cooperating with her. For example, in this round of financing, he raised the valuation of some fish to $1.2 billion. Xiangnu made tens of millions of yuan from the shares in his hands in just a few days. Xiangnu sighed, "I am increasingly confused about what you are doing. It seems that everyone is performing normally, but you two suddenly got high scores after the exam." She thought that Jiang Bangsha could accept a part of the funds, but now that Li Yang said this, she realized that she was just overthinking. Jiang Bangsha would not share the profits even if they were profitable. Would they give all of them to the investors? Xiangnu couldn't figure it out. She felt powerless. If they had a good relationship before, she could have been shameless enough to ask Jiang Bangsha for some shares. Anyway, as long as Li Yang asked, Jiang Bangsha would give him a chance no matter how strong her principles were. Actually, I don't know what she thinks, but she is definitely right. Xiangnu, Gangchang Convolution Company is Li Yang's parent company. It invested in a certain fish and also invested in Jiang Automobile. Jiang Automobile is wholly owned by Convolution Company. Convolution Company was opened in the name of his father. And strictly speaking, it is just an empty shell. If he really goes bankrupt and someone is still chasing him, just label his father a deadbeat. It has nothing to do with him anyway. That night, he went to the new house that Xiangnu bought. It's not a new house, but someone else has renovated it, but no one has moved in. The housing prices in Jiangbei are not high, and the house that Xiangnu bought is in a very good location, and it's only more than 2 million yuan. It will almost double in a few years. Among the domestic economic cards, infrastructure and real estate are the most comfortable to play, which is why once the economy is not good, the market will be full of related arguments, and the stocks of large infrastructure in the stock market will rise. The water release can basically only be put in large infrastructure, and the effect in other aspects is average. The second comfortable card to play is new energy vehicles, but it is still in the brewing stage. After all, the relevant industrial chain has not been fully opened up, and the overall scale is not very clear. After taking a shower, Zuning changed into a white t-shirt. The t-shirt is relatively large, which can help her save a piece of clothing. She saw Li Yang sitting on the sofa, holding a laptop and reading something, so she leaned her head over and hugged Li Yang's neck. She found that Li Yang was reviewing some information related to cars. Yang Gang, do you really want to build a car? Yes, then you must give me one when the time comes. The car you build must be very expensive. I will probably not be willing to buy it. Li Yang smiled and took out a car key and handed it to Zuning. It's in the garage. I've bought it for you. Why did you suddenly give me a car? Li Yang closed his notebook, turned his head to look at Zuning, and said, Teacher Zhu, I have thought about it seriously. If you want to leave, I respect your opinion. This car is my gift to you. At that moment, Zuning was very flustered. Although she knew that this day would come sooner or later, she just said it casually yesterday. She wanted to hear Li Yang say a few words to keep her, so that she could shamelessly stay for a while. As a result, now she resisted the resistance in her heart and said, I just want what I deserve, not the car, it's already in your name. If you don't want it, you can sell it in the second-hand market. After that, Li Yang hugged Zuning and said, stay with me for another night. This sentence was the last straw that broke the camel's back for Zuning. She pinched Li Yang tightly and said loudly, what, one night? You wish. I don't want anything in the future, but you must listen to me. When I call you, you must come. She couldn't accept the reality of leaving Li Yang. It has been more than a year. She fell under the charm of this guy from the beginning, but she always made excuses for herself, saying it was for money. But in fact, she hasn't spent a penny of that money so far. The money spent in the past year was Li Yang's filial piety to his sister, and it had nothing to do with anything else. Li Yang asked back, why should I listen to you? Zuning fell into thought, and soon she took out her mobile phone. After adjusting the camera, she pulled Li Yang's hand and lifted her t-shirt at the same time. Come on, put it here. Click. A photo was taken. Li Yang was not on the photo, but his hands were. Zuning's whole body was in the photo. But this photo was her black history. She smiled and showed the photo to Li Yang, saying, I have evidence against you. If you don't listen to me, I will show it to your parents, and then, you are so vicious. Ha, I am a vicious person. Xiao Yang, you don't want these photos to be seen by others, right? No, then you have to listen to me in the future. Of course, I can't control other things. Zuning knew that this photo was useless and would not have any impact on Li Yang. But she was just looking for a reason, which did not necessarily need to be sufficient, as long as it was necessary. At least Li Yang accepted this reason, didn't he? Li Yang asked, but you said it was not appropriate yesterday. Zuning explained, at that time, I felt that I still had some dignity, but then I thought, I have already taken your money, what dignity do I have? Anyway, no one can produce evidence. No matter who comes to me, I will pretend to be dead. Anyway, I will not admit it even if I am beaten to death. Aren't you afraid of conflicts with your master's wife? Conflicts are conflicts. I don't expect to live with them for the rest of my life. Dao Ying and Zhang Yaoding do have a high status in her heart, but that's all. They are not really relatives to each other. She figured it out. In her situation, she doesn't need to consider others, and she is not qualified to consider others. When Li Yang drives her out, it will be the time for her to make a real choice. But I was very sad yesterday. I made this decision today after a long struggle, and, Zuning quickly covered Li Yang's mouth and said, okay, I said the wrong thing last night. Don't say it anymore. I'll let you hit me. After that, she knelt down on the sofa with her back to Li Yang, then lifted up her t-shirt and said, calm down, don't be angry anymore. Li Yang definitely didn't have the habit of hitting people, but Zuning's posture was very beautiful. The height of the sofa happened to be very comfortable. Xiangyu is still good at buying a house. The height of the sofa at home is not good. It's a bit too low. The only thing Zuning lacks is a soft heart. Dao Ying's words are nothing. Zhang Bangsha is willing to give up half of her pillow. Although I don't know whether it was intentional or unintentional, at least Zhang Bangsha didn't say anything at the moment. Zuning's personality is a kind of personality that many people have. When facing parents, good friends, and partners, they will be soft-hearted on matters of principle, and sometimes they would rather sacrifice their own interests to satisfy them. Li Yang himself has this, but now he has the capital to be soft-hearted, but Zuning doesn't. She had to leave because she was soft-hearted. She herself said that she was a fool and would be bullied by others after leaving. She might even be swindled out of the little money she had. So, Li Yang didn't waste time with her and just laid it out and left. If they had argued for a while, she might have really taken the car keys and left. After all, The longer the argument lasted, the more rational she would be. It was different now. He did this to her all of a sudden and she became impulsive. Only impulse could make her give up her soft-heartedness. No matter how long it lasted, at least with today, she would have the confidence to face it in the future. At night, Wang Qiping called. "Ning Ning, where are you?" Zhu Ning answered the phone while pressing Li Yang, saying, "I'm going out to play with my friends. I won't be back for 2 days." "Friends? Boyfriend?" "Oh," this Wang Qiping said with a smile, "isn't this normal? You are 26 years old. It will be too late if you don't find a boyfriend. When will you bring your boyfriend home so that we can meet him?" "Oh, okay, then it's settled. I'll bring him home in 2 days. I don't have anything else to do at home." Okay. Zhu Ning had no idea what she was answering. 10 minutes passed until she hung up the phone. She collapsed beside Li Yang and came back to her senses. Li Yang smiled and said, "Teacher Zhu, how are you going to take your boyfriend back?" Zhu Ning asked in confusion. "What boyfriend? Have you forgotten what you just said on the phone?" Zhu Ning was shocked. "What did I say? Let me repeat it to you. You said you were going to take your boyfriend home in the next 2 days. Zhu Ning was stunned, and then, "It's all your fault. Why did you move around?" "My mind was blank at the time. I didn't know what I was doing. I just wanted to hang up the phone quickly." It's over. Help me think of a reason." No. Just after Li Yang's convolution company invested in a certain fish, Chen Ji suddenly stood up on the internet and complained in tears that someone had taken away his control of the company. He said that he was taken away inexplicably, and after several months of inhumane treatment, he suffered unprecedented physical and mental torture, and was eventually forced to sell his shares at a low price. In short, he was coerced. The reason why he dared to stand up now was that he had no backing before and was worried about retaliation. Now that he has joined the principal's chest hair TV, he is not afraid of retaliation. This news had a huge impact on Xiang Yu. She was very angry. Chen Ji, this bastard, had obviously given him enough face and money, but now he actually stood up and bit people. Almost as soon as this incident was brought into the hot search, her family called her and said that someone had noticed this matter and was preparing to investigate. After all, the words Chen Ji said had a very bad impact. In the system circle, doing something wrong is not terrible. The most terrible thing is that you did something wrong and someone caught you and exposed it. Once it is exposed, if the evidence is conclusive, no matter who it is, they must be killed. Fortunately, this matter was not done by Xiang Yu herself, and even if it was investigated, it would be impossible to do anything to her. But the two brothers of the Zhao family on the other end of the phone, the old man said, "Xiang Yu, this matter can be handled by the two of them. After all, they are consumables. But even if they have a family background, they can't afford such consumption." Xiang Yu said, "Well, I know. In fact, you shouldn't have introduced Li Yang to invest. If Li Yang didn't invest, the other party wouldn't have made a move so quickly. Nothing in the world can be said to be absolutely just. As long as someone is willing to find it, they will definitely find a handle. Grandpa, it's okay. It takes patience to cooperate with Li Yang. Now has just begun. I've already held your weak spot at the beginning. How can Li Yang turn the tables?" Just relying on his invisible car-making plan, Xiang Yu asked, "What if he succeeds in making a car?" The person on the other end of the phone said, "If he succeeds, the Sen family will be a clown. Just like the current confrontation, they are playing within the rules, they have an absolute advantage, and they are waiting for you to make a mistake. If Li Yang can succeed in making cars, it means changing the rules. If you want to play with him, you have to abide by his rules, and he will be invincible under his own rules. But that will take at least several years. Can you survive these years?" This was the first time Xiang Yu played such a high-end game. Every time she had to show her strength to compete, instead of the so-called connections and favors. It was completely different from what she imagined. As long as there was a little flaw, the opponent would be able to seize it and counterattack. But she had no idea what Li Yang was going to do. Making cars was too far away. Maybe before the car was even made, it would have already lost the high ground under the opponent's offensive. Could they expect to come back? That was even more unrealistic. Chen Ji's incident was just an appetizer. The opponent was waiting for them to reveal a bigger flaw. Li Yang called her for dinner, and he went. She knew Zhang Dasheng and had dinner together before. The place Li Yang arranged to meet was at Zhang Dasheng's restaurant, And as for the reason, he didn't have to pay. After coming in, he saw that Li Yang had ordered a table full of dishes with a takeaway box next to it, so he asked, "Are you planning to eat and take away at the same time?" "Yeah, I'll take some back. I'm too lazy to cook, so I'll save it for tomorrow." "You really made me not know what to say." "Did you read Chen Ji's post this morning?" Li Yang nodded. "Yes, I did. I was filled with righteous indignation after reading it. How could there be such a dark force in the world?" "Hey, that dark force is you. You taught him all the methods." "What? That Chen Ji is damn right. I asked him for something, but he didn't even hand it over to me." After Zhang Yu sat down, he was too lazy to pay attention to Li Yang and continued, "I received news that many anchors on the platform have received offers from Chesthar TV, and many anchors are planning to leave after the contract expires, including some top anchors." Li Yang said, "What is the company's legal department for? Check those contracts and find some evidence of their violations. If they dare to leave, sue them immediately, or at least ask for liquidated damages." Live broadcast contracts are basically not serious contracts. When the broadcast is over, the contract is considered fulfilled. You think too much? How can live broadcast platforms make money without lawsuits? For all anchors, there must be various priorities in the contract, and there are also clauses that cannot affect the reputation of the platform. These two clauses are almost a panacea. As long as the anchor does not discuss with the platform and thinks that the contract is over and leaves immediately, a priority can make them lose the lawsuit. If they are a little more sensible and inform in advance, then this side can delay the process, and the anchor will definitely be anxious in the end. As long as the anchor directly signs with the other party without explicit refusal here, and continues to promote other platforms during this period, it is still a breach of contract. This is not Li Yang being shameless, this is just playing within the rules. Even he has been fooled, let alone others. Zhang Yu asked, "Then how should we deal with the newly established Chesthar TV? They are clearly going to compete with us. Once they are willing to pay the penalty and poach our traffic anchors, the platform will not have the basis to retain users." This is also what Zhang Yu is most worried about. Li Yang said, "If the platform relies on big anchors, then the big anchors will hijack the platform's traffic. Should we spend money to attract traffic to the platform or to those big anchors?" "That sounds good, but how can we increase traffic?" "Let them send us traffic." Chapter 187, A Method to Increase Your Appearance. In the live broadcast circle, there is no doubt that the competition between Chesthar TV and A Certain Fish has begun. In half a month, A Certain Fish has sued more than 60 anchors. At the same time, the project leader of A Certain Fish began to expand the scale. From time to time, the live broadcast recordings of A Certain Fish can be seen in various groups. There have even been accidents of live broadcasting. At that time, A Certain Fish immediately banned the live broadcast room, but the matter was still spreading more and more, so that the person in charge of the live broadcast was interviewed. At the same time, other platforms also specially collected evidence and guided public opinion online. Countless people reported the Certain Fish platform. In a short period of time, the outside world labeled the Certain Fish platform as irregular. At this time, Li Yang was drinking tea and chatting with Li Yijin. Last year, Li Yijin invested tens of millions of yuan himself to develop a piece of land. The area he developed was not large, and he could only build 2 buildings in total. Even so, he was still heavily in debt. It was very different from what he expected at the beginning. On the one hand, there is the interest on bank loans, and on the other hand, there is the cost of selling houses. For every house sold, the cost he spent was close to 200,000. Every day, the whole city advertises and looks for salesmen, and even the sales office has to recruit extras. He originally expected that after the 2 buildings were built, he would get his money back if half of the houses were sold, and he could make tens of millions if all of them were sold. As a result, only 1/3 of the houses have been sold, and other costs have been increasing, and he owes a lot of debt. "Brother Jun, I have seen your project, and it is very good. Whether it is design or construction speed, I am going to buy 2 sets in 2 days. When Li Yijin heard this, he hurriedly said, "If you want it, just tell me directly, there is no need to spend money to buy it, I will leave you 2 sets with the best apartment types." He has now experienced that it is still difficult to be a big boss. Even if he has tried his best to make his products the best, it is still not so smooth. He knows where his disadvantage is, that is, too little funds. He should use the funds in his hands to leverage and continue to develop more residential buildings, and slowly he will be awesome. Unfortunately, the speed of repayment is too slow now, so he can only continue to raise money from others, and he can continue to leverage if he can get it. He knew that Li Yang would have a good future before, after all, he was someone who could be admitted to Beijing University. But he didn't expect that he would be left behind in such a short time. Li Yang made at least 50 million last year, and with this year's, I'm afraid he has made 100 million. It's better than working so hard on the project. The total amount of this project he has is more than 40 million, and he may not be able to earn a fraction even if he works so hard. Li Yang said seriously, Brother Jun should have some difficulties in the capital chain, right? How about I invest some money for you? It just so happens that I have some money that I have nowhere to use. Li Yijin was stunned. If Li Yang is willing to invest in him, it would be a good thing. Yang Gang, have you told your family? He still asked first. Even if Li Yang can make the decision, if Li Liqin is unwilling, he will not feel at ease after taking the money. Li Yang said, my family has no objection, but I want to ask Brother Jun, have you made any progress on the next project? After asking this, Li Yijin showed a difficult look on his face. His first project was to demolish more than 10 acres of land next to the county town, which was pitifully small. As for the second project, there is no particularly small one, at least 50 acres of land. 50 acres of land, the investment is at least 300 million. Even if it is leveraged a little bit, it will not be able to turn around without 100 million in the early stage. He thought for a while and said, the project has not been decided yet. After all, I have little money here, and I basically have no chance to get a larger project. Li Yang had a bottom line in his heart. If Li Yijin has a ready-made project, then he will invest tens of millions to help him relieve the financial pressure. If not, it will definitely be the best. He took out a map, spread it on the table, and said, Brother Jun, Shu Group just won 1,500 acres of land in the county, and we just need people and teams here. 1,500 acres. Li Yijin took a look at the map, and it turned out to be the area from the South City to the high-speed railway station. The price of that area is now soaring, from more than 200,000 per acre to more than 300,000. Even so, it is generally impossible to take over such a large area. And he has been paying attention to relevant news, and he has never heard of such a large area being allocated all at once. He asked, Yang Gang, is this true or false? Has anyone won the bid? No need to win the bid, the county gave it to you for free. Li Yijin, the county is really generous. This is the last piece of precious land in the county. If it is all given away at once, will other real estate companies come here in the future? Li Yang asked, Brother Jun, are you interested in leading this project? There are 500 acres of commercial land here, and the remaining 1,000 acres are all residential land. I will provide the drawings, but I can't find a suitable project manager. Li Yijin's eyes lit up. There was no doubt that Li Yang was giving him a chance. The so-called investment before was probably just a test of himself. It would be a lie to say that I am not tempted by a large project of 1,500 acres, which can make a lot of money. He hesitated for a moment. Yang Gang, I have never worked on such a big project. The team I have is just put together. For this kind of project, you should go to those big real estate companies. Li Yang smiled and said, Brother Jun, Greenwater Group is a real estate company itself. How can we find someone else? It's just that the project department has just been established and lacks manpower. Besides, although your team is small, it was also pulled out from scratch, and it is not a problem to expand it a little bit. Do you really trust me so much? I haven't even graduated from junior high school. Li Yang said, I have no reason not to trust Brother Jun. Li Yang has worked in a big company before. In fact, apart from the information advantage and financial advantage of big companies, the other differences are not that big. Building a house is not like doing research. Although the technical content is not low, there are too many related technical personnel. The civil engineering guys who graduated in these years are so competitive. Not to mention those far away, even if they find people from the county, they can support this project. Okay. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. For Li Yijin, how much money this project can make is secondary. In charge of this big project, he is no longer the small boss in other people's eyes. Okay, then Jun will come to Shu Group the day after tomorrow. No problem, school is about to start, and there is only 1 week left. Li Yang didn't rest much this summer vacation. He had been interviewing some teams in Jiangbei before, and finally finalized a team that left Shenzhen, spending a full 500 million. This is because the automobile market is not very good, and the market share of domestic cars is relatively low. In a few years, when the market share of domestic cars is high, the price of senior automobile teams will also rise. Jun spent 1 billion to pull away the vice president of Geely. The team he got with 500 million has more than 60 people, big and small. This year's task is to determine the data and indicators of the car, and start assembling cars next year. Li Yang is not worried at all that the other party is a makeshift team, because even he is one. Even the big groups in the world are mainly makeshift teams. In the traditional fuel vehicle industry, car manufacturing is indeed mysterious. Whether it is the engine, gearbox, or chassis, they are all difficult to overcome. Even if you buy others, you can't compete with others in terms of cost, and you are not as good as them in terms of brand. However, the threshold for new energy electric vehicles is much lower, and the most important thing is internet thinking. Of course, don't name it randomly, such as Big Dog or Mocha, which is just to make people upset. As school is about to start, Wu Xianqi finally came out. I haven't seen him for half a year, and Wu Xianqi has become darker. When they met, Li Yang asked, "Did you go to Africa for further study?" Wu Xianqi said uninterestedly, "I've been practicing a cement heart sealing technique recently, and I've mastered it." "Oh, then I won't tell you." "Huh? What did you say?" "Nothing, I just met Yang Shanshan in Jiangbei a few days ago, and you've mastered it now." Before Li Yang finished speaking, Wu Xianqi grabbed his shoulders and asked anxiously, "She's in Jiangbei. Where did you see her? Tell me quickly, hasn't your technique mastered yet?" "What are you asking?" Wu Xianqi finally let go of his stubbornness. "Something went wrong with my practice, and now I'm possessed." Li Yang asked with a smile, "Then answer me a question. 10,000 will do, as long as you tell me where she is." Li Yang asked, "Have you practiced dual cultivation with Yang Shanshan?" It was finally his turn to ask this question. This guy had always been asking himself before. Wu Xianqi was a little embarrassed, but he nodded quickly. Li Yang had guessed before, and now it was confirmed. He retracted his opinion of Yang Shanshan. He thought Yang Shanshan was pretty good. At least she really gave the money. He patted Wu Xianqi on the shoulder and said, "I did see her, but she already has a boyfriend, a tall and handsome guy." He did not lie to Wu Xianqi. He really saw Yang Shanshan, and there was also a man next to Yang Shanshan. As for whether it was a boyfriend, he didn't know. After all, Yang Shanshan is a wealthy woman with millions of dollars. It's normal for her to find a handsome boyfriend, right? Wu Xianqi gritted his teeth and asked, "Are you sure you didn't lie to me? I swear on my heart of Taoism. Do you believe it?" Wu Xianqi let go of Li Yang. At this time, Zhang Bangsha threw a basketball to him from a distance. Wu Xianqi sat on the basketball court holding the basketball. Zhang Bangsha was a little surprised, and walked over to ask, "What happened today, Wu?" "He went crazy practicing martial arts." "Never mind him, do you want some milk tea? There's a milk tea shop just opened at the entrance of the community, I'll buy it for you." "What kind of martial arts did he practice?" "Love and affection." "Yeah, why do I feel like I've practiced it too?" "Haha, Master Zhang practiced normal martial arts, but he didn't have the talent, so he had to take shortcuts, and he accidentally went crazy." It's hard to say whether Wu Xianqi's incident is good or bad. In his previous life, he was actually similar to himself, and he was also indecisive. He knew about the problems of his first wife earlier than anyone else, but he couldn't bear to let it go for several years. At the milk tea shop, Li Yang bought 3 cups of milk tea. Back on the basketball court again, Li Yang found Wu Xianqi playing basketball alone. Every time he wanted to dunk like crazy, but he was not tall enough and his jumping ability was not enough. He could only smash the basketball hard on the basket, and then wait until the basketball bounced far away, and then desperately ran to pick it up. Zhang Bangsha whispered, "Master Li, what do you think I would do if I also became possessed? I'm not very good at playing basketball, don't worry. I just happen to practice a technique that can calm my mind and concentrate my spirit. I will definitely cure you when the time comes." After saying that, Li Yang took the first step and took the rebounding basketball in his hand, and Wu Xianqi missed it. Li Yang handed him a cup of milk tea and said, "Master Zhang invited you to drink it. Most people don't have this face. Just stand by and watch. Brother will show you what a dunk is." After Li Yang finished speaking, he held the basketball in one hand, took a few steps to run, and slammed the basketball into the basket. Wu Xiangqi said to Jiang Bangsha next to him, "Dao Jiang, you have to keep a close eye on this guy in the future. This guy has 1,000 opportunities to show off." Jiang Bangsha smiled slightly. "Actually, I think Dao Wu is also very handsome, but what?" Wu Xiangqi suddenly felt much better. After all, this was Jiang Bangsha's recognition. How many people in the world can get such recognition? Without waiting for Jiang Bangsha to speak, Li Yang ran over and said, "Master Jiang means that if you weren't ugly, you would actually be quite handsome." Wu Xiangqi, shut your stinky mouth. Jiang Bangsha hurriedly explained, "That's not what I meant. What I meant is that people who really care about you will think you're handsome no matter what you do." Li Yang, let me translate it for you. Shut up. You don't need to translate it. Jiang Bangsha, fellow Taoist Wu, I think since you like her so much, just go after her. Wu Xiangqi whispered, "But she has a boyfriend. What's there to be afraid of having a boyfriend? At least you're the first. It's just like investing in a company, you have the right to lead the investment. This round has actually just begun. She didn't reject you. And no one else offered a higher price than you. You have such a great opportunity. Wouldn't it be a pity to give up?" Li Yang couldn't help but said, "Master Jiang, are you teaching fellow Taoist Wu to be a bootlicker? If you like her so much, there's nothing wrong with being one." Li Yang, "Oh, then let me translate it. What it means is that you don't have any other skills, and if you really can't, we can be the bootlicker. At worst, she and her boyfriend can get a room, and you can buy condoms in advance and send them over, which means you have a certain sense of participation." When Jiang Bangsha heard this, she hurriedly pulled Li Yang away. She said unhappily, "Why do you say such harsh words? He is in a bad mood now. Isn't it better to comfort him?" Li Yang explained, "That will only make him sink deeper and deeper. Once he has an excuse, he will escape from reality. People are weak and like to make excuses. Just like stock trading, if you lose a few hundred yuan today, you will not care so much when you think about earning it back with work. But if you keep losing money and never care, you will find that it is impossible to recover it in the end." "But what if the stock makes money? Money earned by luck is not reassuring in your hands." Jiang Bangsha, "Isn't it also lucky that I caught you under the graduation wall that day? Otherwise, I might have to be hospitalized." That day was the only day that Jiang Bangsha felt that she could help Li Yang. Although it was just a very small thing, it gave her the courage to participate in Li Yang's life. But later, she saw something wrong with Li Yang's arm and realized that things were not going so smoothly. Li Yang looked at her. Jiang Bangsha blushed when she was looked at. Okay, I was wrong. It was you who protected me from getting hurt that day. Jiang Bangsha finally admitted his mistake. He shouldn't use this as an excuse. "Just what?" Li Yang asked. "I just think it's not easy for Wu Dao to find a girlfriend. Anyway, he can't find another girlfriend now. Why not be a little infatuated, just in case the girl is soft-hearted?" Puff that afternoon, on the basketball court of the community. Li Yang stood in the middle, with one arm around someone's shoulder, and the three of them took a photo. Before leaving, Li Yang sent the photo to Wu Xiangqi and said, "Wu Dao, we don't have anything to give you. You should make good use of this photo. This is my unique secret method that can increase your appearance. Remember, you must post it on your circle of friends." Jiang Bangsha, "Master Li understands too much? It's so understanding that it makes people panic. It's over. The next meeting will probably have to wait until the Chinese New Year, and no one can tell what changes will appear in the future. At least the changes on Jiang Bangsha's side have already occurred, and no one can stop her from doing public fundraising. But his date with Jiang Bangsha has just begun. Master Li, what did you do during your summer vacation when you were a kid?" When you were a kid. There were so many things to do, such as catching fish, playing with glass balls, shooting triangles, quadrilaterals, and iron fighting." What is iron fighting? It's just drawing a circle on the ground, putting a piece of iron in it, and everyone uses the iron products in their hands to fall freely. As long as you can knock out any iron products in the circle, you win. If your iron product falls into the circle, you can't take it, and you have to bear the attacks of others on your things. Then can I use a big piece of iron? Yes, I relied on a 7 or 8 pound sledgehammer at home. I don't know how much things I won from them. Anyway, even if my sledgehammer falls into the circle, they can't knock the sledgehammer out. Can't others take out a bigger one? Sure, but the hammer has no fulcrum, so it's hard to pry. If they use a big one, They'll have to take the risk of losing. I wish they could use a bigger one to play with me. I'm not afraid of losing, because I've already earned back the cost of the hammer. I can do a business without any investment, but can they? If they lose the big things at home, their family will beat them to death. Master Li, how can you be so awesome? Zhang Bangsha didn't expect that Li Yang would weigh so many things for just a small game. But when he jumped down from the 4.2-meter graduation wall, he didn't measure his own risks. Chapter 188: A once-in-a-lifetime bet. The purpose of the company's CEO is to solve some problems for the company. After the direction is set, it basically has nothing to do with the company's CEO. After all, the CEO cannot and does not have the energy to pay attention to every detail. Whether it is Lushu Group or Jiang Automobile, the office system used was developed by Li Yang's team. It is also the office model that large group companies have turned to in recent years, with Bytes leading the way. The principle is that except for some specific events, most employees of the company have no chance to get involved in money. Now, many small managers in companies are extremely corrupt. Under the new office model, corruption still exists, but it is definitely not something that a small manager can just find an opportunity to start. Even the core leadership of the company has very limited opportunities to access money. To do this, the salary must be high enough, otherwise it will affect work enthusiasm. For example, Li Yijin, although he has become an absolute executive of Lushu Group and is in charge of projects worth billions of dollars, he is only an organizer and supervisor, and he is not the one who arranges the operations. Of course, he must have participated in the operation, but it is not shown in the documents and instructions. This approach of doing most of the processes online can minimize the relationship between superiors and subordinates. Subordinates cannot access the power of their superiors, so naturally they have no chance to pretend to obey their superiors. Similarly, superiors cannot access their subordinates, which basically cuts off the tentacles of corruption. This is a new way of working that has been explored in the 2 years of working from home, and more large groups will adopt it in the future. Li Yang is also gradually improving it. After all, the functions of online office have certain limitations, and it must be incomplete at the beginning. It requires a combination of online and offline to do a good job. As the boss, Li Yang basically only needs to ask about the progress and take a look at the situation of each employee through the office system. Before there is a big thing, he doesn't need to take action. In a holiday camp near the county town, Bai Qing sat on the grass, and Li Yang rested his head on her legs and squinted his eyes. Bai Qing likes Li Yang's light stubble. She still doesn't know why Li Yang asked her to come out to play, and she still feels a little guilty because the time is too short and she can't think of a new script. After all, Li Yang will start school soon. At this time, Li Yang squinted his eyes and asked, "Wife, haven't I given you a gift yet?" Bai Qing was stunned. "What, gift?" Li Yang emphasized again. But Bai Qing's focus was not on this sentence, but on asking, "What did you call me just now, wife?" In our local dialect it's called the back room. This is already the biggest gift for me. She didn't want Li Yang to buy her something, because that would make her worried. She really wanted Li Yang to owe her something that she could never repay in her lifetime, but it was a pity that it was no longer possible. Moreover, the things Li Yang brought her could already cover what she had paid before. It's just that she didn't want to cover it. She would slowly pay back what she owed Li Yang, and what Li Yang owed her was called a sense of security. Even if she owed Li Yang 100, and Li Yang only owed her $1. But the sense of security of this $1 far exceeded everything. She smiled and rubbed Li Yang's chin with her face. "What blinded me?" Li Yang asked. "Guess, husband, it looks delicious. Then do you want to try it, husband?" There are a lot of people. There were indeed a lot of people nearby, but no one would pay attention to this side. Bai Qing whispered, "It's more fun when there are more people." Haha, no, Li Yang actually wanted it very much, but today he came out to accompany Bai Qing, not to seek excitement. Relationships need to be adjusted. He had been asking for it before, and although Bai Qing took the initiative to give it, he had always been too straightforward. They needed some warmth between each other, so before school started, he specifically called Bai Qing out to relax and be a normal couple. Purify Bai Qing's mind, so that she wouldn't lead him astray all day long. "I am a pure boy. Cool off, have a romantic dinner, and watch the stars on the terrace of the hotel." Bai Qing has never seen such a gentle side of Li Yang, even though this guy always wants her to call him daddy. She always felt that the relationship between the two was maintained by sex. If she hadn't been getting more and more panicked, she wouldn't have gotten more and more crazy. There are many things she didn't say, but it doesn't mean they don't exist. She also knows that she will have to face it sooner or later, but she is not ready, and she may not even have the chance to prepare in this life. I'm going back to school the day after tomorrow. When are you going to Beijing? Huh? Are you going so early? Bai Qing knew the start time of Beijing University very well, and this was something she paid close attention to. Li Yang said indignantly, some bastard made me fail 2 exams, and I have to go back to take the makeup exams. Is it that serious? Do you want me to cheer up your husband? PFFT. Wait until you go to Beijing. Bai Qing suddenly frowned. I don't care who you are, get off my husband. You have to ask me to call you dad before you believe it, right? Oh, yes, dad. The closer it was to the time of leaving, the busier Li Yang was. After returning with Bai Qing, he was questioned by Zuning. Zuning also knew when he was leaving. And it happened that Li Liqin and Wang Qiping went to the new house to check the decoration in the afternoon. The old couple planned to watch for a while, and go directly to Sanya in November. Then, they spent 2 hours at home in fear. Zuning had been distractedly lying at the door listening for any noise, fearing that Li Liqin and the others would suddenly come back. Early the next morning, Li Yang drove Jiang Bangsha to the road to Beijing. If it weren't for returning Song Yu's car, he would have preferred to take the high-speed rail, where second-class seats were half price. In the car, Li Yang asked, Master Jiang, do your parents really agree to let you drop out of school? It's not a withdrawal for now, it's a suspension of study. After all, a suspension of study can keep some thoughts for them. By the way, Xiang Yu said that many people want to invest some money in Wanliu Capital and entrust me to manage it, but I rejected them all. Will it cause trouble to Master Li? Li Yang smiled and said, in my life, the thing I fear least is trouble. Master Li seems to have never asked me what I want to do. Wouldn't it seem strange if he asked? Then would Master Li like to invest some money? Jiang Bangsha just said that casually. After all, she felt very satisfied with the unconditional support of Li Yang. She could refuse other people's money, but she really hoped that Li Yang would invest money in it. Li Yang said, public offerings have relatively high requirements for holding positions. Don't be in a hurry. What if your popularity is very high and someone invests hundreds of billions in you in the blink of an eye? Then the money I invested will be a burden. How can it be that exaggerated? I feel very successful if I can get 1 billion. Li Yang raised his eyebrows and said, how about we make a bet? I think you can increase the scale of Wanliu Capital to 50 billion within a year, and exceed 100 billion within 2 years. What are you betting on? If I win, you will give me a massage, and I want the Dongguan style. Jiang Bangsha thought for a while and said, change the bet. If you win, I will marry you, Pa. You made a lot of money, I haven't finished yet. If you lose, you have to marry me. Are you really willing to bet like this? Yeah, do you want to bet? Take it. Let's see who is better, you, the stock god, or me, the massage god? Jiang Bangsha asked curiously, aren't you afraid that I will win on purpose? Li Yang said without hesitation, that's also your ability. Don't worry, I will definitely do my best to make you win. But I won't accept other people's funds, except yours. If the scale is less than 50 billion a year, Li Yang will win if he can get 50 billion. Anyway, Jiang Bangsha has no confidence that he can achieve a scale of 50 billion. This is a very scary number. There are less than 80 public funds in the country with a scale of more than 50 billion. Any fund with a scale of more than 50 billion is equivalent to entering the top 100 domestic funds. Okay, Li Yang certainly knew that 50 billion was difficult, but if Jiang Bangsha was willing to take it, he would definitely accompany her. Maybe this is really the only chance, and you can't give up if you encounter it. By the way, whether it is 50 billion a year or 100 billion in 2 years, as long as any of the conditions are met, you win, Jiang Bangsha added. Okay, Li Yang continued to drive seriously, while Jiang Bangsha enjoyed snacks and fruits. The weather was good, so Li Yang didn't rest on the way. Except for half an hour to eat in the service area, he spent the rest of the time driving. That night, they arrived in Beijing. Jiang Bangsha now has a new place to live, right next to Wanliu Capital, renting a large flat. It is the famous Wanliu Academy. Everything is very complete, and Xiang Yu is asked to help, so you can move in with just your luggage. Jiang Bangsha is willing to be friends with Xiang Yu. Anyway, Li Yang didn't say that it's not possible. Unfortunately, Xiang Yu was in Jiangbei at this time, and Song Yu brought a key. Jiang Bangsha naturally treated Song Yu to a meal. Just when One Liu Capital was promoting the two fun products it launched, Li Yang also started his makeup exam. He failed accounting and probability statistics, which are the two most important courses in the first semester of his freshman year. Of course, as long as advanced mathematics is in the schedule, it is important no matter which semester. After all, it is 5 credits, and it is really unbearable to fail. And the makeup exam for advanced mathematics is generally difficult. Li Yang thought that there would be a lot of original questions in the makeup exam, and it might even be the original test paper. But when he got a test paper, he found out that the damn thing deliberately didn't want people to pass the test. In the end, he looked around and relied on his strong eyesight to glance at other people's answers. Then he found that it didn't match his own. In the end, he didn't change it. After handing in the paper, he returned to the dormitory and immediately took out a question and handed it to He Lui. "Help me see if I got this question right." He Lui immediately started calculating, and soon gave the result, 3/5. Li Yang breathed a sigh of relief. "Then I got it right." Damn, I looked at the examination room, and several people near me got only half, which almost made me lose confidence. He really put a lot of effort into studying. Although his foundation is poor, his IQ is still online, and he can barely keep up with the learning progress. He Lui smiled and said, "I think you are really anxious. Don't you think about how high the level of the guys who take the makeup exam can be? This question is a little bit more difficult. It's normal for them to get it wrong." Li Yang was stunned for a moment. It seems that he was really too nervous, so he didn't think about it at all. In the makeup exam classroom, his test score is definitely the highest. Do he need to copy others? If he copied others, he would really fall into the pit. In fact, he didn't know why he was so nervous. Obviously, studying was just a formality to experience college life. In essence, the success or failure of an exam would not make the slightest difference in his life. Maybe it was really an obsession from his previous life. He was despised for not having attended college. "Damn. You bastard who made me fail the exam, you will die next year." He was not in a hurry now, because he had just thrown the bait. Li Yang glanced at He Lui and said unhappily, "You guy, you look so happy about my misfortune. Are you hoping that I will fail the exam? I have spent a lot of money to help you find a girlfriend, and this is how you honor me." He Lui spread his hands and said, "God is my conscience, it's just a fucking exam for a big guy like you. Even if you fail the exam, it doesn't matter. Who in the world doesn't know my identity as Brother Yang? Let alone a mere course, even if it's Beijing University, you don't have to take it seriously. Hey, you guys haven't seen each other for a summer vacation, and you can talk now. This flattery is comfortable." He Lui said proudly, "That's right, I went to study it during the summer vacation." Li Yang smiled and said, "Then let me ask you a question. If the leader asks you to pass cigarettes to the guests, and there are 7 people in total, but you open the cigarette box and find that there are only 6 cigarettes, what will you do?" He Lui, he began to think seriously. It's really a difficult point. After a while, he couldn't think of a good way, so he looked at Li Yang flatteringly. "Brother Yang, you must know a way, right?" Li Yang smiled slightly. "I have 3 strategies, upper, middle and lower. The lowest strategy is that you pass the 6 cigarettes to the leader with the lowest position and ask him to help pass them out." He Lui, what about the upper and middle? This lowest strategy made He Lui feel refreshed and thought it was very good. "What about the 2 strategies of middle and upper?" Li Yang said, "The middle strategy is that I smoke all the cigarettes myself. This is called resource integration. The best strategy is to spit out the second-hand smoke for them to inhale. This is called equal distribution. How much they inhale depends on their lung capacity, which is also a reflection of the leader's personal ability." He Lui, damn, after a long time, Li Yang was joking about the middle and upper strategies. He thought he could learn something useful. My expectations were in vain. He patted He Lui on the shoulder and said, "Old He, you don't think I'm joking, do you?" He Lui asked back, "Isn't it?" Li Yang said seriously, "I'm not joking, what I said is true." After that, he turned around and went back to his desk, and ignored He Lui. He Lui was confused. Li Yang laughed, "I miss you so much." He was just talking nonsense. He Lui thought about it all day, and when he finished the makeup exam the next morning and returned to the dormitory, he found that He Lui had excitedly found him. "Brother Yang, I figured it out." "What do you mean?" Li Yang almost forgot the joke he made yesterday. He just felt that Li Wei was a little free recently, so he pretended to be mysterious to find him something to do. Li said excitedly, "That's what you said to me yesterday. I figured it out." Oh, what do you understand? Li said seriously. "What you mean is that although social skills are important, they are always just a plus. What can really determine your destiny is your own ability. Otherwise, even if you understand social skills, you still have leaders above you, and you will never be able to overcome the mountain of your own leadership, and the leaders will not give you anything." He continued, "What you mean is to tell me that if I want to be a leader, I can't be complacent just because I am good at social skills. That will have no future. Also, if I become a leader, I should encourage my subordinates to study social skills. In this way, they will have people to help me with things, and I won't cultivate competitors for myself, and they won't threaten my position." At this point, he gave a thumbs up. Great. Great. Brother Yang, you are the guiding light of my life. Your words have at least saved me 10 years of detours. Li Yang looked teachable and said, "Yes, that's what I think." Chapter 189 All-round sniping of Li Yang. In fact, many students of Beijing University have already set their life goals when they were freshmen. Just like Huang Chenlin, the girlfriend of Li Wei, who is busy with a November exam at this time. Song Xiaoli is the same. Li Yang knows that Song Xiaoli was recommended to Beijing University. Generally, there are only two types of recommended students: either they are very powerful, or they have been trained since childhood and have a certain foundation and take shortcuts to get in. Song Xiaoli obviously belongs to the latter. Why did she come to Beijing University? Isn't it for a stable qualification as a selected student? For ordinary people, it takes more than 20 years to gamble on luck, gamble that their parents have no criminal record, gamble that they can be admitted to a key university, gamble that they can have excellent grades in a key university, and gamble that they can become a selected student. For Song Xiaoli, she only needs to gamble for a few years, and her tolerance rate is many times higher than others. Even Chen Weixing, who was born in the countryside, is actively expanding his own path after spending a year in college. Li Yang doesn't care much about the makeup test results. If a teacher dares to give him 59 points, he will directly overturn the stall. 59 points in the makeup test is equivalent to deliberately not giving a pass. In the past, he failed the course and found an excuse for his absence. He deducted a large part of his regular scores and got 59 points in the makeup exam. The college leaders couldn't stand it. It's not that Li Yang couldn't change his grades, but he felt it was unnecessary and was not in a hurry to compete with the other side. What is the capital of the Sen family? His family still has money. If his family has no money, then there is no difference between him and Bai Jingxuan. In the current competition between live broadcast platforms, the Sen family either pays money or sends people. It's not enough. Li Yang has to let the Sen family take out most of the chips. He has been creating opportunities for the Sen family. He could have built a car later. He believed that once he announced the car, the Sen family would definitely seize this opportunity and trap him. He handed the account to the Sen family and let them see that he had put all the funds in. He can fail, but the Sen family must die. On the first day of school, Jiang Automobile registered the relevant trademarks. Li Yang posted a Weibo. Report the progress of the work to my brothers and sisters. We have adopted several submissions and have determined the trademark and brand name. We can't hold on to a name that's too big, so we'll just give it a more ordinary name. The first car is going to be called Jiang, a coupe. If we make a medium to large SUV later, we're going to call it the Emperor. The current spending progress is 900 million yuan, and the next month will burn more than 300 million yuan. I'm a long way from losing 4 billion yuan. By the way, let me tell you something else. My wife has set up a public fund. I believe no one in the world will doubt her ability to make money. The subscription channel is now open. Those who are interested can go to the official website of OneLiu Capital to check. It will be listed on major platforms later. The Sen family held a meeting. Sen Yeming is definitely no longer qualified to participate. He stays in the local area, honestly, and will never have the chance to return to the capital in this life. However, Sen Yeming does not have a very important position in the Sen family. There are many people who are younger and more potential than him, or who have higher positions than him. Sen Yeming's father is the current boss. He looked at the dozen people sitting around him, all of whom were leaders of the Sen family in various positions or businesses. A young man said, "Uncle, do we have to fight to the death with Li Yang? He is no longer a threat to us." We should focus our resources on other things. The competition has been very fierce recently. If we are a step late, the position above will be taken by others. The rapid growth of the domestic economy is accompanied by fierce competition in all walks of life, and it is also unavoidable within the system. Unless you want to be a salted fish, you can't stop. Father Sen Yeming said, "It's not that I have to go against Li Yang, but Li Yang has threatened our survival. His cooperation with the Bai Jingxun will eat up our interests. We will have to face it sooner or later. The longer the time drags on, the stronger Li Yang will become." After he finished speaking, no one said anything. Regardless of whether he was right or not, this reason alone was enough. Because no one could prove that he was wrong. Father Sen Yeming glanced at one of the young men and asked, "Yi Zhen, have you contacted Boss Jia?" The young man immediately said, "We have already contacted him. Boss Jia welcomed our cooperation and patiently told me about his car-making plan." Father Sen Yeming nodded. In his opinion, Li Yang is indeed a marketing genius, and his internet car-making may really succeed. It's just that the Sen family has found him a rival this time. On the internet, Boss Jia is a serious master. With Boss Jia around, Li Yang can't make any waves. He won't believe what Li Yang said about losing 4 billion yuan, and there will be 10 billion yuan later. No one in the world is willing to lose so much money. According to the data they have, Li Yang used his own money. There will be no bull market for him to play in the future. Once he loses all this money, he will not be able to cooperate with Bai Jingxun in the future. That's the kind of Li Yang they want. It can also be seen from Li Yang's marketing this time that his style is very low. After all, he is a big boss with billions of dollars in his hands. He keeps reporting news and progress to netizens. Look at Boss Jia, who said directly, "Suffocate for the dream," and I don't know how many people fell to their knees. Even several billionaires in the domestic real estate and internet have invested in Boss Jia. Then we will temporarily invest our family resources in Boss Jia, at most for a year, and it won't delay too many things. Besides, as long as it succeeds, the feedback to us will definitely bring us great benefits. Sun Yezhan said, "Uncle, Boss Jia wants a lot of things. They want to take 300 acres of land in Beijing to compete with Jiang Automobile. You can discuss this among yourselves. The family will fully cooperate in this matter. But we should not take less of what we should take. They can invest in Boss Jia, but they also want the benefits after the success of car manufacturing. The value of 300 acres of land around Beijing is much higher than that in Jiangbei. It is possible to triple it. But who is Boss Jia? Even if the land is worth 2 billion, it is in line with Boss Jia's identity, and even other places can definitely take it out. He actually had no other choice. Although there were many domestic new energy vehicle manufacturers, there was no one who could seriously crush Li Yang except Boss Jia. At the same time, the Sen family was also betting on the live broadcast platform, and the purpose was naturally to get rid of Li Yang's funds. The resources of the entire Sen family were currently being benchmarked against Li Yang, but they were not reflected in the open. He must be optimistic about Chest Hair TV. After all, this is the platform of the son of the richest man. The son of the richest man himself is an internet player and has strong connections in the live broadcast circle. Less than a month after the site was launched, the platform's traffic growth rate was the highest among other platforms. The disadvantage is that it is now facing a lawsuit from a certain fish. Many anchors of Chest Hair TV are fighting lawsuits while broadcasting live, and the lawsuit is unlikely to win, facing a breach of contract compensation of at least several million, tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. However, Chest Hair TV can afford the compensation. At present, many capitals are willing to finance Chest Hair TV, but the son of the richest man still has money in his hands and doesn't want to be too anxious. Chen Weixing found Li Yang mysteriously after class. "Old Li, do you think Bitcoin can make money?" Li Yang asked in surprise. "Bitcoin? Why are you asking this suddenly?" In Li Yang's opinion, Chen Weixing should not be short of money, so he would not be related to Bitcoin. Those who play Bitcoin are the kind of guys who dream of getting rich, which is more suitable for Li Yang. Chen Weixing whispered, "I was walking around Zhongguancun during the summer vacation and met some people. They were all playing Bitcoin." Li Yang, it seems to be true. Bitcoin is currently popular in the world, but not high. To put it bluntly, Bitcoin is a financial instrument, a product that came into being at the right time. There is too much money in the world, but there are too few anchors for money. For example, The annual output value of gold is definitely not enough to increase the amount of currency issued by various countries in the world. There is a Bitcoin association in Zhongguancun. The current Bitcoin bosses gather there from time to time to talk about Bitcoin. However, 2 years ago, Bitcoin trading was banned in China, but trading Bitcoin was at most a violation of regulations, not illegal, so many people did not take it seriously. Seeing Chen Weixing's expectant look, Li Yang asked, "Do you want to play with Bitcoin? Once you get started, you will have a dark history. Can you accept it?" Chen Weixing said, "It's not that serious, right?" Li Yang smiled and said, "It's really not that serious, but it depends on the scenario. Sometimes all you need is a reason." He didn't say whether Bitcoin can make money, it depends on how Chen Weixing measures it. If Chen Weixing still wants to do it, Li Yang will give some suggestions. But at this time, Chen Weixing, who heard these words, began to think. The reason why he wanted to make money was that he went to He Lui's house to play for a few days during the summer vacation and clarified his life goals. However, he didn't have enough money in his hands. And he also wanted to save enough funds for the first stage after graduation like He Lui. He originally wanted to invest in some projects. He heard that there were many projects in Zhongguancun and it was very close to the school, so he went there for a few days. But after hearing what Li Yang said, he immediately rejected the idea. Forget it, it's not worth it." Li Yang asked, "Are you really willing to give it up? What if this is an opportunity to get rich quickly? Now Bitcoin is only more than $200 a piece, there is no entry threshold for you. Last year, Bitcoin was $600 or $700, and it has been falling this year. It is approaching the lowest point in 10 years. It is impossible for Bitcoin to be more than $200 in the future." Chen Weixing smiled and said, "Looking at you, I know that Bitcoin is promising. In terms of making money, the other 3 people in our dormitory combined can't even compare to one of your leg hairs. But think about it, forget it. Even if I get rich, what can I do? I'm still young, and no one can predict the future. I can't bear to give up my future for money. Even if there are no big opportunities in the future, I can still live a good life with my current conditions." Li Yang nodded, "Then don't think about it, it's meaningless, but give me the contact information of those people, so that I, a guy who failed the course, can go and have fun." Chen Weixing, "How can I feel like I fell in love with a beautiful woman?" and asked Li Yang for his opinion, but Li Yang disagreed and turned around to take the girl's WeChat from me. Okay, he handed the contact information to Li Yang. After all, he had decided not to participate in such things. Li Yang is just playing around now and is not going to spend much money. After all, the current volume of Bitcoin is not large. Even if it is $300 per piece, there are a total of 21 million pieces, and the total market value is only $6 billion. Just like stocks, there are still about 9 million restricted coins waiting to be released, and at least more than 5 million coins have become a bottom warehouse that can never be turned over. There are only a few million coins that can be traded on the market, and the market value is less than $1 billion. It is traded 24 hours a day, and the daily turnover is only a few million $. With such a small volume, no big funds are willing to enter the market to play. Li Yang can collect many chips in the market, and there is no trading volume. He has swept the market for 3 consecutive days, and he doesn't make much money. And continuous sweeping has a great impact on the subsequent entry of big funds, and big funds don't want to carry the sedan chair for others. It's okay to trade some offline to play, and you can only go this way offline. I just don't know how much that group of people have." After school, a man wearing glasses walked up to Li Yang and asked, "Are you my junior Li Yang? Let me introduce myself. My name is David. I'm from the MBA class. Would you like to meet me?" Li Yang said with a smile, "So you're my senior. Nice to meet you. Why don't we find a place?" Okay. After that, the two walked out of the classroom together and sat down in the school cafeteria. It was the first time Li Yang met David. Maybe this name is a little unfamiliar, but he is the founder of OFO, and OFO started on the campus of Peking University. He is a graduate student and used the soil of Peking University to incubate the concept of shared bicycles. The entire Peking University is basically full of with small yellow bikes, and now it has been promoted to the entire Beijing city. This project is really amazing and can be regarded as leading the trend of the sharing industry. At the peak of OFO, the valuation reached tens of billions, but it collapsed overnight, leaving only tens of millions of users queuing to refund their deposits. If we process dozens of them every day, most of them will be in line for 200 years. There is no hope of seeing him alive. We can only hope that our children will not be dinks, and don't forget to tell our fathers during the family sacrifice. This matter has nothing to do with Li Yang. David found him, most likely to raise funds. After all, everyone knows that he has money. It doesn't matter who he compensates to. Li Yang doesn't mind raising funds at this time, and after a few more rounds, he will leave with profits. At this time, the small yellow car completed the angel round of financing in March, but it was only a few million. Now, David obviously wants to start the A round, which means that the speed of burning money is relatively fast, and the millions have been burned. After chatting with David for a while, Li Yang took the initiative to talk about the small yellow car, and David spoke out his purpose. Indeed, it is to raise funds and ask Li Yang if he is interested. It's just that it's not the A round that Li Yang imagined, but the pre-A round. After hearing this, Li Yang admired David's ability. The so-called pre-A round is the financing between the angel round and the A round, which does not affect the A round. According to his concept, will there be 2 rounds of financing, A and A+, to complete the entire A round of financing? That's not all. David just invited Li Yang to participate in the pre-A round of financing, which means that there will be others at that time. He asks for the highest price. This guy is really mean. He doesn't want to get more chips, but he wants more money. Many startups will face this situation. Generally speaking, the angel round will not raise too much money, and the main thing is the following rounds of financing. Every time a round of financing is raised, the founder will give up a lot of shares. Generally speaking, even if it is a bit stingy, at most it will be B1, B2, C1, C2 and the B or C rounds to maximize the benefits. David, on the other hand, started with the A round directly. In the end, they exchanged business cards and the two of them finished the talk. As a result, the next day, Li Yang saw his story in the relevant news. Li Yang is going to invest in OFO. As a fellow Beijing University student, the founder of OFO had a good chat with Li Yang. According to the current information, Li Yang has reached an intention to invest in OFO. Li Yang, they are all marketing geniuses. This graduate school was not in vain. How popular is Li Yang on the internet now? OFO is still in its infancy. With the help of Li Yang's fame, David will take the opportunity to ask for more money in the financing meeting in a few days. After all, from something only known by teachers and students in Beijing, it has become known by many people across the country. The popularity is not at the same level. Although there are many yellow bikes in Beijing, does David have the money to promote it? Does he have the money to hire local promoters? Now, local promotion costs more than 10 yuan to register an account, which David can't afford. But no matter what, this project is definitely worth investing in. Li Yang plans to take the so-called pre-A round and will not participate in the future. No matter how much it is diluted, he will run away after the D round. David's stinginess is also good for him. At least as long as he can participate in the pre-A round, his interests in the future will definitely be guaranteed. After school that day, Li Yang came to Wanliu capital. I haven't been here for several days, and my hands are a little itchy. After all, I have a natural massage body, so I can't waste such an excellent physique. After get off work, Zhang Bangsha said to Li Yang with a smile, "Congratulations to Master Li for investing in another Fortune 500 company. Li Yang, you know all the news in this corner." "Yes, I pay attention to any news about Master Li, and from what I know about Master Li, if a company has no potential, you will not spend a penny." Li Yang was surprised and said, "You know me so well." Zhang Bangsha was a little arrogant, of course. "No one knows Master Li better than me," Li Yang said with a smile. "Then do you know why I am here today?" "Of course." Zhang Bangsha came over and whispered, "Master Li wants me to treat us." Li Yang nodded and said, "Yes, only you can treat us. After all, my hands can't hold back anymore, so I rely on you to satisfy my craving." Then he helps Master Li satisfy his craving when I'm not around. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 190. Aren't you guys in the same group after all this time? At the house rented by Zhang Bangsha, Li Yang stretched out his hands and made a handshake gesture. Master Zhang, look, my hands have become your shape. Zhang Bangsha buried her head in the pillow and said nothing. God knows how such shameful words could be said openly by Li Yang. Master Li, the current fund scale of 1 Liu capital has reached 10 billion. Li Yang's hand movements suddenly stopped. It's only been 2 days, 10 billion? Zhang Bangsha added, but 4 billion is my own funds. This is somewhat understandable. After all, Zhang Bangsha herself is popular, and Li Yang has recently created a lot of topics and built her top rich woman persona. Starting with a scale of 6 billion is indeed a good start, but the subsequent growth depends entirely on Zhang Bangsha's strength. If she doesn't make money, someone might redeem it at the high handling fee. But for public funds, it is guaranteed to make money regardless of drought or flood. But if the reputation is not made this time, it will be difficult to expand the scale in the future. This is the only chance. If you fail once, no one will believe in the effect of your personality. Congratulations to Master Zhang for becoming the youngest female fund manager with a scale of 10 billion yuan in China. Generally, this kind of statistics does not include private equity. Zhang Bangsha said, there are too many prefixes, haha. Who said that there are already quite a few fund managers with a scale of 10 billion yuan? If you want to remove the prefix, you can only aim for 100 billion yuan. There are also quite a few female fund managers in China, and there are 2 who manage a scale of 10 billion yuan. But it is only a scale of 10 billion yuan, and there is no one over 50 billion yuan. And it is not the kind of fund that manages a single fund, but the scale of multiple funds added together. Zhang Bangsha squinted her eyes, as if she was a flower waiting to bloom. In fact, the market conditions have been very bad recently. Not to mention the sluggish trading volume. The last time thousands of stocks hit the limit down was only 2 weeks ago, and the shadow of the stock market crash has been lingering over the entire market. There are a lot of rumors on the internet, saying that the national team will come to rescue the market, but no matter how they market it, few investors are willing to enter the market. Zhang Bangsha's entry at this time is actually not a good time. But this is the time to test her skills. After a night's rest, Zhang Bangsha started her new job. After arriving at the company, she first confirmed the subscription shares and the funds to be operated today, and then communicated with a trader about some details and the targets to be traded today. Today is still a little nervous. After all, it is quite tiring to build a position from scratch. Her strategy is to follow the guaranteed position of public funds. Public funds cannot be shorted more than 35%. She plans to hold a position of around 70% to adapt to the rhythm of public funds first. She used to do high-frequency trading, which is not very compatible with public funds. Regarding QDII funds, she invited other fund managers to give her ideas in advance. She can't stay up late at the company, and the main battlefield is still in A shares. After all, the total scale of QDII funds is only $200 million. At the end of the first day, the net value of the fund fell slightly by 0.04%. At the end of the second day, the net value of the fund fell slightly by 0.03% again. Many voices have begun to appear on the internet. After all, Zhang Bangsha has enjoyed the benefits of fame, and she must bear the backlash brought by fame. The market has been very bad these 2 days. Zhang Bangsha has been able to stabilize the market, which has already exceeded 95% of the funds on the market, but netizens are still not satisfied. They are here to make a fortune, and you, Zhang Bangsha, should have the ability to turn decay into magic. On the third day, the net value of the fund fell slightly by 0.08% again, and Zhang Bangsha finally couldn't bear it. She didn't want to play the public offering game anymore. So, on the fourth day, she started high-frequency trading, and the first one she entered was Oriental Communications, a monster stock in the second half of the year. Before Zhang Bangsha entered the market, this stock had doubled. At this time, it was in the adjustment stage, and the daily turnover exceeded 30%. A small company with a market value of more than 1 billion was hyped to nearly 4 billion. After the opening today, Oriental Communications opened 5 or 6 points lower, and chips were constantly being thrown out in the market, and Zhang Bangsha took action to take over. However, the more she took over, the more chips were thrown out, and the stock price has not been able to rise. Zhang Bangsha started to review the market yesterday and was mentally prepared for this situation. The so-called monster stocks depend on funds. Today, the funds are not very willing to make a move, which is also a good opportunity for her. She can completely fill her position. With a market value of 4 billion, she can use nearly 200 million. At present, she has only entered the market with 20 million. As time goes by, she slowly collects nearly 50 million chips. At this time, she started her own operation. First, she used 30 million funds to directly sweep up the stock, and it rose 5 points in a short period of time. But it was soon smashed down. Then she continued to use 30 million funds to sweep up the stock, and this time it rose 6 points. But it was still smashed down. The third time, she directly placed an order of 180 million at the bottom. This number is very subtle. The previous two sweeps of 60 million were seen by many funds. Now another 180 million has been placed, which shows that they are not from the same family. After all, with a position of 260 million, you have to raise a sign. Raise a sign on such a monster stock? The large amount of funds that entered the market before, the people inside didn't care much, because there was only one company, and it couldn't be pulled up, so they might as well take the opportunity to cash out. But now, with two companies coming, the sedan chair can continue to be lifted. Jiang Bangsha was betting that those people would not dare to hit the price she took on. After she put up 180 million, the frequency of selling chips began to decrease, and she continued to take chips from the upper side, always maintaining a position of 6 or 7 points below the water. After taking another 20 million, she calculated her position and found that there were more than 50 million that would touch the placard. Without hesitation, she went all in with 50 million and pulled it up 9 points. From 6 points below the water to 3 points above the water. In this situation, many retail investors who were waiting and watching rushed in. And the previous dealers inside knew that the momentum could not be stopped, so they immediately changed from shorts to longs, and swept the goods together to prevent too many chips from falling into the hands of retail investors. The board was closed, and it was a natural result. Although the funds for closing the board were not much, it looked like it could be opened at any time. But it did not open until the closing. On that day, the net value of the Wanli Mixed Select Fund increased by 1.23%. Li Yang was not clear about the fund's holdings, but he would pay attention to the fund's net value every day. When he saw that the fund's net value had increased so much, he knew that Jiang Bangsha couldn't help it. There was nothing good or bad. Jiang Bangsha liked this model, so she could do it. No matter whether it was suitable for public offerings or whether it was suitable for tens of billions or even hundreds of billions of funds, it was a good trading model that could make money. On the fifth day, the net value of the Wanli Mixed Select Fund rose again by 1.08%. In the current market, Jiang Bangsha had to snatch hundreds of millions of profits from the market every day, which was already a very scary number. On Saturday, Li Yang came to David's rented office as agreed. The current Ofo small yellow bike has only one office, which is only more than 20 square meters in total, which is enough to prove how short of funds they are. But it did not affect David's determination to make money. A small office was already crowded with people, all of whom were interested in the shared bicycle industry. This is also David's confidence. After Li Yang arrived, he enthusiastically invited Li Yang to come and sit down. Li Yang saw the scene and knew that there must be work today. Generally speaking, financing is done by comparing prices privately from 3 different companies. Whoever offers the highest price will sign the agreement with that company, and no one will bring all the investors together. But David did it. After he sat down, he did not greet the people around him, because everyone was a competitor today. David stood by and took out a writing board. 7 or 8 people brought small stools and sat by him. David first bowed to the people around him and said, "Thank you very much for coming here in your busy schedule. The company is currently in a stage of rapid expansion, so the funds used in the office are limited. Please forgive me for the poor hospitality here. For something that requires real money, no one is interested in polite words." David quickly got to the point, took out a writing board, and said, "Everyone, please allow me to introduce Ofo to you first. We originated from Beijing University and have now covered Beijing. With more than 600,000 registered users, he is a small company with a valuation of only tens of millions, and he talked about the business philosophy for more than half an hour. In his narration, the company is committed to greatness, and is subversive and pioneering. It was not until the end that he talked about the key point, that is, the current equity division of the company. In the angel round, 20% of the shares were taken out and 1.6 million in financing were obtained, which means that the market valuation of the entire OFO was 8 million at that time. However, now, the valuation of OFO is around 30 million, and David is preparing to raise 30%. It is similar to the case of a certain fish. Once someone takes 30% of the shares, the 20% shares held by the angel round will become 14% of the shares, and David's original 80% shares will become 56%. In theory, only 9 million is needed to get 30% of the shares of OFO, at least in this round. It is very cost-effective. It's just that David called so many people over, and he never thought of only taking 9 million. After David finished speaking, Li Yang said, "Senior, I'm personally prepared to pay 15 million. He raised the valuation to 50 million in one go. Everyone around was stunned. How can others play if you do this? Although the valuation of 50 million is within a reasonable range, it is obviously already at the reasonable limit, leaving no room for others. Even if the valuation of 50 million is also given, it seems like forcing ducks to climb the shelves." As soon as Li Yang finished speaking, someone next to him said, "Mr. Dai, our Yuancheng Capital can take out 18 million. At this time, it was no different from going to the market. After all, this was what David wanted. Li Yang even suspected that this so-called Yuancheng Capital was a water army hired by David. Damn, a valuation of 60 million, is it hard to live? This is just the A round, there are A rounds and A plus rounds later. Now it's 60 million, does the A round have to be valued at 500 million? Does the A plus round have to be valued at 3 billion? Someone else said, "Boss Dai, we at Shenhua Capital can provide as much help as we can. You are also aware of Shenhua Capital's investment situation over the years and the resources we have at our disposal." Li Yang glanced at the representative of Shenhua Capital, because this company was owned by Boss Lei. Dami Technology was held by Boss Lei in the name of Shenhua Capital. Boss Lei would basically invest in some companies that started in Beijing, some more, some less. Shenhua Capital said it had resources, so it must be good. The resources they had were definitely not comparable to a few million. Li Yang clearly saw that David paid more attention to Shenhua Capital. At this time, Li Yang said directly, "Senior, I can take out 21 million. David said, "Junior, everyone present knows your fame. I am also grateful that you can give such a high valuation to OFO. If Junior is willing to help promote it, I believe that there is no one here who has a greater advantage than you." Li Yang smiled and said, "Senior, I just have some spare money in my hand. I really can't do anything about publicity." Li Yang can take OFO's profit points, but he will not take the initiative to promote this pitfall. If many people pay a deposit because of his promotion and cannot get it back later, it will be his responsibility. He would rather not invest than help promote it. David was very surprised. Isn't this just a piece of cake? He thought about it and said to the people around him, "To be honest, what OFO lacks most at present is funds. Other resources are not available for the time being, except for publicity and promotion, so in theory, the highest bidder wins today." Li Yang has already offered such a high price. David wanted to cooperate with Li Yang in the first place, so there is no reason not to stand on Li Yang's side. Of course, if Shenhua Capital pays more, it would be a good thing. However, after he said this, several companies stood up immediately, especially Shenhua Capital, and said, "Mr. Dai, it seems that there is no chance today. I'll look forward to the opportunity for cooperation with Shenhua Capital next time." To put it bluntly, OFO is a very small project now. Shenhua Capital has a scale of tens of billions, so there is no need to start at this time. After all, who can guarantee that this model can go on smoothly? The next round of financing means that this model has been further verified. Although the price paid is higher, the risk will also be several times smaller. Several other companies also said they would leave. When there were only 3 people left in the office, Li Yang stood up and said, "Senior, then we have a happy cooperation. The price of 21 million is indeed a little high, but it doesn't matter to Li Yang." David stretched out his hand and was about to shake hands. But at this time, Sun Yezhong stood up and said, "Mr. Dai, our Yuancheng Capital is willing to pay 24 million. Li Yang, David, both of them were stunned. The reason why David was confused was that he did not expect that the little-known Yuancheng Capital would be so generous. And Li Yang discovered that this Yuancheng Capital was not in the same group with David? Damn. If Yuancheng Capital was in the same group with David, it would have been the limit to raise the price once in the middle of the process, and it would be impossible to raise the price 3 times. Especially now, I am the only one left in the office, and David no longer has the qualifications to raise the price. If he continues to raise the price, it will only fall on his hands. Suddenly, a little-known Yuancheng Capital appeared and gave a price so desperately. What is it for? The valuation of 80 million was given, and David would laugh in his dreams at night. But for Yuancheng Capital, this money is no different from throwing money away, because the next round will still dilute their shares. If they want to maintain the share ratio, the cost will be greater. Isn't it nice to keep the funds for one more round? This Yuancheng Capital is unprofessional. Shunwei Capital would rather give other resources than raise the price, and this is the purpose. As for Li Yang, he wanted to get as much dividends as possible from a round of financing purely because he understood the future. Each round of financing represents the success of each stage. Just like the angel round, the guy who spent 1.6 million, even if the equity will be diluted to 14% this time, it is still worth 5 or 6 million according to the market valuation, which is equivalent to doubling the investment in a few months. If it is based on the 80 million valuation given by Yuancheng Capital, the profit will be more, 5 or 6 times. Li Yang can't raise the price anymore. Even though David did not reply to Yuancheng Capital, but looked at him. If he raises the price again, even if he knows that he can make money, others will think he is a fool. He smiled and said to David, "Congratulations, senior, at this price, I can no longer participate in the competition. I'll look forward to the opportunity to cooperate with you in the next round." The dust settled, and Li Yang did not raise the price. David said a few polite words and sent Li Yang away. As for what the two sides talked about later, Li Yang was too lazy to know. In the evening, while giving Zhang Bangsha a massage, Zhang Bangsha said, "Master Li, have you finished your work today?" "Yes." "Then should I congratulate Master Li?" "Bullshit, I was cut off by someone. Someone raised the price desperately. And I was too lazy to raise it in the end." "Well, since Master Li thinks there is an investment opportunity, even if the price is a little higher, you can definitely make money. Why don't you want it? What if that guy is hired by David? I keep raising the price over there, looking like a fool. If they are willing to raise the price, just give it to them." Zhang Bangsha thought for a while. "Actually, I think the sharing model is really good." Li Yang smiled and said, "Indeed, the sharing model can provide convenience to many people, and there are more resource points that can be developed in the future. But the real powerful thing may not be shared bicycles." Li Yang knew very well that shared bicycles did not have enough profit points, otherwise David would not have run away. Even with billions of deposits, it is not enough to spread the cost of deploying bicycles across the country. The most important thing is that the utilization rate of shared bicycles is very low, and the loss is still very large. What really developed later was shared battery vehicles and shared cars. The most profitable thing is the shared power bank. That thing always makes money. 2 yuan per hour, the maximum charge is 30 yuan. It doesn't matter if you don't return it after 24 hours, the power bank will be sold to you. Zhang Bangsha looked at Li Yang curiously and asked, "Master Li, you are not talking about sharing girlfriends, right? Everyone knows that industry makes money, but it is illegal." Chapter 191, Why do they bully the person whom I am reluctant to bully? Li Yang didn't care about the interception of the small yellow car at first. On Sunday, he also came to the Bitcoin exchange center in Zhongguancun. The people inside welcomed Li Yang's arrival. After all of them put together are not as famous as Li Yang. There were Wu Han, a graduate of the finance department of Peking University, Liu Peng, a science fiction writer, Zhang Nan, who dropped out of Tsinghua University, and of course the well-known Li Xiao. In this exchange center, everyone has their own things to do. For example, Wu Han and Liu Peng are running a forum about Bitcoin called Babit. Zhang Nan, who dropped out of Tsinghua University, opened a company that focuses on mining machines and built the world's first ASIC Bitcoin mining machine, Avalon. Li Xiao is the person with the most Bitcoin in China. He has more than 100,000 Bitcoins in his hands, and the cost is quite low. He is now mainly promoting Bitcoin as a mouthpiece. After all, if Bitcoin is not promoted, the money he invested will go down the drain. Li Yang was very humble and low-key. After all, it was his first time here. The topic everyone talked about was very simple, that is, whether Bitcoin has a future. Zhang Na needs to sell more mining machines, Wuhan and others need to bring more popularity to the forum, and Li Xiao is of course not to be mentioned. When the chat was almost over, Li Xiao said to Li Yang, "Brother Li Yang, you are interested in Bitcoin, do you want to buy some to play with?" Li Yang thought for a while and said, "Brother, I don't know much about this, I will learn about it for a while before I say it." He knew that Li Xiao's purpose was nothing more than to use his name to promote it after he entered the market, so that more people would join. However, this thing, letting others join the market, has nothing to do with him. Is Bitcoin meaningful? Of course it is, at least it has certain significance in the financial aspect. It is also true that it is meaningless, it is just a virtual currency, a string of so-called encrypted codes. In general, there must be funds willing to enter the market, and if Bitcoin wants to follow the process of the previous life, there must not be too many accidents. His entry can indeed bring a lot of funds, and even push the value of Bitcoin to $500 or $800 in a short period of time. But it will also completely cut off the possibility of other funds entering the market. Just like a stock, those hot money or institutions cannot just throw money in to push up the price without any chips in hand. The more chips he has, the less profit other funds will have. They would rather do other things than come to play with Bitcoin. After adding each other's contact information, the first meeting was over. Wuhan posted the photos of the meeting in the forum that night and tagged Li Yang. He also listed all the names of Li Yang, which caused a short-term heat. After all, someone went directly to Li Yang's Weibo to ask if he wanted to buy Bitcoin. Li Yang's answer was very straightforward, "No, I had never heard of this thing before. It was purely a coincidence that I went there and sat for a while. It is unlikely that I will be interested in Bitcoin in the future. Instead of investing in something that is completely uncertain, it is better to invest in Wanliu Capital. After all, I believe in Zhang Bangsha's strength." After Li Yang clarified this matter, the heat dropped. As the price of Bitcoin has always hovered around more than $200, some domestic Bitcoin players can't sit still. Because mining at this time is already quite expensive, the electricity cost is close to $100, and the mining machine and labor costs are more than $200. Last year, Bitcoin was more than $400, and the profit margin was not bad, but now there is no profit. In the Babbitt forum, there are people selling Bitcoin everywhere. Li Yang was originally going to register a vest and take the opportunity to get some Bitcoin in his hands, but the news of OFO's financing was exposed that day, and Li Yang saw the boss of Yuancheng Capital, Sen Yezhan. He didn't know the other party's name before. After all, David didn't give him an identity badge, so he didn't meet the conditions. It feels like the Sen family. The tighter the Sen family bites, the more he likes it. Although many things are unclear, even investing in a small project like OFO, the Sen family can intervene. For other projects, I'm afraid the Sen family has already started betting, and it's a heavy bet. This time, it's really all done. In Li Yang's view, OFO has many problems, but it's just that there is no expansion power of the new model for the time being. Of course, it also comes with David's ambition. Although David received more than 20 million in financing this time, his ambitions will definitely not stop there. In 2 months at most, he may start the A round of financing. After all, OFO has raised funds 10 times in 2 years. David has to squeeze out the profits every time he takes a step forward. Li Yang temporarily put aside the idea of buying Bitcoin because he couldn't buy many. Besides, Bitcoin has not seen much growth in the past 6 months and will not break through $300. It was during this low period that big guys began to enter the market. At this time, it was not suitable for him to express his position, so as to avoid any changes. While attending classes, he went to the Entrepreneurship Center of Beijing University. Most of the entrepreneurship centers of Beijing University are on-campus startups, and they are all college students. There are on-campus express delivery to the last stop, some are doing ground promotion team projects, and of course some are doing research and development. There are even many linkages between the entrepreneurship centers of Beijing University and Tsinghua University. Li Yang has invested in many projects, ranging from hundreds of thousands to 1 million. Currently, no investment exceeds 2 million. His way of making good connections soon became popular in the entrepreneurial circles of the two schools. Even if the Sen family wanted to intervene, they had no chance, because Li Yang basically made the decision on the spot, and the projects were all very ordinary. The Sen family didn't care much, just thinking that Li Yang was furious after being intercepted. After all, investing in those projects was no different from throwing money away. Time slowly entered October. Because of the holidays, the whole month of October was only a short 15 trading days for one Liu capital. Zhang Bangshi's method was very stable. From late September to the end of October, after more than 20 trading days, the net value of the one Liu mixed selection fund increased by 12 points. In the current A-share market, the income is in a very advanced echelon. The fund size has quietly exceeded 13 billion. With a daily subscription of at least hundreds of millions, and as many as 50 or 60 million or even hundreds of millions. The overall rhythm is very healthy. In November, the capital began to get cold. And Li Yang's old problem came back: he didn't want to take a shower. The shower environment in the dormitory is really bad. In the public bathroom, there is only one faucet with hot water, and it is freezing cold when you take a shower. After all, the public bathroom is not only crowded, but also open. No way. Bai Qing happened to come to Beijing and was about to sign a fixed increase with Convolution Group. The approval time for the fixed increase of Green Water Group is very long. After all, it is a listed company. It was only approved a few days ago. Bai Qing rushed to Beijing as soon as possible. Li Yang has a place to take a shower. After school every afternoon, he goes straight to Bai Qing. In a friendly conversation, both sides paid a certain sincerity, and the fixed increase project was also determined. The current market value of Green Water Group is 3.5 billion. If the total share capital increases by 30%, the market value will soar to 4.55 billion. The fixed increase stock has a restricted sale period of 180 days. According to Bai Qing's idea, Li Yang does not need to offer too high a price. 30% or 80% discount is fine. However, after more than an hour of persistence by Li Yang, he finally did not take the discount. Because Green Water Group needs this money very much? After all, there are so many projects in hand, and the early operation requires funds. After the private placement, he will hold 23% of the shares of Lufshu Group. Correspondingly, Zhang Bangshi's original 10% of the shares will be diluted to only 7.7%, Bai Qing's shares will be diluted to 34%, the county government's 20% of the shares will be diluted to 15.4%, and Zhang Dasheng's group's shares will be diluted to 13.8%. Li Yang also brought drawings of Lufshu Group's real estate project and invoices of 1.6 million. Lufshu Group's real estate project is named Green City World. It is a super large complex with a commercial area of 500 acres as the core, with various commercial streets and apartment buildings. There is nothing much to say about the residential area. It is mainly a high-end residential area. Whether the residential area can be sold depends on whether the commercial area can be done well. After all, if you do real estate development in the county, unless you enter the industry early, it is too late at this time. But real estate does support people. In order to get the project started smoothly, Yi Cheng has done everything to help Lufshu Group get a loan. The interest does not need to be paid by Lufshu Group, but by the county government. Li Yang has been staying at Bai Qing's place for a week. Every day when he comes, Bai Qing will prepare a table of sumptuous meals. As a result, he is less and less interested in the food in the cafeteria, even though the cafeteria of Beijing University is actually quite good. But which kitchen is willing to let people see it? Not only see it, but also show you everything, fearing that some corners cannot be seen, and they don't cover it at all. Only in such a kitchen can you feel at ease eating the food made. November 10th. After class, Li Yang came to Bai Qing's place again. Seeing Bai Qing busy in the kitchen, he walked over and hugged Bai Qing's waist. "Wife, if you keep eating, I'm afraid I will starve to death in school in the future, then I will apply to be a chef at Beijing University." No. Would that be a bargain for others? This kind of good thing is enough for me alone. For Bai Qing, cooking is fun, and work is boring. Especially since she doesn't understand the business model of Green Water Group very well, she has to learn and understand it every day. She wants to play games more. The weather is getting colder, and Zhang Bangshi's sense of smell is getting more and more sensitive. Although Li Yang would eat and chat with her on Saturdays and Sundays, "Master Li, the heating in my house is very hot, and the hot water is just right, understand? I'll take a shower tomorrow, okay, if you don't come, winter will be over. I don't know what winter is, I only know summer, so even if winter comes to me, I won't pay attention." Li Yang was glad that Bai Qing left yesterday. After all, there were a lot of things in the Green Water Group waiting for her to make a decision, and being able to live in Beijing for half a month was already the limit. If she didn't go to Jiang Bangshi's place again, she would probably say that she had a cat, and that cat could do backflips. After school, he immediately took the clothes he packed yesterday and went out again. He and Li Wei were stunned. Because didn't Li Yang just take it back? He hasn't lived in the dormitory for half a month, which shows that life outside is better. Yesterday, I thought he had settled down. After all, he even took back his clothes. But it's only been a day, and he has found another employer? Who is he looking for this time? Chen Weixing was stunned and asked, Lao Yi, how many girlfriends does Lao Li have? He Lui sighed, who knows how many he has? Even if he has one, it is a height that we can never reach in this life. Damn, isn't this bastard just a little bit more handsome than me? I work so hard to chase a girlfriend, but he is openly dating several girls at the same time and he has never failed. Is it possible that he is a good driver and can continue driving even if he fails? He Lui, keep the account. This guy doesn't participate in the dormitory group activities again. Let him treat us to dinner during the holidays. Li Yang came to Jiang Bangshi's residence and saw Jiang Bangshi writing a manuscript. The title of the manuscript is, Leshi has long been insolvent. This title is quite shocking. Li Yang came over and took a look. Jiang Bangshi wrote this research report in the tone of One Liu Capital. After all, Leshi is a listed company, and One Liu Capital is a financial institution, which is qualified to issue research reports. Jiang Bangshi first wrote about Leshi's layout in the film and television ecology, mainly because the price of film and television copyrights has soared, causing Leshi's cost expenditure to increase several times. At the same time, it talked about Leshi's financing data. In recent years, it has raised more than 70 billion yuan, and more than 50 billion yuan has been raised through the issuance of bonds. At the same time, the board of directors cashed out crazily in the secondary market. Finally, the famous Leshi mobile phone has not sold many, but the cost is extremely high. It can be seen from the third quarter financial report this year that they owe foreign mobile phone parts companies billions of funds for their own mobile phones. In June this year, they spent nearly 3 billion Hong Kong dollars to buy 18% of Coolpad's shares, and this expenditure did not get any return. Coolpad itself is already half dead, and the mobile phone business has caused a financial burden of more than 6 billion on the entire company, and all of these 6 billion have been converted into debt. Not only that, many manufacturers of Leshi's TV business have not received payment for more than half a year. Jiang Bangshi did not write it casually. These are all supported by data. After reading it, Li Yang asked, are you going to short Leshi? No, short-selling reports are not allowed in China. This is a research report. Li Yang smiled and said, aren't you afraid of being sued? Leshi will definitely sue you if this report is published. Jiang Bangshi smiled slightly. Just come. After that, she began to continue writing. There are some more contents at the end. In October, Bostia obtained 300 acres of land in Beijing at a price of 980 million yuan. In name, it was to build a factory, and he signed a gambling agreement with Beijing. After 3 years, he had to pay more than 300 million yuan in taxes to Beijing every year, otherwise he would pay the original price of the land, 2.98 billion. But the first time Bostia got the land, he did not build a factory as required, but mortgaged it, saying that it was to raise funds. As we all know, Bostia's automobile research and development department is located in the United States. He also acquired a lot of land in the United States and promised to build a factory there. Moreover, Beijing does not have the conditions to build cars at all. The first is the labor cost, and the second is the logistics cost. The automotive-related industry chain is basically concentrated in the central and southern parts of China. After manufacturing cars in Beijing, the cost of transportation cannot be ignored. Bostia didn't care about this most basic logic? Is he an outsider or does he not care at all? If it was in Tianjin, it would be understandable, because Tianjin has developed shipping and the cost of shipping is relatively low. The core idea of Jiang Bangshi's research report is only one. Bostia is a liar, Leshi is insolvent and will soon be unable to operate. Li Yang was watching from the side. He didn't expect Jiang Bangshi to notice the news that Bostia had taken 300 acres of land in Beijing. After Jiang Bangshi finished writing, Li Yang asked again, if you publish it, you will offend people. Otherwise, give me the manuscript and I will find the media. His original plan was to wait until January next year to take action against Bostia, because he needed another round of financing for OFO. Jiang Bangsha said seriously, I will issue it, it is more authoritative. We can't let others set fires and not let us light lamps. Issuing it in the name of Wanliu Capital will definitely make people more convinced. Especially since late September to mid-November now, nearly 2 months, Jiang Bangsha has completely established a foothold in the A-share market. The net value of the two funds has now exceeded 20 points. Among them, the QDII fund, Wanliu Overseas Selection, has increased its net value by 20 points. And Wanliu Mixed Selection, in nearly 2 months, nearly 40 trading days, the fund's net value has increased by 36 points, leading any domestic fund. If it weren't for the increasing stability and the increasing amount of funds subscribed, the net value of the initial 10 billion funds would have increased by 50 points. Jiang Bangsha insisted on real estate, and the general direction of China Merchants Bank remained unchanged. At the same time, he also took out 20% of his positions for high-frequency trading, which can be regarded as a mixture of two trading models. China Merchants Bank has risen by more than 10 points in the past 2 months, but Jiang Bangsha has already earned a profit of 30 points in China Merchants Bank. Whether it is high-frequency trading or the operation of funds in the super-large market, she seems to be very adept at it. Li Yang said helplessly, they didn't provoke you, but they are clearly coming for you. Have you read Boss Jia's recent remarks? No, Li Yang must have read it, but there is no need to say it. She has absolutely no chance. Since Boss Jia started to cash out last year, the result was doomed. No matter how good a company is, it can't stand being sucked blood like that. Boss Jia made a statement recently. Although he didn't mention Dao Xin, he was definitely talking about Li Yang's Jiang automobile, saying that Li Yang was just doing pure marketing and didn't have any strength at all. Master Li, believe me, I can do this well. Even I don't want to bully people, why should they bully me? Li Yang. Chapter 192 I hope you don't have regrets. Jiang Bangsha has been paying attention to Li Yang's affairs. She has been thinking about ways to break the situation. And it just so happens that she and Li Yang have the same idea. But Li Yang is not in a hurry. He wants to wait. When the Sen family was looking for trouble with him, he knew what the result would be. At first, they just found faults within the rules, and later they directly confronted each other. So Li Yang put forward the argument of making cars, even though the timing was not very mature. He knew that the Sen family would definitely follow, and at this time, the only new car company that was qualified to compete with him was Boss Jia. But he had no channels and could only wait for information passively. When he saw Boss Jia acquire land in Beijing last month, he knew that the Sen family had entered the game. The Sen family may not have spent much money, but they must have spent resources. For the Sen family, money and resources are equivalent. In addition to Chest Hair TV, there is also AFO, which is already a 3-in-1 quality. Li Yang is not sure that the Sen family dares to follow, but the fact is that the Sen family wants to get rid of him in all aspects. As for the reason, it is probably related to Bai Jingxun. Because Bai Jingxun has the strength to threaten their status. If they were just rich, they wouldn't have to do this. From the perspective of others, in fact, except for the gambling nature of AFO, the other two investments are very high quality. Needless to say, Boss Jia, the current richest man in real estate, Boss Wang is very optimistic, and Alibaba's Boss Ma has publicly praised him on many occasions. Now that the whole network is chasing him, no one will feel that they are losing money if they can invest in him. Chest Hair TV started with a great start, and with such a strong identity background, no one thinks there is anything wrong with it. They are all very high-quality investment projects. Only AFO has the biggest problem. But Li Yang knows that this investment may bring them more than 10 times the return. It's just that they have to get off at the right opportunity. If they don't get off, they will also lose everything. Now that he knows that Yuancheng Capital belongs to the Sen family, he will definitely not let the Sen family get off smoothly. He began to live here with Jiang Bangsha. But his identity has changed. After school every day, he would rush to the supermarket to buy some vegetables and cook for Jiang Bangsha. Until Xiang Yu sent a message. Mr. Li, can you do a live broadcast when you have nothing to do? Our own platform is about to go bankrupt and was recently fined 6 million. Li Yang asked. I looked at the company data. Isn't the traffic increasing? It is increasing, but the increase is all marginal traffic. The traffic of legitimate anchors on the platform is getting less and less, and there is no soil for the birth of high-quality content. Many anchors who wanted to renew their contracts were rejected, filed a lawsuit. Make those anchors who jumped ship pay money. Xiang knew, the lawsuit can be won, but the other party's legal department is not a pushover. It's easy to drag it out for half a year, and when it comes to real execution, it's no problem to drag it out for another half a year. Back and forth, a year will have passed, and by then, the platform may be bankrupt. There are a lot of female anchors on our platform now. And basically all the traffic is concentrated on those female anchors. Female anchors are not good? In this way, I will do live broadcasts when I have nothing to do. At the same time, I will introduce other funds to the platform. You must protect our female anchors. Those who are beautiful and talented, sign a 10-year package for me. Xiang Yu, those female anchors don't have much money. Don't look at them flirting, but in fact, the consumption capacity of fans is very limited. There are 800 people in the live broadcast room, and they can't even get together 500 yuan of gifts a day. Such anchors still need to sign long-term contracts? The cost of signing a long-term contract is too high. Even if they only give a guaranteed salary of 3,000 to 5,000 yuan per month, how much money will it be in 10 years? If you keep skirting the edge like this all day long, who knows if the control will be stricter one day, and the entire platform will have to be rectified. It's like a crazy test on the edge of death. Li Yang's way is too wild. He also went to buy hot searches for those online promotional platforms that skirt the edge. He was interviewed and fined, but he didn't care at all. In Li Yang's view, a platform that doesn't skirt the edge has no future. If you don't skirt the edge when the traffic is the highest, do you have to wait until you are half dead before you skirt the edge? LSP is the strongest productivity. Besides, live streaming is doomed to be a disaster in the next 2 years. All platforms will suffer heavy losses. If they don't find a way to transfer traffic to mobile terminals, the money spent by the platforms will be wasted. Now is the time for mobile terminals to make efforts, and the future PC terminals will basically be dead. The next day, he moved all his school computers to Zhang Bangshi's place, and started live streaming after dinner that night. There was no advance warm-up, but the moment he started the live streaming, countless fans were still telling each other. There is no other reason, just because he is a god. At least in the eyes of LPL players, he is the only god. Last year, as a dark horse, he won the first real championship for LPL. And after he left, what happened to the entire LPL this year? They can't even play at all. After all, Li Yang's game thinking is quite advanced, and South Korea has been studying it for a whole year, and has already studied it thoroughly, and the tactics have been sublimated. What about LPL? Research a fart. Let's study how to order takeout. As for the players, of course, they want to take a vacation quickly. If they don't take a vacation, how can they take over other people's girlfriends? What they care about most is their girlfriend's transfer period. Anyway, there are plenty of people willing to pay for playing with memes and improving the live broadcast effect. So-called results? Who cares? This year's World Championship has just ended, and Li Yang receives a lot of messages every day. Dad Yang, please come back. This year, there were 3 LPL teams participating in the World Championship. As a result, 2 were eliminated when the top 32 entered the top 16, and the other was eliminated when the top 16 entered the top 8. They didn't even make it to the top 8, which shows how bad their tactical execution is. The Korean team was slaughtered, and there were 3 Korean teams in the final 4. When Li Yang started the live broadcast, people immediately sent gifts. 500 yuan rockets. From the start to the end of the broadcast, there were rarely interruptions. A certain guy even gave more than 300,000 yuan in rewards. Finally, he said on the public screen, Li Yang, if you come back to play, I will give you 10 million. After seeing this, Li Yang replied, thank you for the reward. As for coming back to play, forget it. Let's not talk about my own competitive ability. Everyone should be able to see the progress of the Korean team with their own eyes. They completely understood my game thinking last year. Even if I play, I will die. Unless there are 5 of me. So I can only say sorry to everyone. Brothers who gave rewards today, if you feel that you have lost money, please contact the platform and ask the platform to take the money back. But this is only this time. If you give me rewards again in the future, I will accept it. Today is a clarification for Li Yang. Many people gave gifts just to let him come back. If the customers are not satisfied, it is right to return the money. But after the clarification, if there are still rewards, He can only accept them with a smile. At this time, Jiang Bangsha, who was wearing pajamas, walked in. When Jiang Bangsha appeared in front of the camera, the audience was shocked. Fuck, Li Yang and Jiang Bangsha are living together, damn, no wonder they don't want to play in the game. Who would have the mind to earn that little money after hugging such a rich woman? I am so convinced. I thought it was hype before, but now they are all hyped together. Brothers, who is this woman? Damn, where did this newcomer come from? Let me give you some general knowledge. This beauty is Yang's childhood sweetheart. She is a top rich woman who made $6 billion in the bull market from last year to the first half of this year. And now her Wanliu Capital has a fund management scale of $20 billion. According to the management fee, Wanliu Capital's profit this year will exceed $500 million. This does not include the principal income brought by others. Even if it is calculated based on the lowest $500 million, it only needs to give 20 times the pay, and the market value of Wanliu Capital will reach $10 billion. In short, the beauty in front of you is a top rich woman with a net worth of more than $10 billion. Net worth and cash are indeed not the same concept. However, after Jiang Bangsha came over and saw this message, she did not refute it. Because even in terms of cash, she is not far from $10 billion. The $4 billion in Wanliu Capital had eaten up all the gains in the past 2 months, and it was close to $6 billion. Adding the profits of Wanliu Capital and the remaining cash in her hands, if not $10 billion, there would be more than $8 billion. Facing the camera, Jiang Bangsha smiled and said, "Hello everyone, thank you for your support for Wanliu Capital, rich woman. I put all the betrothal gifts into it, I regret it now. I only had 100,000 yuan in my hand. I knew I would lose everything and put 1 million into it. It has risen by nearly 40 points in the past 2 months, damn, I can't tell whether I should feel sorry for you or be jealous of you. How come you are so rich, damn, you invested all. Why didn't anyone tell me about this? I just took a look, and the fund has gone crazy. Is it crazy? It's less than 40 points, right? How arrogant are you? It's less than 40 points? The market has fallen by 17% in the past 2 months. And all funds in the country have fallen by an average of 23%. The only fund that has risen by more than 30% is Wanliu Capital. Jiang Bangsha showed her face in the live broadcast room, and the next day, the subscription funds of Wanliu Capital exceeded 300 million. This is Li Yang's popularity on the internet. Li Yang's reputation in the esports circle is not very good. He doesn't have many friends in the circle, including his former teammates. Only Edzu would chat with Li Yang when he had nothing to do, hoping that Li Yang would come back and that Li Yang could set any price. And the words he said in the live broadcast room yesterday secretly showed his disdain for the LPL players, which was considered to have offended those people again. But Li Yang didn't care. Although esports is a small industry, in China, no matter how niche the industry is, it will not be bad. Not to mention that the esports industry is only a niche industry, but the viewing experience is not niche, and it could have provided better services. Any industry should have worked hard to improve, otherwise the country would not be able to support such a strong economy. The current esports association is garbage, and a group of people who have never been exposed to esports are in charge. Even the next few years will be garbage, and there will be no decent rules and regulations. Time quickly came to November 25, 2015. On this Saturday, Li Yang was chatting with a few people at the Beijing University Entrepreneurship Center. One of them was a senior student at Tsinghua University, named Wang Jing. Wang Jing was a otaku who liked to play games on weekdays. He naturally had an affinity for game champions like Li Yang. At this time, he was communicating some data with Li Yang. Wang Jing looked at a piece of paper in front of him and asked, "Junior, does the mechanism of this game make it less fun to play? It's just landing, getting resources, and fighting. Although it is very competitive, a game must be equipped with a variety of gameplay to retain enough audiences, because most players don't play games for competitiveness." Li Yang asked, "What do you think, senior?" Wang Jing already had a plan in mind. After all, this was not the first time he and Li Yang had communicated. The two would talk about some game mechanisms when they had nothing to do, summarizing the fun and competitiveness of those mechanisms, because Wang Jing was going to set up a game studio to develop games. Li Yang was his angel investor. He immediately took out the data and said, "I think the poison circle mechanism can be modified. For example, the blood loss value of the poison circle can be slowed down, so that players can explore anti-poison gameplay. Most people who love to play games actually have a farming mentality. The farming mentality is prevalent in the genes of the whole world, especially in China, where this mentality is even heavier. Li Yang asked, then have you ever thought that if everyone plays like this, the competitiveness of this game will be reduced to zero? Lack of competitiveness is equivalent to killing the soul of this game, Wang Jing immediately explained. This can also be solved. For example, you must be within a certain number of meters of the poison circle to maintain a healthy blood loss value. Exceeding this range will increase the amount of blood loss. At the same time, you can control the blood pack refresh volume of the map to ensure that there will not be too many blood packs. Oh, that's fine, Wang Jing said with a smile. This game mechanism was thought up by my junior. Why don't you name this game? I'll start setting up a studio right away. Why not call it PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds? Okay, Li Yang invested 2 million in Wang Jing. Of course, 2 million is no problem to make some simple games, but for something like PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, 20 million may not be enough. Map modeling is a huge project. The budget must be over 100 million, but it's just the beginning. Anyway, he has 70% of the shares of the studio and has absolute control. The 2 million in the early stage is only enough for Wang Jing to build the framework. As long as Wang Jing can do it well, he will definitely continue to add funds. Of course, the shares in his hands will definitely increase. Only taking 70% in the early stage is just to give Wang Jing some encouragement. In the later stage, he will definitely hold more than 90% of the shares. Many topics of Peking University and Tsinghua University are very meaningful for investment. Not to mention the lithography factory that will be very popular in a few years, even intelligent driving with very high application value. Both schools have related topics, and he happens to be an old man in artificial intelligence algorithms. It's just that there is no suitable opportunity to join now. He is now in contact with a group of students who play with algorithms and are working on short video push algorithms. The essence of the algorithm is actually labeling. If a user spends more time on beauty videos, the system will immediately label him with the LSP label and push more relevant content to him later. Until he gets tired of it and spends less and less time on the beauty videos, this label will be removed from the first place and placed at the back. Algorithms are no different from life. They are all labeling repeatedly and changing labels all the time. And Li Yang asked Zhang Yu to sign the beauty anchor mainly to provide content for the short video platform. Although 4G network has existed since 2011, the current traffic cost is still too high. Next year, as the mobile terminal becomes the main battlefield of the internet, the traffic cost will drop. At the same time, Wi-Fi is popularized all over the country, and any small restaurant will post a sign on the wall saying that there is Wi-Fi in the store, so short videos can survive. At present, short videos have no survival ground, and most of the internet traffic is competed for by PC terminals. The PC terminal is destined to be limited by hardware, and not many people have computers anytime and anywhere. Playing mobile games now will be laughed at, but those old PC stubborn people will suddenly find that they have become veterans of the Qing dynasty in the next few years. How many PC traffics are there? Mobile terminals are full of traffic all over the country. Now, with tens of millions of registered users and a peak traffic of only a few million per day, Yaoi is already a big player, and it can be said to be thriving. However, a few years later, Yaoi had more than 200 million registered users and a peak traffic of nearly 10 million per day, but it was labeled as a sunset, and its stock price fell to a level that its mother could not recognize. Mobile traffic will beat PC traffic to a level that even its mother could not recognize. The layout of mobile traffic is the kingly way. And mobile traffic cannot be separated from the support of powerful algorithms. Otherwise, the content that individuals can watch is quite limited. After spending a day at Peking University, Li Yang came back to cook, and after dinner, he started live streaming. Zhang Bangsha sat next to Li Yang with a small stool, eating melon seeds and fruits while watching Li Yang play games. From time to time, he would ask, "Can I try it?" Li Yang responded with one word every time, "Play shit." Then, Zhang Bangsha handed over a piece of fruit. Everyone in the live broadcast room could see that Zhang Bangsha had taken a bite. But Li Yang was focused on playing games and didn't notice. Every time Zhang Bangsha succeeded, he would smile happily. She was actually just trying to track traffic. Because as long as she stayed in the live broadcast room, the company's subscription funds would definitely exceed 100 million the next day. Li Yang's fans are far more than what is shown on the surface. Even though his Weibo fans have gradually increased to more than 7 million, When he broadcasts live every day, there will be more than 1 million fans in the live broadcast room. This is an extremely terrifying exposure. It can also be seen from the background that after each live broadcast of Li Yang, the number of viewers exceeds 8 million. I don't know how much promotion fees Wanliu Capital has saved. The man in front of the camera, get out of the way, we want to watch a rich woman play games. Suddenly the same remarks began to flood the screen. Li Yang looked back at Zhang Bangsha and asked, "Did you hire a troll army?" Zhang Bangsha retorted, "What troll army? This is what people want. Come and let me play a game. If I lose, I won't mention it anymore." Bullshit. How can you lose if you're on the field? Give tens of thousands to each person on the opposite side, and they'll line up to give you heads. No, I don't think so. What do you think? I want to give hundreds of thousands to everyone. After Zhang Bangsha finished speaking, he immediately said to the live broadcast room, "Hurry up and drive this anchor down. Let me go up. I'll give everyone 1 million red envelopes for a game." Li Yang had no choice but to get up and give Zhang Bangsha a seat. Zhang Bangsha did not break his promise and gave out 1 million red envelopes on the spot. A total of 200 people were drawn, each with 5,000 yuan, and they only needed to send a barrage to participate in the lottery. In other words, it was free to draw. More than 1 million people instantly flooded into Li Yang's live broadcast room, and the number was still increasing. After Zhang Bangsha finished a game, the live broadcast room had 8 million people, a height that no other live broadcast room on the entire network has reached. The next day, Wanliu Capital's subscription funds reached 1.2 billion. Li Yang watched with his own eyes that the scale of Wanliu Capital has grown from 10 billion to the current 28 billion, in just over 3 months. On December 5th, the scale of Wanliu Capital officially exceeded 30 billion. After Zhang Bangsha live broadcast a game, Li Yang closed the live broadcast, turned around and asked, "Today we have broken 30 billion, you are so eager to achieve the goal of 50 billion, right?" According to the agreement, the goal of 50 billion a year now seems to be almost impossible to achieve. Zhang Bangsha smiled and said, "It's hard to say. If the net value starts to lose money, many people will want to redeem it." "Tell the truth," Zhang Bangsha said seriously, "none of us can control whether we win or lose, but if you lose, I hope you won't have any regrets." Chapter 193 Hunters often appear as prey. How comfortable is it to be with Li Yang? Zhang Bangsha spent several million in the live broadcast room and brought nearly 8 billion subscription funds to Wanliu Capital. If you promote on other financial platforms, you need at least 200 million to get 8 billion subscription funds. It is higher than the management fee income. The management fee of Wanliu Capital is only 1.75% a year, which is considered to be the middle level in the industry. She wanted to continue, but was stopped by Li Yang. Now the scale of funds is already very large, and the market risk is still not small, especially next year A-shares will implement the index circuit breaker mechanism. The most important point is that in January 2016, A-shares will release more than 100 billion stocks. Li Yang said this, and Zhang Bangsha understood it instantly. She didn't need to doubt Li Yang's judgment of the market, because in her eyes, Li Yang's stock trading may not be so detailed, but he has never made a mistake in controlling the overall situation. A-shares are different from other financial markets. A-shares focus on stubborn people. The more you want to do something, the less likely you are to succeed. Looking at the Western systems introduced by A-shares in recent years, they all died miserably. From the initial T+0 to the current T+1, it is a history of blood and tears. Zhang Bangsha had not thought of these contents before, because she only focused on the market. "Master Li, you should have told me earlier, so that I could wait for a while before absorbing funds." Li Yang smiled and said, "With your strength, even if there is a short-term loss, in the medium and long term, it will definitely not make the investors lose money." Zhang Bangsha didn't want to have regrets, so he certainly didn't want Zhang Bangsha to have regrets. Next month, there will be 2,000 stocks falling to the limit, which is a very big test for Wanliu Capital. Zhang Bangsha certainly can't turn around with tens of billions of funds at that time, so she will definitely lose a lot of money. And her funds are not trusted. Once a huge loss occurs, it will encounter large-scale redemption. Originally, 50 billion a year was a sure thing, but if Zhang Bangsha didn't handle it well, it might be a disaster. The funds brought in for more than half a month will all leave the market. For Li Yang, it was a draw with Zhang Bangsha. He told her in advance so that Zhang Bangsha could be prepared. It was already mid-December, and the plunge in January was imminent. There were two main reasons. The first was that the A shares were going to implement new index circuit breakers, and the financial circle wanted to try out this new function and let the stock market circuit breaker. So on the opening day of January 4th, the market dropped 5%, triggering the first level circuit breaker. After the opening, it dropped to 7%, triggering the second level circuit breaker. The other reason was that there were too many A-share stocks that were released from lockup. More than 100 billion yuan was released in 1 month, which had never happened before. The average value of stocks released from lockup in the entire A-share market was only about 16 billion yuan per month. This month was 5 or 6 times the normal data. Naturally, the short-selling force was also unusually strong. With a capital scale of more than 30 billion yuan, one Liu capital was unlikely to turn around. This time, the 1,000 stocks fell to the limit. Except for the stocks that Zhang Bangsha traded with high frequency. It was not to say that the stocks she traded with high frequency would not fall, but that Zhang Bangsha had the ability to pull them up. But the funds she can operate are very limited, at most 30 to 400 million, and the remaining holdings will seriously hinder her. The expansion speed of the small yellow car is very fast. After receiving the funds 3 months ago, it has been improving every day. At present, it has started operations not only in Beijing, but also in several super first-tier cities, and the number of registered users has reached several million, but only hundreds of thousands of users have paid deposits. Of course, the speed of burning money is also very exaggerated. The more than 20 million is not enough to spend, and it is gone in less than 2 months. This is only when he owes a lot of suppliers and uses user deposits, and can barely maintain high-speed expansion for 3 months. At the end of December, Offo's small yellow car came out with the news of financing, and Li Yang must have received it. After all, who in the world doesn't know that Li Yang has money in his hands? In this round of financing, David is very ambitious because the payment conversion rate of the small yellow car is very strong. This is just the beginning of the promotion, accompanied by many free activities, and the payment rate is close to 5%. It is normal for the payment rate to exceed 10% in the later stage. There are countless capitals that contact him privately, including Shenhua Capital, which failed to invest successfully last time. The last time Offo was still a startup, this time it was different. Although it was only 3 months apart, the larger scale was verified, which was enough to show that his strategy was feasible and there was a blue ocean in the future. This time he wanted more money and a higher valuation, and Li Yang was an investor he had to win over. So, he called Li Yang in advance. Junior Li Yang, Offo is going to hold around a financing conference on the 30th of this month. Do you want to come, Senior Dai? I'm really sorry, I may have something on that day and can't go. Li Yang refused. David was stunned and hurriedly said, Junior, I know I couldn't get you to invest last time, this time I promise. He had to call Li Yang over, because this time, he believed that no one could bid higher than Li Yang. Last time, Li Yang was willing to pay 21 million, and according to his understanding, Yuancheng Capital had no money at all and was unable to participate in the competition this round. But he certainly couldn't say it directly, otherwise Li Yang would feel that he was cheating him. But Li Yang quickly replied, Senior, it has nothing to do with the last time. I really have something to do this time. I have to go to a party to see off a friend. How about this? I will notify other investors and we can change the time? How about the 29th? Senior Dai, how much is Offo going to raise this time? Is it still 30%? Yes, then I will offer 150 million. If there is a higher bid than mine, I will give up. If not, you can contact me at any time. After that, Li Yang hung up the phone. He really had something to do. Not to mention the 30th, even on the 28th, 29th, or even before January 3rd, he had no time to attend the financing conference organized by David. But he must put some pressure on the Sen family. The offer of 150 million is just like the last time. A little bit too high. At this price, if you can participate, you can still make money after 2 rounds of running away. The current valuation of Offo should be more than 400 million, and his offer is not much higher. If it is 180 million, he even doubts whether the Sen family can come up with it. So 150 million is the best. If the Sen family is willing to pay, Brother Yang, why didn't you bring Zhang Bangsha here? He Lui asked on the side. At this time, all 5 people in the dormitory came to the Starry Sky escape room, ready to play 2 new scenes later. Li Yang asked, why bring her here? Li Yang was determined not to bring Jiang Bangsha to play the escape room again. The girl was not afraid of anything. If it was the same as last time, and she gave herself some psychological trauma, he felt that he would never have the desire to create in his life. Lui smiled and said, "Of course we play together." "Oh, she's busy at work and has no interest in our low-level interests." At this moment, Guang Chenlin asked, "Li Yang, is your hometown Jiangcheng?" "Yes, what do you want to tell me?" "There are no local specialties in our hometown." Guang Chenlin smiled and said, "I'm not asking about specialties. The unit that Song Ziyali is going to report to this time is in Jiangcheng, Li Yang, so I want you to take care of her." Li Yang said with a smile, "Since the senior sister has spoken, I will definitely do my best to help." The reason why he has been busy these days is because Gong Chenlin's work unit has been determined, and the selection examination is not difficult for her. And Gong Chenlin started to help in the city. This starting point is very scary. It has nothing to do with personal ability, but with background. Of course he has to build a good relationship. Song Ziyali is also quite capable. Doesn't he still have to start from a small county? Although Gong Chenlin and Lui have not yet officially confirmed their relationship as boyfriend and girlfriend, as long as they develop normally, they will be almost there when Lui graduates from university. The schedule for the next few days has been fully arranged. They will eat, drink and have fun for a few days, and then the whole dormitory will see Gong Chenlin off. Agreeing is to give Gong Chenlin a way out, otherwise she will be embarrassed if he refuses in person. What is there for him to talk about with Song Ziyali? After David confirmed that Li Yang could not come, in order to maximize his own interests, he immediately revealed Li Yang's offer. Based on Li Yang's offer, it will be much easier to talk in a few days. In fact, he still felt a little regretful, because Li Yang did not come to the scene, which means that there is no room for flexibility. It would be better if Li Yang offered 180 million. After all, Shunwei Capital has contacted privately, and the offer is 120 million plus some resources of the Rice Group. David was not satisfied with the price given by Li Yang this time, so he could only use it as a bargaining chip. For Sen Yezhan, he was still a little excited after knowing this offer. Because the investment in OFO is currently the most successful investment of Yuancheng Capital, which he manages. The last investment was 24 million, and he got 30% of the shares. Now the valuation of OFO must be more than 400 million. According to this ratio, the shares they hold are worth more than 120 million. However, this round of financing will definitely be diluted. According to 70%, it is still worth more than 84 million. In just 3 months, more than 20 million has become more than 80 million. This is the charm of investment. According to the idea of the Sen family, they will not participate in this round and let the shares be diluted. Anyway, they will definitely make money. Even if there are 2 more rounds of financing, they can still hold 10% of the shares of OFO, which may be worth 200 to 300 million. But now OFO is so popular, Sen Yezhan has received too many calls during this period, all asking to buy their shares of OFO. Some people offer 90 million, and some are even willing to offer 100 million. David has also become the darling of the capital market, and well-known venture capital companies around the world are gearing up and eager to try. This scene is too damn familiar to Sen Yezhan. This is a precursor to the birth of a top enterprise. Therefore, the Sen family held an emergency meeting to discuss whether the Sen family should participate in this round of financing of OFO. The Sen family has the right to lead the investment, which gives them an advantage in price. Whether it is investing in Boss Jia or Principal Wang, although both have gone through the channel of Yuancheng Capital, it actually has nothing to do with Sen Yezhan, and this time it is he who is in charge of the real deal. At the meeting, he described the future of OFO to the family, and took out a bunch of data to prove that OFO is still in a rapid expansion stage at this time, with a very high development dividend period. At least 4 more rounds can be eaten. As long as the family is willing to invest, even if it is just to take this round, the future returns will definitely exceed 1 billion. If they win this round, they will be the largest shareholder of OFO, holding 51% of the shares. After Sen Yezhan finished speaking, someone immediately asked, "Yezhan, according to what you said, the family will have to put out more than 150 million yuan in funds this round. This is not a small amount, and the family may not be able to come up with it. If the Sen family can easily come up with 200 or 300 million yuan, Yuancheng Capital will not be unknown." Sen Yezhan had already thought of the rhetoric, saying, I think 150 million is not a difficult thing. This is an opportunity for the family. Before, whether investing in Boss Jia or Principal Wang, there was actually no obvious gain. Besides, even if everyone doubts my ability, they will not doubt Li Yang's vision, right? His words were very heartbreaking. It was obviously aimed at Li Yang, but they had to admit Li Yang's vision. If it weren't for Li Yang, they would not even look at the Ofo small yellow card project. How could the Sen family have so much money to gamble? More than 20 million is a lot of money, and losing it would be a big loss. But now they are making a lot of money. Someone else asked, "We are just newcomers in the venture capital circle and don't understand some of the ways in which venture capital works. Will it affect the company's subsequent operations if we rashly take so many chips like this?" Sun Yezhong waved his hand and said, "Who is David? He knows more about capital operations than anyone else. If he dares to take it, it means there will be no problem. Besides, although we are newcomers in the venture capital circle, we have connections in the capital circle, and even not just in the capital circle. We can also help to get some policy support. The most important point is that although we have a lot of shares now, in fact, after a few more rounds of financing, the shares will soon be reduced to less than 20%. What impact can it have on the company? After Sun Yezhen's analysis, Ofo has at least tens of billions or even hundreds of billions of potential, but it is only valued at a few hundred million now. Although it seems that after the next round of financing, David will only have 40% of the shares in his hands, he actually holds the initiative and can motivate himself later. It's just that the Sen family will not need to pay for it at that time. It's the business of subsequent investors. If you don't enter the market fiercely at this time, do you have to wait for others to enter first? Overall, Sun Yezhen's idea is not a problem. But he is indeed a newcomer. On December 30th, at the Ofo financing conference, Sun Yezhen waved his hand and won the share of Ofo's A round of financing for 180 million. This money is all the financial liquidity of the entire Sen family. Because there is really no reason to lose money. How can it lose money? On the 31st, several venture capital companies came to the door, wanting to buy some of their chips, and compared with yesterday's valuation, they gave a premium ranging from 5% to 10%. There is no such fast way to make money in the world. The Sen family doesn't know how to thank Li Yang. Thank Li Yang for making them rich. New Year's Day holiday. Jiang Bangsha also had a holiday. From a group of 5 to a group of 6. Although the capital is very cold in winter, it happened that the first light snow fell on New Year's Day. At this time, on January 3rd, Li Yang and Li Wei each drove a car and went to the suburbs. The suburbs of Beijing are no different from other suburbs. Bare trees, low buildings, and narrow country roads. They found a mutton soup restaurant, with 6 people at a table, eating mutton hot pot and chatting. Halfway through the meal, He Lui suddenly said, "Brother Yang, how about we have a drink?" Li Yang took a look and said, "What the hell? I have to drive later." Have you ever heard of this saying, "Don't drink and drive"? Don't drive after drinking, and your loved ones will cry if you drive irregularly. Damn, I didn't say I wanted to drive. Can't I call 2 drivers? Where can I call drivers from such a long way? He Lui was fed up with Li Yang's rustic thinking. He obviously didn't know how rich he was, but he acted like a poor bastard. How much does it cost to hire 2 drivers? He Lui didn't ask this guy to pay. At this time, Guang Chenlin said, "You boys can drink a little, then Jiang and I will drive." Li Yang looked at Jiang Bangsha. Jiang Bangsha nodded, "Yeah, drink. I will definitely take you back safely, then my life and property will be in your hands." Li Yang didn't want to drink, because he didn't trust Jiang Bangsha's driving skills. But at this time, he couldn't say that he wanted He Lui and the other 3 to drink. He Lui just wanted to drink some wine to cheer himself up, and say a few words while Guang Chenlin was still there. After all, the 2 of them had basically made no progress in chatting online on weekdays. To use the more popular words now, it is called not yet lovers. Half an hour later, they had basically finished eating. Li Yang and the others also drank some wine, and were now finishing the table. Jiang Bangsha had already eaten a long time ago, and she supported her chin with her hands and listened to everyone chatting beside her. She was more socially anxious than Guang Chenlin. Guang Chenlin was normal after getting familiar with her, but she didn't say much tonight. At this time, He Lui was talking about Guang Chenlin's advantages non-stop, making Guang Chenlin feel a little embarrassed. She kept winking at He Lui and even made small movements under the table. But He Lui pretended not to see or feel it. Li Yang seemed to be drunk, dizzy, and leaned on Jiang Bangshi's shoulder with his head tilted. He Lui was stunned for a moment. The four of them didn't drink much tonight, and how could he not know Li Yang's alcohol tolerance? At this time, Guang Chenlin also noticed the situation here, and finally found an excuse, saying, "Is Li Yang sleepy? Then let's go back first." Jiang Bangsha pushed Li Yang. "Master Li, wake up." Li Yang was indifferent. He Lui finally spoke, saying, "He's drunk. I will help him get in the car." After that, He Lui stood up staggeringly. Seeing this, Guang Chenlin quickly stood up and pressed his shoulder, saying, "I see you are not feeling well either. Sit down first." At this moment, Li Yang woke up and asked confusedly, "Are you done talking? Then shall we go back?" After that, he stood up dizzily and put his arms around Chen Weixing and Tan Kai's shoulders. "Lao Chen, Lao Tan, hold me up." Chen Weixing and Tan Kai still hadn't reacted. In the whole dormitory, the two with the worst alcohol tolerance were still standing here, but the two with the best alcohol tolerance were now lying down. The two were forced out of the door by Li Yang. When they came to the car, Li Yang handed the car keys to Chen Weixing and said, "Old Chen, you drive." At this time, Jiang Bangsha also followed out and said unhappily, "You are still pretending. Where's He Lui? Senior Gong asked us to go first, and she will send He Lui back later." "Okay, then we will go back first. Don't you want me to drive?" No, Old Chen has to show off in front of you. Let's give him a chance today." Li Yang pulled Jiang Bangsha to sit in the back seat, and then leaned on Jiang Bangsha's shoulder. "Master Jiang, I'm really drunk." He Lui, who was still in the restaurant, was supported by Guang Chenlin and walked out slowly. After coming out, he found that there was only one car left, so he asked confusedly, "Senior sister, where are they?" Guang Chenlin said, "I don't know, maybe they left early. I will take you back later. Thank you for your help." "Senior sister, what's the matter?" "But my driving skills are average, and the road conditions are not particularly good, so I may drive slowly. It's all my fault. I can't drink much, and I shouldn't have suggested drinking." Chapter 194 Jiang Bangsha's doomsday has come. When Li Yang woke up, Jiang Bangsha had already gone to work, because today was Monday. Although New Year's Day was a 3-day holiday, it actually included Saturday and Sunday. In fact, everyone knew it well, but saying that 3 days off would make life seem less miserable. However, the first day of work was not so friendly to stockholders. The opening index fell 5 points, successfully triggering the hidden attribute circuit breaker. It's like someone finally got married, but in the wedding ceremony, you invited all the guests who had served him and hung a banner. Fortunately, for the A-share market, this is nothing, and being slapped in the face is normal. Li Yang didn't come to school until 9:30 in the morning, because it was already the exam month, and the courses were almost reset to zero, with only a few courses still persisting. This semester, he has not missed a class. If someone deducts his regular scores again in this exam, he can tear his face. He was deducted in the second semester of his freshman year, and he had nothing to say. Although other students skipped classes and did not have their regular scores deducted, only he was treated differently. Anyway, he was beaten and stood at attention. When he fights back, others had better not act like grandsons. Guang Chenlin met Song Xiaoli when she was going through the formalities. Both of them had to make some personnel changes in Beijing before they could go to the corresponding positions. But when Song Xiaoli saw He Lui next to Guang Chenlin, he was a little surprised. He Lui came with Guang Chenlin? Are the two so close? After seeing Song Xiaoli, He Lui hurriedly greeted, "Hello, senior sister Song." "Hello, junior brother." Song Xiaoli nodded. After greeting, she pulled Guang Chenlin aside and asked, "Linlin, did you really talk to him?" Guang Chenlin asked, "Isn't this what I should do? He has been pursuing me for a whole year. Now that I graduate, I must give an answer." "Aren't you also very close to Liu Yuhang?" Song Xiaoli said, "Liu Yuhang and I haven't confirmed our relationship. We are still in the friendship stage." "Linlin, you obviously have a better candidate. Why do you choose He Lui? She really doesn't understand." Guang Chenlin smiled slightly. "What's wrong with being with Li Wei? He's 3 years younger than me. By the way, he also made several hundred million yuan by speculating in stocks with Li Yang, and saved up enough resources before he turned 26. Not to mention his personality, I have no reason to refuse him based on his external conditions." "What? Made several hundred million yuan?" Song Xiaoli didn't know anything about this. But on second thought, it seemed that everyone who followed Li Yang made money. Not only did her sister have several hundred million yuan in her hands, but her business was also very prosperous. Currently, she has opened 7 or 8 branches across the country, all of which are guided by Li Yang. The most important thing is that they made an escape room app, which now has more than 600,000 registered users, and even venture capital companies have contacted them. She didn't know why. It was obviously an offline project, but the online app was so popular, and there were quite a lot of active people in the community. The whole Song family is now envious of the money in Song Yu's hands. On the contrary, Liu Yuheng was very disappointed this time. She originally intended to be transferred to Jiangbei. If Liu Yuheng's family had some ability, she would basically have no big problem. In the end, she was transferred to Jiangchen. Although it is very close to Jiangbei, starting from a small county town is much worse than she imagined. He Lui, who originally looked ordinary, suddenly became handsome in Song Xiaoli's eyes at this time. Guang Chenlin said, "Xiaoli, I have already greeted Li Yang last night. You went to Jiangchen. If you have anything, you can find him. He is a local of Jiangchen, no need to find him. Many projects in Jiangchen are in cooperation with Jiangbei. Liu Yuheng's family can help me in Jiangbei, but thank you anyway. You are still good to me, you're welcome, don't be polite. Remember to come to Jiangbei to play with me when you are free in the future. After all, I don't have any friends in Jiangbei." Well, okay. Song Xiaoli watched Gong Chenlin and He Lui leave, and she couldn't tell what she felt in her heart. She always had a psychological advantage when facing Gong Chenlin. Although Gong Chenlin studied better than her, she was introverted and had few friends. When working in the future, it is likely that she will not be able to grasp the pulse of the leader. Moreover, she is prettier and has a better figure than Gong Chenlin. It is not obvious when studying, but after working, there will definitely be more help. As a result, Liu Yuheng, that guy, could not do what he promised. But she went to Jiangchen. Her family has no connection in Jiangchen, so she can only hope that Liu Yuheng can help. Although Liu Yuheng's current situation is not particularly good, there are still 3 pounds of nails in a broken boat. If Liu Yuheng's family is willing to help, she will be much more relaxed. As for marriage, it is impossible to get married. She can't see any future in Liu Yuheng. It's just that she really has no other resources. After all, her parents are just teachers. The resources of the Song family are tight, and they can't fall on her for the time being. Only by relying on her own hard work can the Song family give some resources later. After she finished the formalities, Liu Yuheng drove over to pick her up. As soon as she got in the car, she saw a bag on the passenger seat. Liu Yuheng said, "Song, this is a gift for you. I will go to Jiangcheng to visit you after the holiday in a few days." Song Xiaoli took a look and said, "Junior, this gift is too expensive. It is not suitable for me to accept it. Besides, after I go to Jiangbei, I will probably go to various places with my leaders to take records. I will come into contact with many people. It is not good to be seen by others wearing such an expensive watch." She didn't know much about luxury goods. After all, she didn't have much faith with the thing. If it was the previous Liu Yuheng, she would be fine if she accepted it. At most, she would leave it at home and not wear it. Liu Yuheng said awkwardly, "Senior sister, I didn't think it through. How about this? I'll ask my friends in Jiangcheng to buy you a car. It's not an expensive car, but one worth 200,000 or 300,000 yuan, so that you can have a means of transportation there." Song Xiaoli said with a smile, "Don't do that. I'm just a small employee. It's not good if the boss finds out. At least I have to wait until I have established a firm foothold in Jiangcheng before I can do these things. But I appreciate your kindness. When I get familiar with Jiangcheng, I will definitely treat you to a meal." Haha, okay. Liu Yuheng smiled on the surface, but in fact he was almost out of patience. Song Xiaoli always gives people a feeling of being close and far away. So far, their relationship has not improved at all. He could clearly feel that the heat was almost there during the summer vacation, but who knew that something went wrong during his family's summer vacation? Even though he deliberately concealed a lot, Song Xiaoli still knew some of it. Then, he suddenly became a lot stranger to Song Xiaoli. Song Xiaoli, who was sitting in the passenger seat, carefully put a bag aside, then took out his mobile phone and started watching the news. What caught my eye was the news of the A-share circuit breaker today, and the second-level circuit breaker had already been triggered, and the trading would be suspended that day. The whole network was discussing this matter, and the market was in a panic. Among them, a well-known financial blogger wrote a post specifically about Wanliu Capital. According to Wanliu Capital's holdings, it can be analyzed that today, Wanliu Capital's heavily held stocks almost all hit the limit. Even if Jiang Bangsha has strong ability and tens of billions of funds, it is impossible to turn around today. The funds of Wanliu Capital are different from others. Wanliu Capital's funds come from online promotion and Jiang Bangsha's personality. This time, the limit of thousands of stocks will bring Jiang Bangsha back to its original form, and Wanliu Capital will face large-scale redemptions. Large-scale redemptions will squeeze the operating space. The earlier the redemption, the less the loss. The later the redemption, the more likely it is to become the target of trampling, and at least lose more than 10 or 20 points. The post is very inciting, but some of the analysis seems to be well-founded. Everything has two sides, and the scale of funds that has skyrocketed in the short term naturally has risks. Those old funds can make mistakes, and users have enough patience for them. Wanliu Capital cannot make mistakes, especially since Wanliu Capital has only been established for a few months. One mistake can bring back several months of hard work. After reading it, Song Xiaoli felt relieved for some reason. After all, it is the most unacceptable that others live well while you do not. Especially Li Yang, that guy, has basically dominated Song Yu's thoughts. She wanted Song Yu to provide some financial support, but Song Yu refused to give it. Moreover, Liu Yuheng's family had an accident, which was closely related to Li Yang. She had no grudge against Li Yang, but she was in a good mood now. This time, thousands of stocks fell to the limit, and Wanliu Capital was going to be gone. Did Li Yang rely on Jiang Bangsha to get to where he is now? Otherwise, he would just be a retired professional player and anchor. In the afternoon, Li Yang had just finished his meal in the cafeteria and returned to the dormitory just after 1 o'clock. He learned that the A-share second circuit breaker caused the market to close early today. Naturally, he also saw the very popular post. He didn't believe that no one bought the popularity. The core idea of the post was just one sentence: Jiang Bangsha's doomsday is coming. However, there is a problem with that post. The holdings announced by Wanliu Capital are not real-time. Public funds are only required to announce their holdings. And it is normal to lag behind for half a month or a month. No A-share company announces real-time holdings. But even if it is not real-time, it is almost the same. In Li Yang's opinion, even if Jiang Bangsha is mentally prepared, she will still lose a lot of money if she is short 35%. Even if she adjusts her position to bank stocks, she will lose more than 5 points. Especially China Merchants Bank, which Jiang Bangsha holds a large position in, fell 9 points today, and bank stocks generally fell by about 5 points. Those people are so crazy that they dare to provoke Jiang Bangsha. Jiang Bangsha is much more ruthless than him. He is a person who can show some sympathy, but Jiang Bangsha will not show sympathy to anyone. They just want to guide users who have bought Wanliu Capital funds to redeem as soon as possible, so as not to run slowly and get into trouble. In addition, he is a famous financial blogger, and what he says is convincing. But in Li Yang's opinion, it is impossible to defeat Jiang Bangsha once or twice, it will only make her stronger. Damn, why hasn't that bastardy Liu Yi come back yet? Did he really make a fortune? After Li Yang came back, he found that there were only 2 people in the dormitory. Liu Yi didn't come to the class in the morning, and it was almost 2 o'clock and he still hadn't come back. Although there was no class in the afternoon, Liu Yi's situation was obviously not right. Chen Weixing left the computer screen and said, he said he would treat us to dinner tonight. Eat shit, I have to comfort my wife tonight." Li Yang could already imagine how frustrated Jiang Bangsha would be tonight. What's wrong? The A-share circuit breaker today. After Li Yang finished speaking, he began to prepare. He must prepare a table of delicious food for Jiang Bangsha. He called Liu Ruai. "Sister Ruai, can you lend me your chef for a while? Come and help me cook a few dishes." Okay, the chef in Liu Rui's store is really good. He plans to prepare a hearty dinner for Jiang Bangsha first, and then comfort her well. After confirming it, he asked Liu Ruai about the ingredients he needed to buy. As a result, Liu Ruai said that the chef would bring them from the store, which saved him a lot of trouble. After he packed up, he left the dormitory and chatted with Jiang Bangsha as he walked. "Master Jiang, did you get off work early today? What time will you be back? It's still after 6 o'clock. Okay, today is an accident, no one can control it, don't take it to heart. Brother will show you a skill tonight, and reward your stomach well. Jiang Bangsha hung up the phone and couldn't help laughing. She could imagine Li Yang's smug expression. She was watching the public opinion about Wanliu Capital on the internet at this time. Since others have bought the popularity, she will add fuel to the fire and directly top the hot search. It just so happens that the popularity of Wanliu Capital is a bit low, and it is only known by some young people on the internet, but young people don't have much money. It's better to let the whole country know about Wanliu Capital. Anyway, others have bought the popularity and can save money. She immediately arranged for people in the company to do this. She would not pretend that nothing happened if she jumped out to cause trouble so anxiously. She has always been very clear about the difference. At this moment, she was searching for the financing information of OFO a few days ago. It was Yuancheng Capital that won 180 million yuan and now became the largest shareholder of OFO. The last manuscript was suppressed by Li Yang, mainly because she was also suppressed, so there was no room for resistance. Master Li is tall and strong, how can a little girl resist? Of course, she should be obedient. Only now did she understand that Master Li was waiting for this day. Li Yang said that the topic would be ignited in mid-January, but she took a look at the situation and felt that mid-January was not enough. It would be more reliable to kill the project invested by Yuancheng Capital in OFO. She hated others' resistance the most, and it would be better to force them into a dead end. Just like when she faced Liu Zhengxin, she would not give Liu Zhengxin a chance to turn over. Now Liu Zhengxin owes several hundred million yuan. Even if there is still some remaining strength, he can't hold on for a few days. Recently, Xiao Xianlong's will has begun to loosen. After a while, she sent a message to Li Yang, Master Li, you have invested in so many projects recently. Do you have any good projects for me to invest in? Yes, there is a shared electric car project. It happens that the family of one of my classmates produces electric cars. Now his electric cars are unsaleable, and he hopes that I can help. That electric car factory is the only industrial project in their local area. It is related to the lives of thousands of people. I thought about it and it is worth doing even if I lose some money. Yes, this kind of project can be done as a public welfare, and Master Li can't be the only one to lose money. How about I invest a little too? Haha, it's too late. There are a lot of people who want to invest in this project. Currently, there are Shenhua Capital, Alibaba, Baoxuan Investment and me. All the shares have been divided up. Jiang Bangsha was shocked. When did it happen? Haven't you been playing with your roommates these days? And you're on vacation too. We finished the discussion before the holiday, and we confirmed the intention on the 27th. We will probably be able to get the contract in the next 2 days, before OFO's Series A financing. Yes, okay, then I won't participate. Come back to me next time there is a project that loses money. At around 4 o'clock, Li Yang waited for the chef. However, in the parking lot, he saw Liu Rui, and then he looked around and saw no one else. Sister Rui, where is the chef? Liu Rui said with a smile. Do you think I look like him? Tisk. I didn't expect that the chef would be right next to me. Li Yang really didn't expect it, but it didn't matter. He helped move a box at the back into the elevator. The ingredients inside were all prepared by Liu Rui. Some of them needed to be made in advance, and she had already processed them in the store. When she got to the house, Liu Rui changed into the chef's uniform. Generally, she rarely cooks, and there are special chefs in the store. It's just an exception when special guests come. When she was cooking, Li Yang was watching beside her. Liu Rui couldn't help but said, Yang Gang, you haven't been to my store for a long time. Li Yang said helplessly, I want to go, but I don't have time. I wanted to go to the school reunion, but I failed the exam. I read books like crazy to make up for the exam, and had no time. Later, I was really worried about my girlfriend, so I stayed here all the time. What about today? Today she was in a bad mood, so I thought about making her a delicious meal at home, but I didn't expect Sister Rui to come out in person. You can't charge me more money. Don't worry, don't charge you. Liu Rui narrowed her eyes. She really liked Li Yang, this little boy, more and more. Of course, it's not the kind between men and women, it's just pure appreciation. It's really happy to be in love with Li Yang. What's the matter with being fickle? At least he doesn't appear to be fickle. In the process of contact, the emotional value provided can completely ignore some minor shortcomings. And she is still in the stage of pulling with Sen Yiming. She promised to pay back the money in 3 months, but she hasn't paid it back yet. She understood everything, but she just couldn't accept it. Because once she accepted the reality, it meant that she had nothing left. After more than an hour of hard work, Liu Ruyi finally finished a table of dishes. Liu Ruyi changed her clothes and gave a few instructions, such as turning off the fire in a few minutes, and if Jiang Bangsha came back late, some dishes could be reheated, but some didn't. After giving instructions, Li Yang sent her downstairs. Less than 5 minutes after Li Yang returned to the house, Jiang Bangsha came back. She now has a driver, and except for holidays, the driver always sends her to the gate of the community. Master Jiang, you have worked hard. Come and see the feast I prepared for you. Li Yang took Jiang Bangsha to the living room. Is Master Li so amazing? Jiang Bangsha was very surprised. In fact, she knew it was definitely not made by Li Yang after just one look at the dish. It's necessary. I have been practicing cooking for so many years, just to show off in front of you. Thank you, Master Li. I feel much better. Jiang Bangsha reached out and gave Li Yang a hug. Li Yang pulled her to her seat and consoled her. It's not your fault for what happened today. Even if Buffett came, he would have to kowtow to shares before leaving. I saw that you seem to have adjusted your portfolio before. You are much better than others. Let's start over again in a few days. It's already 2016. In the second half of 2015, there was no overall market, except for a slight rebound in real estate. But in 2016, there are more market trends, which will continue until the second half of 2017. In the past 2 years, it has been a big white horse market. Many of the so-called white horse stocks in A shares have doubled. This is the era that truly belongs to Jiang Bangsha, and tens of billions of funds can be used to operate it. Well, I'm so hungry. Eat, eat. There are 2 more dishes in the kitchen. I'll bring them over right away. You eat first, okay, okay. Jiang Bangsha picked up the chopsticks, took a bite, and narrowed his eyes. Watching Li Yang busying around, he felt indescribably at ease. After Li Yang finished his work, he also sat next to him to eat. While eating, he said, I looked at the market today. More than 1,300 stocks hit the limit, and there are only more than 2,000 stocks in the entire A share market. Several on-site funds hit the limit directly. I don't know how those fund investors will cry. Buying a fund can hit the limit, Jiang Bangsha asked. What if I hit the limit too? Li Yang's heart skipped a beat. Hit the limit? Isn't there a 35% short position? As long as there is 35% short position, there will be no limit down, and the maximum loss will be 6.5%. It's okay. What's the big deal if it hits the limit down? Who doesn't have a first time? A fund that has never hit the limit down is not a qualified fund. What if there is a large-scale redemption? It may hit the limit down for several days. It's okay. Believe in my fans. They are all rational people and can understand. Li Yang said this, but in fact he knew that the situation was not optimistic. It has hit the limit down. How can you be rational? Jiang Bangsha said seriously, Master Li, have you never doubted my ability to trade? You have clearly warned me of the risks, but I still have a full position. Li Yang hurriedly said, how big of a face do I have to doubt your ability? You must have your own considerations for having a full position. Besides, what's a temporary loss? It's not like you haven't lost money before. Jiang Bangsha buried his head and continued to eat. An hour later, they had finished their meal. Li Yang asked Jiang Bangsha to go back to the bedroom to rest for a while, and he cleaned up the table. Half an hour later, Jiang Bangsha sneaked out without waiting for Li Yang to come to the bedroom. Then, he found out that Li Yang was secretly broadcasting live. Brothers, don't be led by the internet. They just want you to panic and then trample on the funds so that they can pick up the bloody chips from below. Besides, can I cheat you? Tomorrow I will throw all my money into it to cover the bottom for you brothers. It was the first time that Jiang Bangsha saw Li Yang being so humble in the live broadcast room. With this guy's current status, is it necessary? And he said these words at the risk of violating the rules. Chapter 195 5 times the odds. Before the fund announced its real-time net value, if you want to see the net value of the fund, you can only wait until after 9 p.m. of course. Even if the real-time net value estimation function appears in 2 years, it is only for reference, because the estimated profit and loss data is calculated based on the fund's holdings in the past few days, which is different from the fund's own holdings. Unless the fund is stable and does not adjust its positions, the data will be close. For funds facing frequent adjustments, the data is meaningless. The internet is promoting the doomsday of Jiang Bangsha, which is nothing more than seeing the holdings of the Wanli Mixed Select Fund half a month ago, and the heavily weighted stocks fell to the limit in a large area. As for how many adjustments Jiang Bangsha made in the past half month, few people know except herself. Moreover, with thousands of stocks hitting the limit, adjusting positions is useless. It is nothing more than switching from one limit down stock to another limit down stock. Today, there are only 63 stocks that have risen in the entire A-share market, and only 6 stocks that have reached the limit. Li Yang did not say anything nonsense. If there is really a problem with Jiang Bangsha, he is ready to take out all his reserve funds to help those fans. As long as his funds can enter the market, there will be no stampede of funds, and he just needs to survive this week. In 2 days, there will be another 1,000 stocks that hit the limit down. This week, the entire market will fall from 3,500 points to 2,700 points. During the stock market crash last year, it was quite explosive. Li Yang could imagine that a group of maggots hidden in the dark were probably celebrating at this time. He and Jiang Bangsha have begun to touch other people's interests, and this kind of thing will be very common in the future. A head-on confrontation is impossible, but as long as there is a chance to incite, they will not let it go. When Jiang Bangsha asked him if he had any projects today, he guessed what Jiang Bangsha was thinking. After all, Master Jiang is so narrow-minded, it is abnormal to do nothing. In fact, the shared electric car project was not easy for him to do, because there were not enough resources in the early stage, and it started later than OFO, so it was quite difficult to defeat the other party. But he was very grateful to David and the Sen family for their help. David is indeed a smart person, but too smart. Although so far, OFO has not used any resources, as long as there is money, it will be fine. But it does not mean that OFO will not need resources in the future. In the early stage, those who can provide resources are not given meat to eat, and they want them to take greater risks later. Of course, there is another reason, that is, the money given by the Sen family is too much. David has no reason not to take 180 million yuan, and he can use various means to dilute the shares in the hands of the Sen family later. It can be seen from David that he split around into several times that this guy pursues money to the extreme, and it is understandable to make such a choice. He thinks that those big guys must have the patience to wait for the next round. Anyway, this round is only valued at a few hundred million, and there is still a lot of room for follow-up. Yes, there is. The big guys are not fools. Since you, David, have verified that the sharing model has potential, why don't the big guys do it yourself? Originally, Li Yang and Shenhua Capital only had a few simple chats. It was not until the A round of financing of OFO came out that Shenhua Capital made up its mind. The two sides talked a lot in the past few days, especially Li Yang's familiarity with the sharing model, which was refreshing for them. The most difficult part of the sharing model is realization. The deposit and rent are currently not enough to support daily operations. If you can't even support daily operations, how can you still make money? At the very least, you have to have a way to reap the benefits, right? OFO currently doesn't even have a way to reap the benefits, except to deduct the deposit. The shared electric vehicles that Li Yang described are obviously more promising, at least there are more application scenarios for electric vehicles than bicycles. As for the cost of electric vehicles, do they care? A few hundred million more in cost is not a big deal for them. Even if it is several billion more, they can still come up with the money, as long as they can make it bigger and stronger. Li Yang's entrepreneurship is different from others. Others start from scratch, and perhaps hundreds of thousands or millions are a lot of money. But he has the ability to directly contact high-level resources. For example, the capital that has always wanted to invest in OFO. He can pull up the resources at the first time. Whether it is Li Yang, Shenhua Capital, Alibaba or Baoxun Investment, they are all well known in the industry. Of course, most of Li Yang's fame in the investment circle comes from Jiang Bangsha. Although the name of Baoxun Investment is unfamiliar, it is the actual controller of the financial sponsor behind Auto Navi. The Sen family is following Li Yang's live broadcast. When they saw Li Yang live broadcasting, he promised to provide his own entry funds. They knew that Li Yang was panicking this time. In the financial circle, such guiding remarks are against the rules, and Li Yang does not have a professional qualification certificate. However, in the public offering fund, this violation is dispensable. If it is seriously investigated, Li Yang will definitely be criticized. They know that Li Yang is walking on thin ice now. He dare not miss a class, for fear of failing the course at the end of the semester. Now he said that kind of thing in front of so many people. If he is not panicking, what is he? Just based on the content of this live broadcast, it is enough to disgust Li Yang again. After the live broadcast ended, Li Yang came to the bedroom. It was past 8 o'clock, and more than an hour had passed since dinner. Li Yang saw Jiang Bangxia playing with his mobile phone over there, and asked, "Why don't you take a shower? Don't you want me to help you wash it?" Jiang Bangxia raised his head and asked, "Yang, can I help you wash it?" Li Yang looked at Jiang Bangxia's shy and slightly expectant eyes. At that moment, he was a little dazed. He made a gesture towards the bathroom door. "Miss Jiang, please, soon." Jiang Bangxia was soaking in the bathtub, closing her eyes and enjoying Li Yang's massage. Since she was with Li Yang, her life has been too smooth. It was so smooth that it seemed a little unreal to her. She was going to face a lot of troubles. Even if Li Yang didn't reveal her account last year, she would have to face it sooner or later. As a result, now she has no pressure at all and has become a big shot so easily. The pressure has not disappeared, but has been transferred. Li Yang's skipping classes can be used as an excuse for others to attack him, and when they go to a hotel to book a room, they want to put the camera in his face. Li Yang is surrounded by people holding magnifying glasses to find faults, while she has easily become a leisurely and comfortable big shot. Which big shot on the world has it easy? They all face various pressures, and she is an exception. "I just watched Master Li's live broadcast," Jiang Bangxia said in a low voice. Li Yang did not stop the movement of his hands, but asked, "This shows that you are in good condition and still in the mood to watch the live broadcast." "It's a cause for celebration," Jiang Bangxia smiled and said, "because Master Li is here. Master Li is like a mountain. No matter from which angle, I can lean on him comfortably." Hey, you are leaning against the bathtub now, but I feel that the bathtub is like Master Li, and the water in the bathtub is like Master Li's hand, wrapping my whole body up. Did the water go in? Jiang Bangxia likes Li Yang's hair blowing. It is even more comfortable than the barber shop. After taking a bath, she sat on the edge of the bed wrapped in a bath towel, and Li Yang stood by with a hairdryer to blow her hair. "Master Li, have you ever been a hairdresser?" "Yes, I have." "When?" Haha, I forgot. Maybe in a dream. There must have been a hairdresser in his previous life, but he is still very pure in this life. As for blowing hair, it does require skills. Wind speed is one aspect, and temperature control is also very important. He has experience in this. After all, he was a bootlicker in his previous life, so how could a bootlicker not know these things? After drying his hair, Li Yang went to the bathroom and took a simple shower, which took no more than 10 minutes. As soon as he came out, he saw Jiang Bangxia in the quilt waving at him. "Master Li, come in quickly," Li Yang said with a smile. "Are you so impatient?" Yes, I just want to hug Master Li to sleep." Li Yang originally wanted to tidy up simply. After all, it was only 9 o'clock, and Jiang Bangxia couldn't sleep at this time. But Jiang Bangxia was a little different today. He came to the bed and got into the quilt, and Jiang Bangxia immediately came over. Very fragrant and tender. After all, the big man in front of him is actually less than 20 years old. Jiang Bangxia leaned close to Li Yang's ear and whispered, "Master Li, are you very nervous today?" Li Yang was surprised and asked, "Why are you nervous? I saw you were talking nonsense in your live broadcast room. Aren't you afraid that others will cause you trouble if you say you want to enter the venue by yourself?" Li Yang shook his head and said, "What trouble am I afraid of? I was born to solve troubles." Jiang Bangxia hesitated for a moment, and whispered again, "Master Li, have I disappointed you?" "Well? What's disappointing? Haven't I said it many times today? Everyone has times of negligence, and this time it is force majeure. I won't take force majeure seriously," Jiang Bangxia hurriedly explained. "I'm not talking about this." "What else? Could it be that you found a boyfriend? Then I'll be in Zisha now. Make room for you." After saying that, Li Yang was about to get up, but was hugged tightly by Jiang Bangxia. At the same time, Jiang Bangxia stuck close to Li Yang and said, No, you are not allowed to make room. This place next to me will always belong to Master Li." Of course, she knew very well that if Li Yang left her, he would still be Li Yang. If she left Li Yang, she would not be able to bear the pressure of work, not to mention the emotional aspect. Besides, Li Yang was so popular. They had been together for more than a year and were about to get married. How could she bear to give him up? She just felt that Li Yang was too good to her and it was a bit unfair. She was unwilling to marry Li Yang a few concubines. What did you mean? Li Yang asked. I just wanted to ask if Master Li wanted to do it now, huh? Li Yang quickly took out his mobile phone from the bedside and asked while opening the software. You didn't really lose 10 points and feel embarrassed. He didn't really believe that Jiang Bangsha could lose 10 points. He thought that Jiang Bangsha was probably using exaggerated expectations, and 5 or 6 points would be the maximum. It was just that Jiang Bangsha's performance today was a little strange. Coincidentally, the net value of Wanli mixed selection was announced at this time. When he opened the homepage of the fund, the number on it scared him. Net value 1.472 plus 2.08%. He looked at the number in disbelief, and then found Jiang Bangsha, who came over, smiling. How did you do it? Today, the market fell by 7 points, and this was due to the circuit breaker. If it hadn't been for the circuit breaker, it might have fallen even more. Jiang Bangsha said with a relaxed look. I don't know, anyway, it's like this, that's more than 30 billion, how did you turn around? This is very simple. I first withdrew my own funds, which reduced by nearly 6 billion at once, and then I went short by 35%, which reduced by another 10 billion, what about the remaining 20 billion? In Li Yang's view, these methods are all conceivable. Jiang Bangsha has no reason to let the investors redeem their funds, but she can take back her own principal at any time. But the remaining 20 billion is still a problem. Public funds must put that money in the market and must bear the pain of the decline today. As long as Jiang Bangsha really pulls it all out, it is normal to lose only 4 or 5 points today. Losing 2 or 3 points means that Jiang Bangsha has done some risk hedging. But today, not only did I not lose money, I also made 2 points. How come? This is more than a successful hedge, it is simply a fortune at the end of the world. Before Jiang Bangsha could speak, Li Yang said, did you hedge in bank stocks? Some bank stocks did not fall much. Although the entire bank sector fell by an average of 5 points, some actually only fell by 3 or 4 points. No, I didn't buy bank stocks, I just arranged a few stocks in advance. I didn't expect other funds to come to my side, so those stocks rose a lot today. Li Yang, haha, is this scientific? Jiang Bangsha said seriously, science, it's like the end of the world is coming, and suddenly I find that other places are not safe. I have some safe houses here, so they will naturally run to my side. It's just a ticket price. Li Yang was speechless. Jiang Bangsha's words were light, but in fact, behind them was absolute control. She did foresee the risks in advance. After all, Li Yang talked to her about this matter half a month in advance. But her way of dealing with risks was not to run away, but to build a defensive fortress. But such a thing is not so easy to do. There were many days of capital gain behind it before it was finally recognized by everyone. Jiang Bangsha said again, in fact, there are still some positions that have lost money. Several stocks have fallen to the limit. Otherwise, I should have made more than 6 points today. Li Yang said unhappily, you are still not satisfied, this Jiang Bangsha is getting more and more pretentious. Many people are refreshing the homepage of Wanliu Capital, hoping to see it as soon as the net value is refreshed. At the same time, the relevant forums are in full swing. Those who are pessimistic have already flooded the screen. At this time, everyone has lost their novelty. After all, they all know that the ending is already determined. The market is open, come and place your bets to see how many points Wanli mixed selection can lose today. Option 1, lose more than 9 points. Option 2, lose 7 to 9 points. Option 3, lose 5 to 7 points. Option 4, lose 3 to 5 points. Option 5, lose 1 to 3 points. Someone asked, this market is not rigorous, what if the loss is within 1 point? The person who opened the market said, brother, are you kidding me? How can the loss be within 1 point in this market? Look at the funds of Harvest, their net value has been released, and they generally lost more than 5 points today. Several funds even hit the limit down directly. How can Wanliu Capital fight against today's decline? Haha, Wanliu Mixed Select has been rising for 2 consecutive months, and I haven't seen other funds rise for so long. You are just arguing. Are you the water army hired by Wanliu Capital? At this time, nothing you say will work. I think you are deliberately here to disgust people. How many posts have you posted today to slander Wanliu Capital? You said you didn't take dirty money, but no one believed you. What grudge does One Liu Capital have against you? Haha, I'm just here to watch the show. Your butt is crooked, and you're still watching the show. Who eats melons with a crooked butt? Haha, this is Li Yang's brainless fans. Do your parents know that you are so protective of a streamer? Do your parents know that you are making this kind of dirty money? You are not rigorous in opening the market. Are you kidding your mother? Okay, don't you want to be rigorous? Then let's add the odds. The previous 5 options are all 1 to 1.1. Finally, at option 6, pay within 1 point, odds 1 to 3. Do you dare to take it? Are you fooling a fool? The previous odds, when it comes to option 6, theoretically should be 1 to 5.5, but you are the dealer, you must take a cut. Even if you take a big cut, the odds are at least above 5. Even if I open the odds to 100,000 times, do you dare to come? What's there to be afraid of? Do you have the money to pay? Come on, add a friend. Whoever is a coward will be the grandson of us. Haha, okay, but I need to verify the funds first. I don't play with poor people. The most I have in my life is money. 2 minutes later, the two added each other as friends. The person who opened the market immediately showed his bank account. Another person said, "Don't show this stuff, it's meaningless. Let's start a video and each of us will use our ID cards to verify our identities. I don't want your 100,000 times odds, just 5 times odds. After verifying your identity, I will directly transfer 5 million to you." The person who opened the market said, "Haha, you want to harm me, right? No matter whether I win or lose, you want to make me famous as an online gambler. 5 million, are you going to give it to beggars? Can't afford it? Who the hell are you? Do you think I'm doing this to you?" After saying that, he directly posted a photo and added, "How can I play dirty with you with my identity?" The other party immediately said, "Qiu Jindong, do you know me?" The person who opened the market said, "We have an agreement. Since you want to play, I will accompany you. I will give you an account and you can deposit 5 million into it, soon." The other party sent an account information. Qiu Jindong saw it and narrowed his eyes. "Xiong's account? Who are you in the Xiong family? Don't care who I am. The odds are 1 to 5. If you dare to bet, I dare to accept it. I know you, Qiu Jindong, will not tear your face for such a small amount of money. It's given to me for free. There is no reason for me to refuse it. Okay, soon." Qiu Jindong sent a screenshot of the transfer. The other party replied, "I'll take this 5 million. I know your sister is close to Li Yang, and I also made some money, but that's all." Chapter 196, Changing Warehouses to One Liu Mixed Selection. Qiu Jindong is a freshman. The main reason why he became a fan of One Liu Capital was because of his sister. After all his pocket money came from his sister, and he was a little loser. His college entrance examination scores were a mess, and he was even forced to leave Beijing to study. His college entrance examination score really couldn't get him a proper undergraduate degree in Beijing. The more competitive the place, the more miserable the incompetent people are. He was originally a loser. His family didn't give him many resources. He had to be honest outside and didn't dare to jump out at all. Spending money was a very luxurious thing for him. Fortunately, his sister was good to him. Although his sister didn't grow up with him, the relationship between the siblings was very good since they met a few years ago. The 5 million was pocket money given by his sister, and it didn't matter if he lost it. The content of the previous chapter has been modified to 5 million 5 times the odds, but he must fight for this breath. The other party recognized him and took out the Xiong family's account. He was not afraid that the other party would default on the debt. Even though he himself felt that it was unrealistic to lose less than 1 point, One Liu Capital had a very special meaning to his sister. If he had a bright future, he would not play this kind of game. Even if the other party was the Xiong family, it would most likely become a stain. But who made him a puddle of mud? Xiong Beitao was in a good mood. Although 5 million was not a lot of money, he felt very happy when he thought it was from Qiu Jindong. Everyone knew that those women were close to Li Yang. Zhao Xiangyu, Song Yu, Ge Ziumu, Liu Rui, and Xiu Shu, who originally thought that among the group, Zhao Xiangyu had some prospects, and the others were basically useless. As a result, after meeting Li Yang, they all stood up. Especially his ex-girlfriend Song Yu, now not to mention holding hundreds of millions of cash. She is also doing well in her career, and the Song family attaches great importance to her. Even the Xiong family kept persuading him to reconcile with Song Yu, and even did not rule out the possibility of marrying Song Yu back. Hey! Song Yu is a woman who didn't even graduate from junior high school. If he marries her, won't he be embarrassed? Back then, I just thought Song Yu was pretty and just had some fun. After the money arrived, someone immediately asked in the family group, how did Chu Jindong transfer 5 million to my account? I'm not familiar with him. Xiang Beitao immediately chatted with the other party privately. I won from him. My account is not suitable for receiving money, so I gave him your account. You give me the money in 2 days. Brother Beitao is amazing. How did you win? I made a bet with him. Wait, the net value of the fund here has been refreshed. Xiang Beitao saw someone talking about this in the forum, and he refreshed the fund homepage as soon as possible. He never hated why the internet speed was so good, and it was refreshed all at once. If the internet speed was a little worse, he could also know the result a few seconds later. That was a few seconds of satisfaction. When he saw that Wanli mixed selection not only did not lose money, but earned 2 points, his whole brain went blank. How the hell is this possible? There are at least thousands of public fund products related to the entire share market. Today, no one dares to say that they have made money. Only some private equity funds have the possibility of making money. How can Wanli mixed selection, with such a large market, still make 2 points? A quick ringing sound came. I'll throw the screenshot in your face. Open your dog eyes and see. I made 2 points. Take my deposit. Pay the money quickly. 25 million. Don't let me go to my family to ask for money. Chu Jindong was ready to waste 5 million, but who would have thought that Wanli mixed selection would be so fierce? In this market, making a big profit of 2 points? There is no such a fierce person in the whole country. Not only Chu Jindong, but anyone who pays attention to this matter, after seeing the net value announced by Wanli mixed selection, one by one, has no other idea except shouting WTF. No sector can rise today. Is it possible that Wanli Capital holds more than 30 billion, and all the stocks it buys are rising? Is that something that 30 billion can do? Not even 300 billion. After all, the size of A shares is there, and it is impossible to control the rise and fall at will. At most, some small cap stocks can be controlled. Wanli mixed selection has a scale of more than 30 billion. How long will it take to play with small cap stocks? Who can trade hundreds of stocks in one day? The previous clamor on the internet turned into silent sighs at this moment. Except for the real water army, most of the spectators shut up. At the same time, Li Yang updated a Weibo. A few simple question marks are a response to the previous rhythms. Because he was convinced. If it were him, even if he knew the situation today, he would only reduce his position as much as possible and choose some conservative stocks to hold positions. He might lose 3 or 4 points, and 2 or 3 points if he was lucky. He didn't know how to turn the tables like Zhang Bangsha did. He didn't know how to make the market himself. It's okay to operate off-market, such as making a hot topic for some stocks and simply hyping them up. He only knows a little about the game of funds on the market. Wanli Capital has established its personality, and not only that, it has become even stronger. It all depends on the next few days. Zhang Bangsha came over and asked, what is Master Li doing? Of course, posting on Weibo. Then I'll go like your post. Zhang Bangsha also took the phone from the bedside and forwarded Li Yang's Weibo with the same text. Li Yang, this girl is so pretentious. Master Zhang, we must guard against arrogance and impatience. The danger is only temporarily over. There may be more difficulties in the future. We must not be proud and complacent, understand? Yes, then Master Li, do you want to reward me, Pa? Little slut, late at night. You are going to lose, do you know that? Li Yang said. Zhang Bangsha just nodded, hummed softly, and then continued to put her head in Li Yang's arms. Li Yang said, although I feel that I am not worthy of you, I am a shameless person. Since I won, I want it, well, it should be Master Li's, then it's a deal. Don't regret it later. On January 5th, Li Yang went back to school to attend a class and took an exam. The more fierce the topic of suppressing Wanli Capital was yesterday, the more powerful the rebound was today. Compared with other companies, the performance of Wanli mixed selection is simply amazing. This is investment, this is a master. In a bull market, their personal account can make 6 billion, which is countless times better than those funds that lose money no matter how they buy. The market goes up, but you don't go up. The market goes down, but you fall more than the market. Countless investors are wondering if the funds they bought are really operated by top managers. Compared with blind buying, what is the difference? Even for those funds with hundreds of billions of yuan, which can be ranked in the country, The fund managers have an annual salary of tens of millions. Is this their level? The management fee of One Liu Capital is not much higher than others, but the income in the past few months is the best in the industry. This time, it can be regarded as bringing out some of the resentment of investors towards other funds. There is no place to vent the resentment on weekdays, because other funds are similar. In an industry that is worse than others, there is no place to vent. Now it is different, with the anchor of One Liu Capital. It's just that the current time is not right, and One Liu Capital does not have the strength to support this anchor. Once it is, it will be the counterattack of those who have been devastated. In the dormitory, Liang caught Lui and asked, "Laoli, tell me the truth, where did you sleep the night before last?" He didn't have time to ask last night. Lui smiled and said, "Nothing, I went home to sleep." Liang immediately scolded, "Hurry up and pay the money. According to the rules in our hometown, you should receive at least 1,000 red envelopes as a matchmaker." Liang was still very surprised by this result. How did Lui get the person? Obviously, he is a wooden lump and doesn't know how to play tricks at all. "Can I treat you to a meal?" "No, give me money." "Damn, I don't have any." "I'll owe you money first. When we get married, I'll waive your share of money." It's not that Lui won't give, but if he gives, he won't be able to owe Liang. His family specifically asked about his relationship with Zhang Bangsha and Liang, especially last night, and they even called him overnight. No one would have thought that two great people would come out of that small place in Jiangcheng, each of whom is a subversive existence. In a place like Beijing where there are many hidden dragons and crouching tigers, both of them can fight for their current fame and status. With absolute money power and operational power, they have smashed traditional power into pieces. His family even said that the biggest gain from studying at Beijing University was not the qualification for the selected student in the next 2 years, but being roommates with Liang. This is a very high evaluation. "You're so stingy," Lui has changed. Falling in love will change people. In the past, he didn't even blink when he lent me 10 million yuan, but now he can't even get a red envelope of 1,000 yuan. At this time, Chen Weixing put out his cigarette butt on the balcony, walked in and said, "Old Li, I'm going to buy some funds. What do you think of Wan Li mixed selection?" He believed in Zhang Bangsha's strength, but he believed in Liang more. Liang nodded and said, "Buy it this Thursday, and then don't move. Wait until I tell you to leave." Stock trading and buying funds are all legal and compliant income, and there is no need to worry about being checked at any time. Okay, I'll feel at ease following you too." Chen Weixing smiled very sincerely. He has tens of millions of things, but he didn't tell anyone, including his family. Of course, it's mainly in the dormitory. He is really a poor man. The kind of poor to the end. A trip to Lui's home was a shock to his outlook on life. The serious upper-class people are not on the same world as the lower-class people. The glory you have worked so hard for is just a stepping stone for others before they are 30 years old. Lui's life has been planned since he was 8 years old, and he has been following this route all the way without any mistakes. The same is true for studying on weekdays. Don't look at Lui saying that studying is bullshit all day in the dormitory. In fact, he can learn it after reading it once. The test questions of Beijing University are quite simple. Even so, the average scores of Chen Weixing and Tan Kai are no more than 75 points. Of course, Liang is worse, but Liang doesn't need to rely on grades to do anything. Now in the whole dormitory, Lui is still following the life path set by his family, and he doesn't have much autonomy. He is far behind Tan Kai. Even if he passes the selection examination, he will probably have to lie in the position of a section officer for the rest of his life. Maybe he's lucky enough to retire as a deputy director, which is already the ceiling for ordinary people. As for not entering the system, he has never thought about it. He may not have thought so much when he was a freshman, but after a trip to Lui's house, he was determined to enter the system, and no one could change it. Before the end of college, he must earn enough money to make a living, so that he can have no worries after graduation. Otherwise, it will be a problem to support his family, and there is no point in talking about ideals. Liang patted Chen Weixing on the shoulder. "I like what Lao Chen said, they have to live together for 4 years, and it is rare that they can get along well. It is also a precious life resource for Liang." Chen Weixing smiled and said, "Lao Li, since you don't sleep in the dormitory anyway, the 3 of us have discussed and are going to rent out your bed. What do you think? Get lost." "Damn it, haha, on this day, A shares fell by less than 2 points, and only mixed select rose by 1 point. It was ordinary, not as strong as yesterday's visual impact. On January 6th, Li Yang came to school for another class, which was also the last class of this semester. The rest was exam time, and there were 7 exams to be completed in the remaining 20 days, an average of less than 3 days per exam on this day. A shares fell by 3 points, and only mixed select fell by half a point. It was still on the level line, but lacked surprise. On January 7th, the second 1,000 stocks fell to the limit since the beginning of 2016, and the second level circuit breaker was triggered at the same time. The market closed after only 1 hour of opening, and the market fell by 7 points. On that day, only mixed select rose by 3 points. After the results came out that day, the entire fund market exploded. All the grievances found a vent at this moment. Does your company with hundreds of billions of dollars raise a group of pigs? Losing money every day, losing money every day. Wanli Capital has only more than 50 people in total, and it has earned 53 points in more than 3 months. Raising a group of pigs is better than your operation. What the hell did you do with our money? I have never seen such a stupid fund company. How can you have the face to take an annual salary of tens of millions? The market rises sharply and you rise slightly. The market rises slightly and you fall slightly. The market falls slightly and you fall sharply. The market falls sharply, and your fathers are dead one by one. I have spoiled you all. I will liquidate now. Return all the money to me. I'm going to Wanli Capital. Brother, you hit the nail on the head. We were still a little bit lucky, but now we are really heartbroken. These idiots are not serious fund managers at all. They might use our money to buy other people's shares. Especially the idiots in semiconductors. They always increase their positions when the market falls sharply. They don't take our money as money, don't give them a chance. They are a bunch of rubbish. I work hard to earn some money and don't want much return. But they keep hitting the limit down every day. I might as well go and trade stocks directly. I have redeemed all of them. I will buy Wanli Mixed Select next Monday. Let's go together. A hot search appeared just like that. This time, no one spent money to buy the popularity. It was all thanks to the angry investors themselves. The hot search is called, change positions to Wanli Mixed Select. Jiang Bangsha was also shocked when she saw this hot search. There is no doubt that this is putting her on the fire. She will offend the entire fund circle because of this. In the past 2 days, the subscription funds for Wanli Mixed Select have once again surged. Originally, it was tens of millions a day, and she could only break 100 million or 200 to 300 million unless she advertised in Li Yang's live broadcast room. But she didn't advertise at all these days, and the subscription funds were 400 to 500 million every day. January 8th, Friday. After she came to the company, she first took a look at the funds subscribed yesterday. Many people subscribed millions of millions, and there was even a guy who subscribed more than 20 million. And yesterday's subscription funds exceeded 1 billion. This is only Thursday's data. If the power of the hot search next Monday is at least Monday, it will not be shown until at least Monday, because redemption requires at least 2 trading days to go through the process. Even if it is redeemed yesterday, it will take until next Monday to get the money. At this time, if you invest the 6 billion in your hands, plus the funds from the previous short position, the Wanli Mixed Select Fund will exceed 40 billion in size. It was a good thing, but she said, confirm all the shares yesterday and issue an announcement immediately, saying that Wanli Capital is limited in size and cannot accommodate too much funds. From today, personal accounts can subscribe up to 100,000 yuan. Limiting the subscription amount is quite explosive in the fund circle, and only a few funds have done that. Either they will directly close the market and not accept subscriptions, or they will open up subscriptions. But she can only do this. With more money, she can collect more management fees. Of course she is happy. But she can't fight the entire fund circle alone. If she offends so many people, she is afraid that no matter what stocks she buys, they will be dumped. It sounds outrageous, but in fact those people can really do it, and it's easy. After arranging this matter, Jiang Bangsha hesitated. After the purchase limit, it will be more difficult to break through the scale of 50 billion. It is clear that Li Yang will win in a few days, but she slowed down the process and created a lot of variables out of thin air. If Li Yang loses, will he blame himself? On Friday, the entire market was relatively stable, and the decline was almost complete. Jiang Bangsha mainly entered the market to buy up blue-chip stocks such as real estate, consumption, and chemicals. Hundreds of billions of dollars were stuffed into these stocks, which was not conspicuous, because the entire A-share market was supported by these companies with hundreds of billions or even trillions of dollars. After get off work, she returned home and saw Li Yang busy in the kitchen. The more she thought about it, the more she felt sorry for him. The hot search has been going on, and when she was leaving, she also took a look at the subscription funds, which had exceeded 1.5 billion. It was only Friday. It can be seen how strong the effect of the hot search is. Basically, it is the idle funds of those people, and the funds placed in other funds have not been taken out yet. In the next week, Wanli Mixed Selection will have another 10 billion subscription funds, which is like playing. But Li Yang turned his head and asked with a smile, "Are you back? Go wash your face, dinner will be served soon." Jiang Bangsha walked over, hugged Li Yang gently, buried her head in his shoulder, and said, "I'm sorry, husband. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels." Chapter 197. The other party has raised the stakes. Li Yang brought the dishes with a stern face, pulled Jiang Bangsha to sit down, and said, "Eat first, and we'll talk after dinner." Jiang Bangsha was indeed a little hungry. While eating, she kept looking at Li Yang and found that Li Yang was in a bad mood. So after a few simple bites, she said carefully, "Master Li, Before she finished speaking, Li Yang interrupted her, "Don't say it, I don't think it's strange that there is such a day. After all, I have my reasons for you to take this path. Maybe I should listen to my advice and keep you like a canary. But I don't want you to waste your talent, nor do I want you to be confined to such a small space. The outside world is very good, although I know you will be lost sooner or later, but I didn't expect it to come so soon." Jiang Bangsha, what is this guy talking about? How can she not know what Li Yang is thinking? Don't say that she hasn't thought about those things. Even if she has thought about them, Li Yang can just ignore her. There is never a shortage of people around Master Li. He is like a driver. If he gets off the car, someone else will naturally get on. Even now, she was about to agree to Li Yang's ridiculous decision to share the car. "Master Li, are you so fake? If it's really like what you think, I can't even eat this meal. You must have just thrown it into the trash can." Li Yang asked back, "Aren't you going to get off the car?" Jiang Bangsha waved her hand, "Even if I want to get off, I don't know how to unfasten my seat belt. Your seat belt is different from others. I can't break free from the seat belt, right? I don't have that much strength." Hearing this, Li Yang laughed directly. That's good. I was so sad just now," he said while picking up food for Jiang Bangsha. "Master Jiang, eat more. You have lost weight recently." Jiang Bangsha asked curiously, "Aren't you angry? I have exceeded the subscription limit of Wanli Mixed Selection today." Why should I be angry? Even if you deliberately lose all the money in the fund, it is your choice. And you must have the ability to do it, right? People who can make money definitely have ways to lose money without being discovered by others. Jiang Bangsha did not respond to this question, but asked, "You were in a situation where you were sure to win, but now you might lose." Li Yang said seriously, "From the beginning to the end, the decision of whether I win or lose is in your hands. After all, you are the one operating the fund. Whether you want me to win or lose, it is your right." Jiang Bangsha buried her head and continued to eat. This is the feeling she likes most. Li Yang always gives her the greatest initiative and never asks her to do anything. Not to mention the high school period, it is already in the past. In the current status of the two, it is a trivial matter. But even now, Li Yang is still the same as he was at that time. He didn't know that he had completed the position adjustment and was ready to deal with risks. He could obviously ask a question, and then he would feel at ease. It's just that he felt that asking himself these things would put pressure on himself, so he would rather go to the live broadcast room and beg others not to redeem, even if it violates the rules. He would say that he is ready to enter the market to take risks. He has always only done his own thing and would not put any pressure on others. He doesn't mind limiting his purchases, or even losing money. He gives himself the right to choose anything. He has only one goal: no matter what decision he makes, he will have no regrets for himself. Made a mistake? He will take action. Who can compete with such a person? What if he picks the stars and the moon? When the meal was almost finished, she looked up and said, Master Li, let's get married. In 6 months, I will be 20 years old, but I am only 20 years old too, Jiang Bangsha said awkwardly. Forget it, then wait for another 2 years. She really ignored Li Yang's age. She always felt that this guy didn't know how old he was, and he was very deep. Even now, she doesn't have the confidence to compare with Li Yang. God knows what this guy is hiding. He said he would build a car, and he said he would invest in this and that. He didn't know how much money he had taken out from shared electric cars, Lushu Group, and a certain Fish Live broadcast. It seems that he will never finish it. Jiang Bangsha believed that he had a money printing machine in his hand. And she seriously suspected that Li Yang let her stand in the open to cover him up. After all, no one on the internet cares about how much money Li Yang has now, and they only think that he is a gigolo. Oh, he really likes to eat free food, he is quite soft, and Li Yang must have known about Jiang Bangsha's purchase restriction, and he thinks this is a good move. An individual is against the entire industry, especially the industry that has close exchanges with each other. If Jiang Bangsha does not limit purchases, it is possible to reach 100 billion in the short term. However, others will not let Jiang Bangsha make money. Without damaging their interests, everyone eats from the same pot, and everyone relies on their own abilities. No one will take the initiative to find fault. But if Jiang Bangsha relies on his 6 hands and smashes the bowls that eat from the same pot, then they will definitely not let Jiang Bangsha have an easy time. Everyone, don't eat. Either lift the pot or pull it out of the pot. Li Yang is not afraid of offending people. The person he offended is powerful, and people always have to find a handle to attack him. With his current fame and money, no one can do anything to him quietly. The person he offended is not powerful? Does that count as an offense? If he offends an industry, then Jiang Bangsha can only change his career. Thinking about it carefully, it was really amazing that Jiang Bangsha could come up with a solution in such a short time. The purchase restriction was equivalent to her showing her attitude, neither humble nor arrogant. If she closed the market directly, it would seem that she was afraid of those people. Now leaving a gap of 100,000 yuan was considered to save face for others, and at the same time it did not weaken her momentum. At night, Jiang Bangsha whispered, Master Li, why don't you invest some money here? I will try to break through the scale of 50 billion within 2 months. Jiang Bangsha did not accept other LPs, but would accept Li Yang's funds at any time. If Li Yang came with another 200 to 300 million, it would not be difficult for her to make 50 billion. She made a stable profit of 50 million to 100 million every day from high-frequency trading. She could not control other things. If the market was bad, she had no choice. If high-frequency trading wanted to make more money, it would require more funds. Her brain was not enough. Apart from the program algorithm, there should be few people in the world who could maintain high-frequency transactions of tens of billions. I'm out of money. Jiang Automobile has spent 2 billion yuan on a production line. I'm ready to go to the bank for a loan to survive. Really? Do I need to invest some money? Not for the time being. I'd rather take the bank's low-interest loan. Li Yang really doesn't have much money. After all, if he doesn't spend all the money, others won't continue to bet on him. He still has some money left, but other projects also need it, so it's impossible to give it to Jiang Automobile. In the past 4 months, Jiang Automobile has mainly been building a team, purchasing production lines, and doing design. It's still a long way from mass production, and it's not certain when the first car can be built. First of all, the production line needs to modify a lot of data, and car design is also a very complicated project. Li Yang is now focusing on finance, and then keeping an eye on the progress of the project and participating in some algorithm integration. The vice president who left Chang'an is now the general manager of Jiang Automobile and has great power. Even if there are some financial tricks, Li Yang is too lazy to say it for the time being. Now he needs the other party to lead his team. Besides, it is very common for large groups to issue false invoices. As long as there is work to be done, this aspect will be involved. The overall situation is not particularly outrageous. He can bear the error of tens of millions. As long as he can do a good job for his team, he will give them face. After all, he never thought from the beginning how seriously they would work for him. The old-timers in the workplace are the most annoying. He has already given a very high price, which is a clear attitude. If they don't want face, he won't indulge them. In China, the most lacking thing is talent, not only now, but also in the future. China has not lacked high-end talent since 10 years ago, but high-end jobs. This time, Jiang Automobile is going to ask the bank for a loan of 1 billion yuan, which is not a big problem. After all, he has invested more than 3 billion yuan. The construction of the factory has brought at least several hundred million yuan in output value to Jiangbei, thousands of direct jobs and thousands of indirect jobs. Yan Shenping will help him get a low-interest loan. Happy Saturday and Sunday. Li Yang received the photos sent by Zuning. His parents were having a great time in Sanya. Of course, Zuning was happier and said that he wanted to live there forever. This is indeed Zuning's dream. She is a person who is more romantic than realistic. She only wants to eat PUBG and be a salted fish in this life. Li Yang took Jiang Bangsha to visit his own Aurora studio. The game PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds was launched half a month ago. Bluehole has actually done almost the same thing, but it is very different from the real PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. It will not be officially launched until 2017. Moreover, Li Yang has his own ideas about the map, which he borrowed from the later Wild Action. The current PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds of Bluehole is still called PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. The project was launched in 2014, but the overall progress is very average so far, and it may not catch up with him. In Li Yang's opinion, this game is truly suitable for esports. After all, there are enough players in a game. And it has enough strength to become bigger and stronger. Jiang Bangsha watched Li Yang discuss with some people in the studio. There are also quite a lot of algorithms involved in the game. The more realistic the scene, the more it needs huge algorithm computing power to support it. Although she still doesn't understand what kind of game they have made, she believes in Li Yang's vision. I just don't know what Li Yang's purpose is in doing this. Because from her understanding of Li Yang, no matter what Li Yang does, he has a strong purpose. If making games is just for making money, then Li Yang has many ways to make money, and there is no need to do such a thankless task. Jiang Bangsha was listening carefully next to him, and she found that Li Yang had the demeanor of a master of success. At first, they talked about games, and then they directly sublimated to esports, ideals, life, and the future. When leaving the studio, Jiang Bangsha couldn't help asking, Master Li, why don't you sell classes? You have so many fans. Go and teach them classes. Charge a few thousand yuan per person, and we will be rich, Li Yang said unhappily. A few thousand yuan per person, that's just a few dollars? My goal is to attract 1 million fans from each fan. Jiang Bangsha admitted that she was narrow-minded. When she returned home, Jiang Bangsha asked, Master Li, will that research report be sent out in the next 2 days? Yes, it will be sent out in the next 2 days. The heat is almost there. That research report is similar to a short-selling report, but there are no relevant words, and it is not allowed in China. But with the current strength of 1 Liu capital, if such a research report is issued, the whole market will tremble. There are benefits to defeating Leshi, at least so many investors will not lose all their money, and at least there is a debt that can be traced. Leshi alone has led to the bankruptcy of dozens of companies because the debt deficit is too large. The Sen family has basically taken out all the chips they should take. If they don't play out this time, they will think they are scared. January 11th came in the blink of an eye. Li Yang came to school in the morning and was preparing to take the exam. As a result, he received a call from Yan Shenping on the way. Mr. Li, I'm sorry to tell you that the loan for Jiang Automobile has not been approved. Li Yang was stunned when he heard this. This kind of loan can't be approved? Did Yan Shenping not do anything? Let alone Yan Shenping, even if he went to the bank to ask for a loan, the bank would give it to him. It's just a matter of interest. Jiang Automobile is such a big company there, and it can't get a loan? He asked. Brother Yan, there is no reason for this, right? Yan Shenping said, yes, I know there is no reason for this. A few days ago, it was agreed that 1 billion yuan would be an interest-free loan, but today they suddenly said it was not possible, and they didn't even pay the normal interest. They said that the risk rating of Jiang Automobile was not good. Bullshit risk rating. I have invested billions of cash, where is the risk? There is not a penny of debt, and you call it risk. Li Yang has never been so angry. He used to find faults, but now he is too lazy to find faults. Just make up a false accusation? Yan Shenping agreed with Li Yang's statement. He actually understood that someone was deliberately making trouble. Once the funds are gone, The money invested in Jiang Automobile will be wasted. Unless Li Yang can continue to get money from other places. For example, Jiang Bangsha. Li Yang hung up the phone directly and then called Jiang Bangsha. At this time, the market had not opened yet, and Jiang Bangsha's phone could be reached. Soon, the phone was connected. Master Jiang, don't publish that research report for now. Let's talk about it later. Others have increased their investment, so I have to increase some too. Jiang Bangsha was surprised and said, more investment? What did they do? They blocked the loan of Jiang Automobile. Do you need me to take some money? No, let's do that first. I have to take the exam. I don't want to fail again. The last time he failed the exam, Li Yang had an uncomfortable summer vacation. He would take out books to read whenever he had nothing to do. Jiang Automobile, he will definitely not give up. He still has more than 1 billion in his hands, but they have already been taken. The shared electric car project will start preparations before the new year and will be launched as soon as possible after the new year. The first batch of funds will be 200 million, and it will definitely be several times more in the future. Aurora Studio will definitely invest 100 million or 200 million in the future and strive to make the game before June. How can it be efficient without adding money? It must be launched before Bluehole. He also needs to keep several hundred million to buy Bitcoin. After the exam, he returned to Jiang Bangsha's residence and cleared out the account in Gangchang as soon as possible. The funds in this account are not bad. Because of the constant leverage, plus the longs eating up the shorts in more than a year, it barely doubled. In the long stage, it doubled with full leverage. In the short stage, it was impossible to leverage up, and Gangchang did not have enough products for him. The principal was $30 million. A company called Newtown Capital registered in Po County appeared. Li Yang took advantage of the fact that there were still a few days before the exam and went to Jiangbei to make appointments with several banks. After returning, he met with several banks in Beijing and talked about Jiang Auto. He brought all the projects of Jiang Auto to borrow money. None of them borrowed money because Jiang Auto had a very high risk factor in the bank's database and a very poor rating. It was the kind that would not lend money even at high interest rates. It was not that Li Yang was unwilling to give up, he just wanted some evidence. After a few days, Jiang Auto announced its financing plan. Newtown Capital in Po County took out $200 million and acquired 40% of Jiang Auto's shares. This price was quite cheap, because Li Yang himself had invested more than 3 billion and was about to reach 4 billion. It's equivalent to financing at a discount. After all this was done, Li Yang called Bai Jingxun. Cooperation, he can't always be the one getting beaten. Seeing that the school is about to have a winter vacation, he can't have a bad year. Old man, you are in good health, Bai Jingxun replied. Fortunately, I know that the bank loan thing made you angry. If you need any help, just tell me, there is nothing you need to help with. I just want to ask, I broke the sky, I shouldn't die, right? What do you want to do? Let you tell the Sen family, wash up obediently. And wait for me to chop off their heads one by one. Li Yang hung up the phone. Bai Jingxun was indeed not suitable to do anything, but Li Yang didn't want him to live too comfortably. By the way, a reminder. To put it bluntly, whether it is Yan Shenping or Bai Jingxun, at this time, at most they can give a little help, and will not directly confront the Sen family. They don't have to. After all, it was Li Yang who provoked the Sen family, and the benefits they can get are limited. On January 24th, Beijing University had its winter break. Li Yang arranged a class dinner, and the first semester of his sophomore year was over. So far, he had not failed any courses. Li Yang was completely free during the winter break, because he had to wait for Jiang Bangsha and Beijing to go back together. On January 25th, he met Xiang Yu again after more than half a year. But this time, Xiang Yu brought bad news. Penguin will stop licensing our live broadcasts in May, including a series of Penguin games. This was a fatal blow to certain fish. Because the popular games in China are basically from Penguin, although there are few from Zhuchen, but the popularity is not high. Live broadcast platforms need authorization from game manufacturers to broadcast some games, and if they do not authorize, they will have to face lawsuits. The authorization fee is almost equal to zero. After all, it is also for the promotion of games. In the previous life, even if several live broadcast platforms fought to the death, Penguin never stopped licensing their games. Only when Douyin rose, it really affected the foundation of Penguin, and Penguin has not given the other party game live broadcast authorization. Chapter 198 Jiang Bangshi's Household Registration Book. Because of Jiang Bangshi's understanding, even though Wanliu Capital was very popular and robbed a lot of investors, the entire fund circle didn't say anything. After all, they have limited the purchase to 100,000. Even if they absorb 10 billion funds, they need more than 100,000 people. A mere 10 billion scale is nothing in the entire fund circle. In fact, the funds absorbed by Wanliu Capital are less than 10 billion. 2 weeks have passed, and the scale of Wanliu Capital has always been around 45 billion, which is still a long way from 50 billion. The daily increase in net value is relatively stable, basically within 1 point. In the past half month, it has only increased by 3 or 4 points in total. The larger the scale, the more difficult it is to make exaggerated returns. Jiang Bangsha has been replanning her positions during this period. High-frequency trading is just a bottom line. Besides, the new year is coming soon, and Jiang Bangsha doesn't want to delay it until the last trading day, which will delay Li Yang's time. After getting it done in advance, she won't adjust her positions for a while, and she can just find another fund manager to watch the market. After the holiday, Li Yang no longer had to punch in at school, nor would he waste a whole day because of 1 or 2 classes. He was preparing to go home. Li Yang drove to a high-end residential area on the South 4th Ring Road and met Xiu Mu. He and Jiang Bangsha would go back home after a while and bring some gifts to their families. There is nothing more suitable than jewelry, and if you want to buy these things, Xiu Mu is the most suitable person. This is the 3rd time meeting Xiu Mu. The previous 2 times were because of Wanliu Capital. At other times, the 2 of them didn't chat privately very often. Most of the time, Li Yang shamelessly asked people for red envelopes. Xiu Mu was wrapped in a thick mink coat, and her well-proportioned and plump figure made the originally heavy clothes look slimmer. She had been waiting at the gate of the community for almost 10 minutes. When she saw Li Yang coming, she hurried over. "Welcome to Boss Li, Li Yang, patronage, shit, you Xiu Mu don't run a store." "Sister Xiu Mu, I came here to ask you for advice this time. After all, you know I'm a stingy guy. The premiums in those jewelry stores are really too high. And I've been spending money in many places recently, so I'll save as much as I can, then come with me, okay?" Li Yang opened the trunk and took out 2 boxes from it. They looked like children's toys. Xiu Mu saw this scene and laughed. "It's incredible. Boss Li spent a lot of money today, haha, it's really expensive." "I bargained for a long time." Xiu Mu believed that Li Yang didn't spend much money, but he definitely didn't believe that this guy would bargain. "For the sake of your 2 toys, if you like anything later, just take it and I'll give it to you, haha. If I wanted to buy it myself, I would definitely be thick-skinned and ask for it directly. But this time I bought it for Jiang Bangsha. She has money but nowhere to spend it recently, and she doesn't know much about jewelry, so she asked me to come to Sister Xiu Mu. The price is not a problem, Li Yang just wants to have some fun in life and make some money. In this kind of transaction, he never lets others suffer losses. In fact, allocating jade assets is also a very important asset allocation. Li Yang actually understands it. After all, after Daoan came out, the huge amount of information in it will allow people to get in touch with many things. Although there are true and false ones, as long as you don't get cheated, you can still filter out a lot of essence. Li Yang likes to watch others cut stones, and he also likes to watch others collect Hessian jade. However, Hessian jade has a small audience worldwide, only the East Asian cultural circle likes it. But jade is a global hard currency, especially high-end jade. The top 10 jewelry companies in the world hold jewelry exhibitions every year, and a large number of high-end jade gems are their main business. It's not that jade is so good, but it's convenient. Wearing a full green bracelet abroad, you can find a random store and cash out more than 1 million or even 10 million, which is better than the foreign exchange quota of $50,000 per year. The more chaotic the world is, the higher the value of some anchors with financial attributes. High-end jade will also increase 3 to 5 times in the next 10 years. Of course, buying a bunch of copper will also have the same effect, and the price of copper will also increase 3 to 4 times in the next 10 years. In comparison, the increase in gold is the lowest. The current international gold price is about 221 grams, and it dropped from 340 in the past 2 years. Even if it can rise to 600 in a few years, it will be less than a 2-fold increase. Investing in gold is relatively simple, And a small piece is worth a lot of money. Investing in copper? Not only can it not be moved, but if it is too big, it may crush the house, and there is no place to store it. Xiumu lives in her own place, a large flat of more than 240 square meters. The current average house price in Beijing is more than 30,000. Although her community is in the South 4th Ring Road, it is still barely considered a good location. It cost nearly 10 million to buy it in the past 2 years. Now, don't even think about it without 15 million. Taking the elevator, I quickly entered the house. It was freezing outside, but the moment I entered the house, I was wrapped in heat. Xiumu took off his coat, leaving only a thin set of casual home clothes, and the plump figure hidden in the coat sneaked out. Li Yang hadn't spoken yet. He had just put down the box in his hand when Xiumu came over and helped him unzip his down jacket. After taking it off, he skillfully hung it on the hanger beside him. "Sister Xiumu, you are too polite." Xiumu smiled and said, "Do you want to see the children first or the jewelry first?" "See the children, then follow me." Li Yang followed Xiumu. The house was very big and there were many rooms. The children's room was at the back. The two children were not big. They were only 1 year old when they first met. Now they are about 2 years old. Soon, the two children were seen in the bedroom. Xiumu made a fall-proof crib and placed it next to her bed. Children are really magical things. Li Yang thinks that he is a person with extremely strong desires. He is too lazy to do many small things that he can't arouse desire. It's like when he grows up, he will never fight for a piece of candy again, unless the candy appears on the person he likes. The more he experiences, the less interested he is in many things and the less patient he is for small things. However, after coming into contact with the children, his whole restless heart seemed to calm down in an instant. The two children, who were still not strong enough to walk, were brought over by Xiumu. After being placed in Li Yang's arms, they kissed him on the face. Of course, it could also be because of their unstable body shape. At that moment, feeling the tender little faces, Li Yang felt that his whole soul was purified. Xiumu said on the side, "It seems that the children like you very much. Do you want to be their godfather?" Li Yang looked at the children and said, "According to the custom of our hometown, they have to take care of me in my old age and see me to the end of my life. Give them. What's wrong with taking care of you in your old age and seeing you to the end of your life?" At this time, Xiumu also hugged the other one, and Li Yang hugged one with one arm. They were chubby, and he immediately felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart. "Sister Xiumu usually takes care of two children alone?" Li Yang asked. "No, there are aunts at home, but I don't let them be here. They will come to help me take care of them in the evening." Li Yang asked again, "Why are these two little guys so obedient?" It's not that he hasn't held children before. In his previous life, he had seen those non-biological children of Wu Shianqi and played with them. But those kids either resist strangers or are so naughty that they can make adults collapse. Maybe they know you are a big shot? They all want to please you. I think Sister Xiumu is deliberately making me feel guilty. Damn, I feel so guilty for spending thousands of dollars on two toys. I should break my bones and make soup for the two little guys. From the moment he started, the two little guys didn't make any noise. At most, they pinched his face with their hands. Can you call it pinching when a child pinches? That's called pampering. After sitting on the sofa, Li Yang played games with the two guys. The two guys laughed and never stopped, which directly maximized Li Yang's sense of participation and satisfaction. The big plane is coming. Li Yang held a guy under one arm and sprinted from one side of the room to the other. Then Li Yang protected the two guys and crashed his head on the sofa. Tired. I have been playing for half an hour. Although the two little guys are very light, they don't have a second to spare. If there's only one, it would be fine. Xiumu, who was standing by, had already brought tea. Seeing the two children giggling, she couldn't stop smiling. Taking advantage of this time, she brought the tea to Li Yang and said, "How do you know what children like to play?" Li Yang said without thinking, "Because I am a child myself, I think you will have children soon." "Ah. How did Sister Xiumu know that?" "Of course I am an experienced person." Xiumu stood up, hugged the two children, and found an excuse to coax the two children away. Li Yang drank tea and rested while thinking about what Xiumu had just said. He had never thought about having children so early before, but after playing with the children for a while today, he was touched for a moment. But considering the reality, he felt that it was not very realistic, so he didn't care much. As a result, Xiumu suddenly said that, and he felt like he was seen through. He is not even 20 years old yet, so how could Xiumu think of having children? Not long after, Xiumu came back. Now that the two little guys are not bothering you, let's go take a look. Li Yang stood up. Okay, accompanying the children was just a formality. The ultimate goal was to buy something from Xiumu. Under Xiumu's leadership, a door was opened. It was obvious that only Xiumu could open this door, and it was highly unlikely that others could get in. As soon as I walked in, I saw that the entire 50 to 60 square meter room was full of various shelves, and there were also multiple storage boxes inside. Of course, some were directly placed in the open, covered with the glass to prevent dust. Li Yang first saw a full green bracelet, leaned over to take a look, and said with emotion, Sister Xiumu has good things here, maybe it's a big glass, look at the glue feeling, full green and this kind of water bracelet, it's really rare. Xiumu was a little surprised. Li Yang seemed to know a lot. She came over, opened the glass cover, took out the bracelet and handed it to Li Yang. If you want it, I'll give it to you. You can just give it away if it's worth millions. Li Yang picked it up and took a look. Even with his unprofessional eyes, he could tell that this bracelet would definitely be worth tens of millions in a few years. It should be worth 2 or 3 million now. Xiumu hurriedly said, it's not that exaggerated, it's just a few 100,000. Li Yang didn't say anything, but looked at a violet egg-shaped thing next to him, which was about the size of an egg. He took a closer look and said, this one has a weaker water head, but purple generally doesn't have a very good water head, most of them are bean-shaped. This one is almost glutinous ice, and it's so big, it must be worth tens of millions. Right, now it was Xiumu's turn to be silent. Although the price Li Yang gave was very general, it was obvious that Li Yang was not a novice in jewelry. I'll give this to you too. She didn't have many goods worth tens of millions. But she was ready before Li Yang came. As long as Li Yang asked, he could choose whatever he wanted in the house. Does Sister Xiumu have any small things? Buddha, Guanyin, Zhang Bangsha gave me a budget of 30 million, I'll pick some, there are many. Xiumu opened a storage box, and there were several small boxes inside. After opening them, they were the things Li Yang wanted. Zhang Bangsha was just going to give them to Dao Ying, but he had many people to give them to. His mother, Zhu Ning, and Bai Qing. He began to pick them one by one, and Xiumu slowly took them from the shelf next to him. The jadeite here is worth about 80 million, and most of them are tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands. There are no more than 20 pieces worth more than 1 million, and only 2 pieces are worth more than 10 million, and they were all bought recently. After all, she didn't have the financial strength before. Li Yang picked basically the good ones, ranging from hundreds of thousands to 1 or 2 million, all of which are high-end jadeite. From jade plaques to bracelets to necklaces, she picked more than 20 pieces in total. After finishing the selection, Li Yang finally took a string of multi-treasure bracelets and said, Sister Xiumu, these are all. I don't have any channels in this regard, so I can only snatch them first. Please buy them slowly later. There are still a lot, take more. The violet egg-shaped one is not common, you can take it too. Li Yang waved his hand and said, No, these I chose are more suitable for wearing, and that one is suitable for viewing. It's useless in my hands. These are calculated as 30 million, how about it? Xiumu hurriedly said, Didn't I say that I will give them all to you? Why are you negotiating with me about money? These picked by Li Yang cost her only about 20 million, and Li Yang gave a high price. With 30 million, even if the premium in the market is high, plus he is not a regular customer, he can almost buy these. Sister Xiumu, it's Zhang Bangsha's money, why are you polite to her? She earns more than this amount in half a month. Li Yang was not exaggerating on this point. Not to mention how much Zhang Bangsha can earn from her principal every day. Just talking about management fees, Wanliu Capital's annual management fees are now around 800 million. On average, it is more than 2 million per day. If converted according to the trading day, the average daily amount is close to 4 million. It's not a loss to give it to her. Do you two need to be polite to me? Li Yang said with a smile, it's because we have a good relationship that we should buy more. I plan to buy more next year. Sister Xiumu, please run more and get more good things worth millions. If there is no such channel, Li Yang is too lazy to bother with it and can't make much money. But since Xiumu has it, she will allocate a little more. After all, no one knows what will happen in the future. Do you have to be so formal? Just consider it as the hard work fee for accompanying the children, Sister Xiumu. If you say so, I'm afraid I will have to add a little more. That's the child playing with me. I made a lot of money. Half an hour later, Li Yang transferred 30 million. Even if Xiumu refused, and finally said that he only wanted a cost price, Li Yang did not agree. After sending Li Yang away, Xiumu returned to the house and looked at the sofa where Li Yang had sat. He vaguely felt that Li Yang was still sitting there with the two children. Today's incident was just a small matter for Li Yang, and it took less than 2 hours. But for Xiumu, it was like another life from the moment Li Yang played with the child. Just as she sat down in the seat where Li Yang had sat, her cell phone rang. She took a look at the number and answered it reluctantly. Is Li Yang gone? Xiang Nu's voice came from the other end of the phone. Gone, Xiumu replied weakly. Why does your tone sound a little off? You wouldn't, Xiumu said helplessly. You're overthinking. Since I promised you, I won't do anything rash. Well, he's in a lot of trouble now. Let's not cause him any trouble. Xiumu thought for a while, and said seriously, actually, before, I just thought this guy was more interesting and handsome, and I didn't have any deep obsessions, But today, when he came here to play with the children, I saw his sincere smile and his patience with the children, and I admit that I was wet. Hang up. Xiumu hung up the phone directly, then curled up his legs and hugged his knees with his hands. At night, Zhang Bangsha looked at the jewelry that Li Yang bought by the bed. She couldn't tell the good from the bad, and didn't even think there was any beauty. But it's okay as long as it's useful to others. Master Li, how much did you spend? I'll transfer it to you. What are you talking about? Aren't your parents my parents? As a son-in-law, it's reasonable for me to give them some gifts. If I give them more now, they won't be embarrassed to ask me for a gift in the future, right? Li Yang had 1/3 of the jewels in the cabinet and didn't let Zhang Bangsha see them. After all, Zhang Bangsha must have a strong memory. She would know that they were her own things at a glance. Zhang Bangsha secretly opened the cabinet, took out something, and handed it to Li Yang. Li Yang opened it and saw that it was Zhang Bangsha's household registration booklet. What is this for? In order to prevent Master Li from suffering any loss, I gave my household registration booklet to Master Li for safekeeping. In this way, no one can stop us. When the time comes, we will go to get the certificate. Chapter 199 Profit-Taking Thinking. 2015 Forbes Global Rich List is out. With a net worth of $1.8 billion, Zhang Bangsha ranks 863rd in the world. In the 2015 Forbes China Rich List, Zhang Bangsha ranks 120th. Needless to say, he ranks first in the youth list, and no one can compete with him. Zhang Bangsha looks particularly capable in a small suit in Li Yang's eyes. If he didn't know her identity, he would definitely think she is a newcomer in the workplace. In fact, she is a master at playing with people's hearts. Zhang Bangsha's schedule is actually very full every day. Many people want to meet her, and many companies want to cooperate with One Liu Capital. But most of them were rejected by Li Yang, who made Li Yang her assistant. But some are not convenient to refuse, such as some more important media interviews that can be on the 7 o'clock channel. Li Yang also took a shot. In fact, Li Yang is also a figure. After all, the entrepreneurial project is very large. But there is no achievement. Besides, his entrepreneurship is different from others. He did not accumulate strength for R&D, nor did he break through many difficulties to operate and integrate. He just had money in his hands, and everything was built with money. This process, you just need hands. The most difficult part is the management of the company. But in the early stage of the startup, there was no opportunity to manage at all, so Li Yang had no sense of existence in several entrepreneurial projects. Just like decades ago, when a startup team was born, except for determining the general outline, everything else was developed independently. When the whole team gradually matured, some management systems were determined. When the startup was successful, the whole system was improved, and the two paths of operation and management were taken together. In fact, Li Yang was also interviewed at that time, but the footage was not released. At that time, the reporter asked Li Yang a question, Mr. Li, as an entrepreneur now, what do you think about entrepreneurship? Entrepreneurship? Anyone with 4 billion yuan can do this, right? This kind of negative energy answer will definitely be passed, and Li Yang cannot preach against his conscience. His philosophy is destined to be different from that of most people, because he does not care about the cost, just a good or bad result. Besides, he just wanted to do some small business at the beginning. It was too troublesome to manage a big group. Starry Sky Secret Room is a good choice. He is now responsible for the opening of the Starry Sky Secret Room and the promotion of the app every day. At present, there are 1 million registered users in the Starry Sky Secret Room app, and many girls in the community post photos of fishing every day. After Jiang Bangsha came back, she saw Li Yang sitting in front of the computer in the living room, dealing with things about the Starry Sky Secret Room. This is also a situation that she doesn't understand, because any of the projects invested by Li Yang is larger than the Starry Sky Secret Room. But in fact, Li Yang has invested the most energy in the Starry Sky Secret Room. He has built 3 or 4 related groups and has to deal with a lot of things every day. He also gave many beautiful customers of the Starry Sky Secret Room a consultant title, which is responsible for sharing their lives in the app community every day, participating in 5 Starry Sky Secret Room activities every month, and earning a monthly salary of 2,000 yuan. Checking in at Starry Sky Secret Rooms across the country, reimbursing round-trip travel expenses, and having extra income. When Jiang Bangsha came over, she saw Li Yang reviewing pictures in the consultant group. They were all beauties. Master Li, you don't want to integrate resources to make the most money, do you, Bah? I'm such a serious person, how can I think about that? Then why do you invest so much energy in the Starry Sky Secret Room? What about Jiang Automobile? Although I'm not short of money now, but, after Li Yang replied to the message in the group, he said to Jiang Bangsha, in fact, I need to learn a lot now. Jiang Automobile doesn't need me to manage too much now. I just need to grasp the direction and integrate resources. But in the future, if Jiang Automobile becomes a large group, I won't be so relaxed. Although I studied management, the knowledge in books is limited after all. I don't have the confidence to manage a large group. Jiang Bangsha listened carefully. Li Yang continued, so, I'll practice with the Starry Sky Secret Room. The marketing and management of the Starry Sky Secret Room are relatively easy. From the work mood of the employees to the future planning direction of the entire company, it is a very basic project compared to the larger groups. If I can't even do a good job with the Starry Sky Secret Room, I'm sure there will be no hope for other projects. Jiang Bangsha nodded. No matter when, she can learn something from Li Yang. Then I won't bother Master Li. I'll go take a shower first. Okay, I'll cook later. Just as Li Yang was checking a series of data from the Starry Sky Secret Room, he received a message from Li Xiao on WeChat. Brother Li Yang, are you still in Beijing? Let's sit down and talk. Li Xiao is 44 years old, older than Li Liqin, and he has never changed his name for Li Yang. Li Yang quickly replied, I'm here, brother, what's up? It's like this, I want to sell some Bitcoin, and after thinking about it, only you have the ability to do it, so I want to have a serious talk with you. Li Xiao is actually rich. He was a senior lecturer at New Oriental. After leaving, he opened a consulting company that specializes in overseas study and made a lot of money. But now he is obsessed with Bitcoin. He has handed over the management of the company to others, and the overall effect is not good. In the second half of 2015, the price of Bitcoin was around $220. By the beginning of 2016, it gradually rose to $270. At first, he thought Li Yang wanted to buy Bitcoin. But after waiting for several months, Li Yang didn't buy a single Bitcoin. As the person who holds the most Bitcoin in China, he sometimes needs to take the responsibility of supporting Bitcoin in the forum. After all, if Bitcoin cannot be traded, no one will play it slowly. In the past few months, he was forced to collect thousands of Bitcoins and spent all the cash in his hand. As the Chinese New Year was approaching, he didn't even have cash for the new year. So he wanted to find Li Yang to cash out some of his Bitcoins. It's not that he doesn't want to sell it on the market. The problem is that the daily trading volume of Bitcoin is only a few $100,000. If he sells thousands of Bitcoins, the price will probably not recover for half a year. Now Bitcoin is basically guarded by some people with heavy positions. And some people have to sell their pots and irons to protect the market. Li Xiao is one of them. He always believed that Li Yang would be his strategic partner. He didn't believe that Li Yang went there just to join in the fun. I'll treat you to tea tomorrow morning, I'll treat you. The matter was settled. Li Yang was in a good mood. After all, he had waited for a long time, and finally Li Xiao couldn't wait any longer. He basically couldn't buy from others. Whether the transactions in the market were safe or not was another matter. He didn't care about the scale of the transactions. Even if he spent a few hundred or tens of millions of dollars, it might have a huge impact on Bitcoin under the current situation. The Bitcoin in Li Xiao's hands was basically equivalent to a dead chain, and the transaction would not affect it. After all, even if Li Xiao increased his holdings of Bitcoin later, the amount of increase would not be too much. The most important thing is that Li Xiao himself is an anchor point of Bitcoin. The changes caused by this anchor point have already appeared. Even if he increased his holdings by tens of thousands of coins, the butterfly effect produced is controllable. Global capital has actually begun to lay out Bitcoin at this time, and the calculation of the current anchor point of Bitcoin is very clear. This time is a wash. Of course, people may not mind Li Yang joining the game, but Li Yang doesn't want to have any more twists and turns. He wants to make money easily. He can't play with those big capital games. Anyway, he is not going to sell in the short term. There is actually no difference between the cost of $200 and the cost of $300. The next morning, he met with Li Xiao. The whole meeting lasted for 6 hours, mainly to go through the process. Li Xiao sold a total of 10,000 bitcoins this time, 1,000 of which were divided into 10 parts and transferred to Li Yang's wallet. Each transaction needs to be confirmed, and this process takes from 30 minutes to an hour. And Li Yang transferred $2.9 million to Li Xiao using the account of Convolution Company, according to the market price of the day. This is a very small transaction, at least from Li Yang's current status. 10,000 bitcoins are not Li Yang's ultimate goal, but just a base warehouse. With this base warehouse, it also opened a gap on Li Xiao's side, and it will be much more convenient to trade after the new year. Because every year is a test for Li Xiao. For example, this year, Bitcoin will rise to $1,000 per coin. Will Li Xiao not be tempted by the hundreds of millions of dollars in wealth? This transaction is not public, and Li Xiao also promised not to tell anyone. After all, Bitcoin is illegal in China in name, although there are no penalties. Li Xiao originally wanted to sell 20,000 bitcoins, because 20,000 bitcoins can just recover his cost, and the remaining more than 80,000 bitcoins in his hand are pure profit. But Li Yang only wants 10,000 bitcoins. His plan fell through. Before he recovered his cost, he would still invest energy in Bitcoin. Whenever there is a chance, he would first think of selling some. This is a kind of psychology. He is born with a profit-taking mentality. Otherwise, he would not have cleared his position and run away at $20,000. Because at that time, he felt that he had made enough. His profit-taking mentality has been there since he first came into contact with Bitcoin 4 years ago. It is something that will accompany him throughout his life. In 2011, he sold 3/4 of his Bitcoin holdings to stop profit, but later invested again. Li Yang was happy looking at the 10,000 Bitcoins in his hand. Regardless of how much it will be worth in the future, at least a mentality of picking up bargains will make people feel very happy. Maybe when Bitcoin rises to $60,000, he won't be able to use the money. But he still kept a hand. Li Xiao wanted to sell 20,000 coins, but he only took half of it, because he didn't want Li Xiao to stop profit. If he stopped profit, who would he buy from next time? Once Li Xiao stopped profit, even if Bitcoin rose to $1,000 this year, he would not be interested in selling. Instead, he would sit on the Diaoyote and don't think about buying more from him. Next time, he would at least buy 50,000 coins from Li Xiao. This is almost equivalent to a dead chain transaction, which has no effect on the market price. In the second half of 2017, he can use the name of Gangchang Company to buy goods in the market, because the transaction volume of Bitcoin will be close to stability in the second half of next year, and the daily transaction volume can reach tens of millions of dollars. Buying dozens of coins a day is not very noticeable. At this time, there are only 4 days left before the little new year. Li Liqin and others went home to prepare for the new year. Zhang Bangsha also arranged the positions in advance, and invited Liang Yu and others to have a meal the day before leaving. Li Yang naturally invited Li Wei and Tan Kai, who stayed in Beijing, to have a meal. As for Chen Weixing, that guy went home for the Chinese New Year this year. After this meal, this year is a perfect ending. Early the next morning, Li Yang drove with Zhang Bangsha to his hometown. They didn't take the high-speed train or the plane to make room for others. It's Chinese New Year again, Master Li. Are you going to set off fireworks this year? You must. When are you going to come to the company? Maybe I'll leave on the 7th day of the first lunar month, but I'll let my mother send me off. And Master Li will stay at home with his family more. I'll take you to Beijing first, and then I'll take a detour to Jiangbei to stay for a few days. No, after all, I haven't seen you for half a year. If my uncle and aunt knew, they would be angry. They can't wait for me to marry you home. We talked on the phone the other day and they said that they should have written the age on the ID card 2 years older. At that time, many statistics were handwritten, and it was quite common to make mistakes when entering the data. Zhang Bangsha said, if we are 2 years older, will we not be classmates? It seems so, it's good now. I gradually understand Sister Ning's thoughts now. Having a stable life will make you feel more relaxed and confident. If something unexpected happens, I can't guarantee that I will meet someone like Master Li again. You can't learn from her life is ruined. Li Yang quickly stopped Zhang Bangsha's idea. Learning from Zhu Ning is over. He works alone all day without anyone around him. How tiring it is. He likes to see Zhang Bangsha working hard. If Zhang Bangsha doesn't work hard, he just wants to be a salted fish. On the way, he turned to Jiangbei and stayed in Jiangbei for 2 days. Unknowingly, Li Yang already has 3 bases: Beijing, Jiangbei, and his hometown Jiangcheng. In Jiangbei, he mainly meets Zhang Dashing and others. As for Yan Shangping, there is no need to meet. They are not familiar with each other yet. Even if Yan Shangping is awesome, if he is unwilling to leave, he is not of much value to him. It is just an exchange of interests. Before leaving, he met with the employees of Jiang Automobile, especially some engineers who worked with him on algorithm development. These were the employees he valued the most, and he even came up with some relatively advanced algorithm models. Jiang Automobile currently has a production line, and the factory will be built in 2 months at most. The production line is currently being improved. What is missing is to empower the car, and algorithms are a kind of empowerment. After Li Yang left, 2 young people under the age of 30 from the algorithm engineer team walked together. One of the men with a flat head asked a man wearing glasses, Tang Jianwei, are you really not going with us? Tang Jianwei adjusted his glasses and said, the treatment that Jiang Automobile gives me is not bad. As a newly graduated graduate student, it would be good to get a monthly salary of 10,000 or 20,000 yuan. However, Jiang Automobile offers a monthly salary of 30,000 yuan, and I am very satisfied, the flathead said, but others offer higher salaries. Who would refuse a high salary? Tang Jianwei said, at least I can feel stable at Jiang Automobile, and the boss is also knowledgeable about technology and can talk to us. Other companies only raise prices in malicious competition with Jiang Automobile. It is hard to say how many months you can be stable after you go there, the flathead asked, don't you really regret it? Although Li Yang understands technology, he obviously doesn't care much about the company. Jiang Automobile does not have the gene for car manufacturing at all, and his ideas are completely contrary to car manufacturing. He has always focused on other things, not the performance of the car. Aren't cars all about performance? Tang Jianwei also felt that Li Yang was a little different. What they studied had nothing to do with the performance of the car. They mostly studied safety algorithms and smart cockpits. The chassis was bought from others, the motor and electronic control were bought from others, and the battery was also bought from others. This Jiang Automobile is more like a furniture store. But even so, Tang Jianwei didn't think of leaving. He knew his own weight. He is not a top genius, and he should not get a monthly salary of more than 40,000 yuan at present. If someone gives it to him, either the other party is blind, or he is a tool used by others. If the other party promises to sign for 5 consecutive years, he is willing to become a tool, but there is no commitment to the number of years, and he may not earn as much as he does in Jiang Automobile. What's the use of just looking at a few months? He can't live on a few months' salary for his whole life. Ping Tao said, in fact, you don't have confidence, right? Why don't you go with us? When we go to another company, we are still a team. Tang Jianwei shook his head, forget it. I'll continue to hang around in Jiang Automobile, but you have to negotiate with the other party. You all have non-compete agreements on your back. The non-compete agreements of these people are actually not that complicated, and even Jiang Automobile may not be willing to pursue them. They are not the top bosses. But once Jiang Automobile gets serious, each of them will face at least 5 million in compensation. Flathead smiled and said, it's okay. They promised to help us. If Jiang Automobile sues, they will pay compensation. Tang Jianwei, after thinking about it, he didn't say anything in the end. These people, to put it bluntly, are engineers, But to put it bluntly, aren't they just workers? People like them in China, if not 1 million, at least 800,000. For such people, are they willing to spend millions on each person? But now, they pay too much money. An annual salary of 300,000 and an annual salary of 500,000 are two different concepts. How can a company as big as others not cheat people on such things? It's clearly cherishing talents. It's clearly valuing them. They are not like those civil engineers, they are sought-after algorithm bosses. Then I wish you all the best. I just want to make some money within my cognition, flathead sighed, then I won't advise you, I hope you don't regret it in the future. Chapter 200 We will definitely not let you suffer any injustice. Li Yang started to get busy when he got home. There was actually nothing to do in Lushu Group. Even if Bai Qing's management level was average, the impact would not be that great. It was enough to be a good tool person. There were two extremes in managing a company. One was a very large group system, which required a leader with a certain degree of courage, foresight, and prestige. The other was a company with a certain scale and clear business. The CEO of such a company was actually a tool person, responsible for signing. There was also a small company with a scale of less than 300 million yuan, and many things had to be done by the CEO himself. If there was any business competition, the CEO had to climb over the wall to eavesdrop on the secrets of the competitor, and if that didn't work, he could also use boiling water to pour on the money tree of the competitor's company. The most difficult thing for Lushu Group was not the company's business. Li Yijin could handle the real estate project. The real difficulty was Bai Qing. After all, Li Yang was with Zhang Bangsha every day, and the heat was unknown, which basically meant that he ignored Bai Qing's feelings. It was okay when they were far apart at that time, but now that he was back, Li Yang had to make up for it. Relationships are managed over a long period of time, just like running a company. You can have ordinary abilities, but you must ensure that you are always on the road to progress. Without management, even the best company will go bankrupt one day. Li Yang took out a multi-treasure bracelet. The so-called multi-treasure bracelet is jade beads of different colors. The first time Li Yang saw this bracelet, he felt that it was very suitable for Bai Qing, and Bai Qing also liked luxury goods. In order to give him a gift, Bai Qing sold all her jewelry, and now Li Yang has made up for part of it. Of course, Bai Qing also prepared new clothes for Li Yang early, both inside and outside. In more than a year, Li Yang has not bought clothes for himself, all of which were given by Zuning and Bai Qing. Bai Qing looked at the gifts from Li Yang with her beautiful eyes, and she must like these gifts. She picked up a necklace and handed it to Li Yang. Husband, help me put it on, okay? After Li Yang took it, he stood behind Bai Qing and slowly put the necklace on her snow-white neck. When he clasped it, Bai Qing grabbed Li Yang's hands and slowly pulled them in front of her. Hubby, can you feel that they miss you? Li Yang pinched them. Then can the wife feel that they miss you too? Oh hey, why are there no pills on the bedside? Oh, I took them all to Beijing last time, and I forgot to replenish them here. It's okay, I'm in my safe period. But just in case, I'll go to the pharmacy to buy some medicine tomorrow. Isn't it my safe period? It's okay, taking medicine will cause menstrual disorders, and no one knows what effects it will have on the body, but if you take medicine, then I'll endure it for a while and I won't take it. Li Yang is making a bet without any consequences. Regardless of winning or losing, the result is acceptable to him. And this bet was initiated by Bai Qing, so he must bet. He and Bai Qing have been together for more than a day or two. Bai Qing has always been prepared in this regard, and he doesn't even need to prepare. At first, he carried it with him, but later found that Bai Qing had prepared it. He spent more time with Zhang Bangsha and didn't want Zhang Bangsha to see it. Gradually, Bai Qing got used to it and made him not bring it with him. But it was only limited to Bai Qing. If it was Zuning, she would definitely have to prepare it herself, because Zuning would not prepare that thing. Zhang Bangsha was also giving Dao Ying something she had prepared. Mom, this is what Li Yang bought for you. Does it look good? Dao Ying smiled and said, it looks good, but I dare not accept such an expensive gift from someone else. Zhang Bangsha hurriedly said, what he gave me is the same as what I gave you. There is no need to argue about these things. I also bought a gift for his family. When in Jiangbei, Zhang Bangsha purchased some things for Li Liqin and others, mostly some nutritional supplements. No matter if it is an IQ tax or not, it is worth it if it can bring certain emotional value. Dao Ying, you should give them some gifts. After all, Li Yang is so good to you and even drove you back in person. I can't do that. I don't want to accept gifts without merit. Dao Ying didn't want Jiang Bangsha to be at a psychological disadvantage when getting along with Li Yang because she accepted Li Yang's gift. No matter how Jiang Bangsha and Li Yang will be in the future, at least now the two have not really confirmed their relationship. Jiang Bangsha asked, "Mom, what are you worried about? He and I will get married sooner or later." Dao Ying frowned and said, "You are so young, how can you be so sure? Love is the most prone to accidents." Jiang Bangsha said seriously, "Mom, I have no other choice but to marry him. How is it possible?" As soon as Dao Ying finished speaking, she realized a problem. She knew very well what kind of girl Jiang Bangsha was. She had a very traditional education concept that had been with her since she was a child. And now that she said this, it meant, "Are you really together with Li Yang?" Jiang Bangsha nodded. "He is with me every night." This sentence was like putting handcuffs on their relationship, and it was the kind that locked the key and threw it away as soon as it was locked. Dao Ying had a complicated expression for a while, then she picked up the gift and said, "Then I can accept it with confidence, but even though I accepted the gift, it doesn't mean I can condone others bullying you." No, Li Yang won't bully me. I'm the one bullying him. Huh? Why did you bully him? I gave him the most difficult things, all the dirty work was his. I only need to put in a little effort to get the biggest benefit. It seems that we parents don't know much. Tell me quickly. Dao Ying knew that once this matter was confirmed, there was basically no room for negotiation. When Li Liqin invited them to dinner 2 days ago, she vaguely sensed that something was wrong. Li Liqin said a lot of inexplicable things over there. What about the family conditions are average, but they will definitely not let anyone suffer grievances. Zhang Yaoding was drunk at the time and didn't understand the meaning of these words, but she didn't drink. She didn't look for Zuning before because Jiang Bangsha and Li Yang hadn't really confirmed their relationship, and she felt that it was meaningless to look for Zuning. But now, she must talk to Zuning. Even if she loves Zuning, she is not her biological child after all. No matter what, she will definitely stand on Jiang Bangsha's side. After chatting with Jiang Bangsha for a long time, she gradually understood the role Li Yang played by Jiang Bangsha. Li Yang is indeed not easy. So, she tried not to embarrass Li Yang and handle this matter in a low-key manner. "My parents are not at home, and I only have a lazy brother. For Zuning, such a life is simply too good." So, she sneaked in early in the morning. "Hey, why is there someone else in my room? Teacher Zhu, you went to the wrong room." Li Yang, who was awakened, said weakly. "No way, this is obviously my room. If you don't believe me, look, this key matches mine very well." Li Yang's sleepiness was instantly cleared. Zuning forced it. "This block has indeed not been open for a long time." Li Yang likes the 2 points of force on Zuning's body that are neither too big nor too small, just enough to use all his strength. After waiting for an hour, Zuning secretly opened the door and found that no one was home, so she ran back to her room. She was very energetic and felt that the hidden power in her body was stimulated. Although she was happy in the past 6 months, many things were hidden. She took a shower, changed into new clothes, and left home. Li Liqin and his family went to their hometown to visit relatives and would not come back at noon, so she was responsible for Li Yang's lunch. It was impossible to do it, so she could only go out to buy some food to maintain her life. After all, Li Yang was also very hard. He was dragged to work before he woke up. After buying breakfast at the gate of the community, when she was about to go back, she received a call from Dao Ying. "Ning, are you at home? I heard that your parents went back to the countryside today. Do you want me to treat you to lunch at noon?" Zuning said embarrassedly. "Master's wife, I won't bother you, right?" She was indeed a little embarrassed, of course, because she had already prepared breakfast and lunch for Li Yang. She bought breakfast and she prepared lunch by herself. "Oh, it's not easy to have a chance, so I must eat enough. After all, Li Yang is growing up." Dao Ying said, "It's okay, it's right at the entrance of the community. It's been a while since we've sat down and chatted. I opened a tea house. Come and chat with me if you're free." "Okay." Zuning had no choice but to send breakfast home and leave a message for Li Yang, asking him to remember to eat when he wakes up. If he wakes up too late, call her back to heat it up. Then, she came to the tea house at the entrance of the community. It was just past 9 in the morning, and Dao Ying was the only customer in the tea house, so it was still easy to find. Zuning came in near the window on the roadside and greeted Dao Ying. "Master's wife, Why are you in the mood to come here for tea today? Aren't Xiaxia and Dong at home? Zuning felt a little strange. Dao Ying said, your teacher took them to a relative's house. It just so happens that a relative is getting married today. I have company matters here. You know, the most feared thing about work is that the distance is too far and you don't have time. In fact, it doesn't matter whether you go or not. Oh, that's right. Zuning sat down. As soon as she sat down, Dao Ying was about to pour her tea. She quickly took the kettle and said, Master's wife, I can do it myself. Dao Ying didn't argue, but asked, where's Liang? Is he home too? Yes, but he's still sleeping. Dao Ying, it just so happens that he's not here. Ning, Master's wife has something to ask you. Ah. What do you say? It's like this, you've been staying at their house for so long. I want to ask you what you think of his family, and what about Liang, huh? Why do you suddenly ask this? In Zuning's opinion, Li Liqin and Wang Qiping must be good, at least as parents, they must have passed. As for Liang, is there any need to say it? And it's a bit strange for Dao Ying to ask this. The two families are so familiar with each other, and there are no secrets between them, right? Dao Ying explained, Ning, Li Yang and Xiaxia are already together, you know about this, right? You know this, how could you not know? Dao Ying continued, it is because of this matter that I want to ask you privately. After all, it is related to Xiaxia's lifelong happiness. Zuning hurriedly explained, Master's wife, although my parents are not well educated, they are still very open-minded. Xiaxia will definitely not be wronged when she comes here in the future. You can rest assured about this. Dao Ying shook her head, I am not worried about his parents, but about Liang. Yang Gang is also very good, but I heard that he is not so focused on feelings. Ning, you live with him every day. Do you know if there are other girls around him? When saying this, Dao Ying kept staring at Zuning. Zuning avoided Dao Ying's gaze and said somewhat unnaturally, that should not be the case. I haven't seen it. And his previous girlfriend has broken up for a long time. As for Li Yang's private affairs, she also read about it from gossip news, and she didn't really ask Li Yang. Dao Ying sighed, I'm just worried that Xiaxia will suffer in love. After all, Xiaxia is soft-hearted, simple, and easy to trust others. Before she and Li Yang confirmed their relationship, I didn't care much, but now that they have confirmed their relationship, the family must pay more attention. Your teacher and I have always felt that we owe Xiaxia. If something happens in the future, your teacher will blame himself to death. Zuning was a little flustered and hurriedly explained, Yang likes Xiaxia so much, he will definitely not let her suffer any grievances. Well, that's good. With your words, I can also explain to your teacher. By the way, Ning, don't you have a boyfriend too? It's been more than a year, why didn't you bring him back to meet him? Dao Ying changed the subject. Zuning stammered, Dao Ying asked, what's wrong? Is there something you can't say? No, I just feel that the time is not right yet. Zuning could only say this. The fact that she has a boyfriend is not only known by Dao Ying, but also by Li Liqin and others. After all, a few days before the Chinese New Year last year, she went to Jiangbei to find Li Yang, and the excuse she made was that she was with her boyfriend. Dao Ying smiled and said, what's inappropriate about this? I know that your boyfriend has done a lot of work behind the scenes. At that time, I was also paying attention to the IP address of your account. When Li Yang played in South Korea, the account address appeared in South Korea. I guess you asked your boyfriend to help take care of Li Yang, right? After all, it was Li Yang's first time going abroad at that time. This sentence made Zuning's brain crash for a few seconds. She didn't know how to answer at all. At this point, Dao Ying took out a bank card, handed it to Zuning, and said, if you really don't want to meet us, it's okay, but your teacher and I also treat you as our daughter. There is 1 million in this card, which is also some of my savings over the years. If you are willing to bring your boyfriend back to see us, we will definitely be happy. If you really don't want to, just treat it as the dowry prepared by your teacher and I for you. If it's not enough, just tell me, we will definitely not let you suffer any grievances. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.